redistribution, or other use of the signal without the express written consent of Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited is strictly prohibited and will be the subject of criminal prosecution and civil action. Any equipment or apparatus involved in such a use is subject to seizure and forfeiture under the law. They're off for the first. Don Almighty last dance. They came off slowest of the field. Air of Fire dashes through, nothing but trouble cruising down on the outside. Moneyman the Grey right there on their heels as they make their way now flashing past the half mile. Nothing but trouble leads up. De Gaulle now going in pursuit, dropping down into second. Air of Fire races on the rail. Right alongside that's a Moneyman. The favourite JJ the Striker comes next, 6 lengths off that lead. Buzz Assault is there. Minute to back taking the widest course. A gap of 6 to the couples of Don Almighty. Last Dance on the outside and Traditional Boy at the back of the field. They're coming into the top of the lane. Nothing but trouble continues to lead this field. Holding on to the advantage. A clear one at the moment as they dash toward the furlong pole. Mini de Wack unleashed on the outside. Over on the rail, that's Air of Fire. Moneyman in between horses. But they drive inside the final furlong. It's Nothing But Trouble fighting off Mini de Wack on the outside. Nothing But Trouble beginning to give way. Mini de Wack closing with a flourish on the outside. And Mini de Wack grabs Nothing But Trouble and goes away to win it by maybe 2 lengths. Nothing But Trouble hangs on for second over Last Dance, then Moneyman and Traditional Boy.
These are first-timers, so they're a bit antsy in the gate. Now they're off and racing. Tia Maria gets a good start in the middle over on the far side, green paint, and rushing down into it, that's Maybell. Closest to us, that's Salute the Dawn. Fidelity also finding footing as they make their way coming toward the furlong and a half pole. Fidelity, but Salute the Dawn could just stab the overall lead from Fidelity, fighting on into second. Also in the middle, that's Maybell. So it's Fidelity, Maybell, and Salute the Dawn. They're still spread across the track. It looks like Salute the Dawn, just the leader in front of Fidelity, trying to fight Salute the Dawn, and Salute the Dawn goes on to give Dane Dawkins a double. Then comes Fidelity. Maybell back in third, not too sure who is fourth.
And they're off. Man Islam, Princess Talisi. They step off slow with Sweet Victory. They run at the back early as they charge down the far side. So Wang Dong took off jet-like, grabs a narrow lead. Veliki Vicky rushing up to challenge on the outside. Papa Grey is racing in close proximity as they race away now toward the final 5 furlongs. So Wang Dong out in front. Papa Grey in between horses. Veliki Vicky racing out wide. Man Islam has made some good progress. He's in a very tight grouping as they charge away toward the final half of a mile in the event. There goes Papa Grey now grabbing that lead. Chased on the outside by Princess Rhea, who moves quickly to take second. Veliki Vicky is right there in third. Man Islam in fourth. So Wang Don racing back in fifth, 5 off that lead. Kismet now asked to make some ground. A money box hidden from view races down on the outside of runners as they charge now past the 5/16. Princess Talisi has made some ground, so Wang Don has faded, and Sweet Victory at the back of the field has spread it across the top of the lane as they're into it now. Papa Grey in between horses. Manny Slam is the one down against the rail. Princess Rhea racing out 3 wide, 4 wide. That's money box. The stick comes out in the left hand, but they charge up inside the final furlong. furlong. This is a terrific finish. Manny Slam over on the far side. Princess Talisi looking for room against the rail. Money Box asked to come with a kick on the outside. These three abreast, and now Princess Talisi moves through to grab it. Inside the final yardage, no stopping Princess Talisi and Shane Richardson. They win it close. Could be Manny Slam over Money Box. Then Papa Gray and Kismet.
They're off and racing. That's not a bad line. King Air wants that lead. Victor's Medallion has speed also. So it's King Air leading them past the six, just on the outside of that's Victoria's Medallion. Rushing up on the inside, that's JJ Warrior. Tigray Express at every move covered. And now going down into third as they go past the five. Just behind them, that's Wilson. Then comes a Sheer de Jour. Victoria's Medallion backing out, overtaken by Sensational Gold. They go past the four and head towards the three, and it is the Grey Express assuming that lead. Goes on by more than a length, maybe 2 lengths in front of King Air, chasing in second. Another 4 before we come to JJ Warrior out wide. That's Wilson making progress as they make their way coming to the 2.5, and it is the Grey Express. And now coasting on that lead, and it could be all over, but there's still 2 furlongs to go. Tigray Express in front. Wilson coming out wide. Also coming on, that is Sensational Gold. Jour de Jour is left back against the rail, but this Tigray Express is traveling nicely, coming to the furlong 4. Wilson, though, cutting into that lead. Tigray Express still has a nice cushion, coming to the half a furlong pole. Wilson driven out and coming forward. Tigray Express, and Tigray Express is going on, and Tigray Express going on to win this easily. It's the Sneaky Fox Radish Roman and Tigray Express winning by about 5. Wilson is second, then comes Jour de Jour back in fourth. Sensational Gold.
They're off. Bad Gal Khaleesi, newspaper of record, they got the worst starts. Chasing My Dream took off quickly, overtaken by Dreamer's Corner, who rushes to the front. Altogether races on the outside of Chasing My Dream. Further back to Althea in the purple, running out wide of Miss Brayton. Starry P is there. Just in behind those, a Shan Shan is there as well, along with a Brilliant Mind as they flash past the 7/16. Laurie races further back. A gap opens up. The newspaper of record asked to make ground, overtaking Bad Gal Khaleesi, and Humble Lady trails the field. They've left the 5/16. They're coming into the top of the lane. Dreamer's Corner pressed now by Altogether. These two move away from the rest. Althea moving down into third spot in the purple, but they run past the 3/16. Dreamer's Corner just in the lead, and now here comes Altogether on the outside, and Altogether picks it up from Dreamer's Corner. Miss Brayton running on the outside. Althea near the rail with a Brilliant Mind, but up front it is Altogether with that lead. Inside the final 16th, Altogether with the lead. Miss Brayton now comes a calling. Altogether being driven to the max. Miss Brayton closing with a kick on the inside. Altogether possibly just over Miss Brayton. Then Dreamer's Corner, Brilliant Mind, and Althea.
They're off and racing. Kai on the go misses it, and racing at the back of the field. Princess Ifia, though, past the 6th in front. Just a leader from Sky Rizzi, and now Sky Rizzi assumes the lead from Princess Ifia. Racing down on the rail in third. That's a Charming Sound. Then comes coming on, that's Great Command. Just out wide, that's Toots. Golden Loyalty comes next. Just behind them, that's Always Right. Power of Her Highness comes next, a gap of about 4 or 5 before we come to the Real Identity. And just behind the Real Identity, that's EMELIO. Then comes Kai on the Go, and racing at the back of the field, that's clowning around. They head passing the 3, and it is on the inside, that's Sky Rizzy, just outside of Sky Rizzy. And coming around, that's Princess Ifia, and Sky Rizzy mixing it up on the front end, watching them from third against the rail. That's a Charming Sound, but it's Sky Rizzy in front of Charming Sound coming all the while. And now Charming Sound looks the point, coming on the outside. The Real Identity is wound up and coming with a light, nice looking kick. And the Real Identity has now struck the front from Charming Sound, fighting on the rail. The Real Identity in front, Charming Sound has no answers as the Real Identity in Clive Lynch lands the 6 by about 5. Charming Sound is second, then comes Always Right running on for third. Sky Rizzy for fourth. Got tied for fifth. Could be either Toots or Power of Her Highness.
And now they're off. Almost perfect start. Khaleesi gets a good one with Native Fire. A Family Feud bursts through against the rail, and Family Feud gets that lead. Kimuchi racing down into second. Khaleesi racing on the outside. Pretty Sassy racing out wide. Duchess and Native Flyer team up in behind, and Perfect Affair trails the field. They're about to arrive at the half mile and go rushing into that bend. Family Feud and Kimuchi matching strides. Khaleesi getting closer. Pretty Perfect, rather Pretty Sassy racing back in fourth spot. Down on the rail, that's Duchess. In behind them, a Native Flyer. And at the back of the field, it's a Perfect Affair as they've left the 3 and run toward the 5/16th. Family Feud hugs the rail. Khaleesi now kicking in on the outside. Kimuchi fading back a bit. Pretty Sassy racing on the extreme outside, but they're into the lane. A quarter of a mile to run. Family Feud on the rail being driven out to hold the challenge of Khaleesi the Grey. They drive toward the furlong pole. The race looks to be right here. Family Feud down against the fence. Khaleesi pulling alongside, making eye contact, and now Khaleesi puts the head in front over Family Feud. Duchess begins to run at them wide, but it is Khaleesi with that lead. Duchess finishing best of the rest. Khaleesi on the rail under pressure from Duchess. They drive toward the line. It's tight. Duchess on the outside. Khaleesi on the rail. Then Family Feud, Perfect Affair, and Pretty Sassy.
They're off and racing. Happy Force blows the start, and worse for Unruly Dawn racing at the back of the field as Hit and Run mixing it up with Wicked Cassie just between horses. That's a Solace. Buttercup comes next. Happy Force right against the rail. Oil Machine sandwiched in between horses, and just out wide of Oil Machine, that's Crown Chaser racing at the trailing pair as they go past the 5, King Pie and Unruly Dawn. They head towards the 4, and it is the Speedster. Hit and Run on that lead, more than a length in front of Buttercup chasing in second. Wicked Cassie watches them from third. Solace hidden from Dew. Just on the inside, that is Oil Machine making progress. That's Crown Chaser. Then be fading a bit. That is Solace coming on too. That's Happy Force, and out wide King Pie left out of it. The slow starting Unruly Dawn there at the top of the lane, and it is now Wicked Cassie that hits the front, still fighting on against the rail. That's Hit and Run right in between horses and coming on against the rail. That's Oil Machine, but it's Wicked Cassie in front of Oil Machine. A switch for space. It's Wicked Cassie in front. Oil Machine trying to get to Wicked Cassie. Wicked Cassie still in front. Oil Machine beginning to fly on the outside. Wicked Cassie hanging on from Oil Machine. Wicked Cassie, Oil Machine ahead. Baba in the Emma Chen. Very close. Finishing third, that's King Pie. Back in fourth, Buttercup.
Field in line for the Ladies' Day Sprint Trophy. 5 furlongs round a quick dash. Denzel Miller will do the honors thereof. A gift from Ben took off quickly. Prince Aman misses it along with Provident as a gift from Ben shows on that lead. They arrive at the half mile and go sprinting into the turn. A gift from Ben leads up. Florindia moving down into second. Just in big time is there. Sensational move asked to make some ground. Supernatural Power on the outside. She's a God Gift races next. 6 lengths separates that group. Fly Blue Jet and Commander Z run as a team. Main Mistress in behind them. Then Prince Aman and Provident trails the field. They're dashing into the top of the lane. A quarter of a mile to run. Just in big time near the rail. A gift from Ben now beginning to tire. Here is Supernatural Power now kicking in wildest of them all. And over against the fence. Sensational Move now begins a run. But they arrive at the furlong pole. It is Supernatural Power with the lead. Florindia trying to close along with Sensational Move down against the rail. But Supernatural Power holds a 2-length lead. They drive toward the line. Supernatural Power will take it by maybe 3.5 lengths. Florindia is second. Sensational Move is third. It's very tight for the minors. And they're off for the Oaks. Mighty Gully gets away quickly on the far side. Enthusiasm running freely. One in Love is coming across horses to go down toward the rail as they pass us for the first time. Riley J, a lot in hand, tugging hard, goes third. Enthusiasm and Wayne's Cherry Links, they race up as a team in behind as they charge away now into that clubhouse turn. Riley J on the outside, just the leader from Woman in Love. Mighty Gully racing in third. Castle Living is running in fourth. Total Velocity on the rail. Overtaken now by Wayne's Cherry Links. Enthusiasm races further back along with the favorite Linquist. A gap back to Danka, then Pretty Perfect. And Roaring Kitty trails the field as they leave the 7 and make their way onto the back stretch and run toward the final 6. Riley J out in front. From Casa Living on the outside. Mighty Gully, Woman in Love now moving closer on the rail. These 4 in a very tight grouping as they head toward the 5. A gap to Linguist now asked to make some ground. Wayne's Cherry Links a half a length down on the inside. Enthusiasm is further back as they're stringing out. Adanka and Pretty Perfect race up next. Then Total Velocity. And last of all, it's a Roaring Kitty as they've left the 5 and come toward the final half of a mile. One in Love attempts to go most of the way with that lead. Backing out of it now, a Riley J. A Linguist has made eye-catching progress. Mighty Gully fades back into fourth. Casa Living is some 6 lengths in behind them. Wayne's Cherry Links is under a ride. Enthusiasm in between horses. Pretty Perfect on the outside. Danka now asked to close up as they rake their way, leaving the 3. And at the back of the field, it is Roaring Kitty as they come toward the top of the lane. They've left the 5/16th behind them, and Linguist, the favorite, now snatches the lead with Dick Cardenas. One in Love continues the battle down against the rail, but Linguist now has overpowered Woman in Love. Inside the final 3/16th, it is Linguist getting a couple of tacks of the stick, and Linguist now opens up over Woman in Love. Danka further back on the outside. Pretty Perfect down against the rail, but it is Linguist, the rider, wailing away as they're inside now the final 16th. Linguist and Dick Cardenas in the 86th running of the Jamaica Oaks. They lead by 2 and will keep it to the line. Linguist wins it over Woman in Love. Pretty Perfect, Roaring Kitty, and Danka is back in 5th. Once again, a very good morning, racing fans. As Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited welcome you to the Caymanas Park Racetrack and our off-track betting parlors. We now have a look at the program. Today's first, that's where the Reggae 6 begins. Race 2. A play spot 8 begins there. Single winner bonus in excess of $753,000. Race 3, catch 9 begins. Scratch number 8, Irish Wish. In the third event, number 8, Irish Wish, a late non-starter, Irish Wish, is sick. Race 4, quick 4 wagering. Single winner bonus in excess of $1.486 million. Race 5, early 5-star. Single winner bonus in excess of $1,757,000. Race 6, high 5 wagering offered there and the start of the Twilight 6. Race 7, that's where the late 5-star begins. Race 8, strike 4 wagering, single winner bonus in excess of $159,000. Race 9, high 5 and the start of the late triple. Race 10 is the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. And of course, race 11 is the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby. High 5 wagering offered there. That's it for now. And of course, we do have a mandatory payout on the Reggae 6. I will let you have the single winner bonus there. That will become a carryover shortly. But remember, the Reggae 6 mandatory payout today starting from race 1. Stand by for Michael Kane, our racing analyst. He will try and assist you with your selections, allowing you to leave here with a bag of cash. Stand by for Michael.
A very good day to Thurman Racing fans, and welcome once again to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 Derby, home of the Caribbean's finest thoroughbreds, and home of the Moute Mile. And incidentally, it's Jamaica Derby Day in culmination with Independence Day, so it's the Independence Jamaica Derby Day here at Caymanas Park. We'll also be having the Independence Day Stakes Trophy. That's going to be race number 10. And there's also going to be the EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ Trophy. That's going to be race number 9. So races 9, 10, and 11. Our features today, of course, are the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby. Will be the big feature, $7.5 million in purse money up for grabs. And we have a field of 15 3-year-olds going a distance of 2,400 meters or 12 furlongs. And that's going to be an epic showdown with the top 3-year-olds in the land. No Triple Crown horse this year. So we have the 1,000 Guineas winner, Birding Head, going up against the 2,000 Guineas winner, Sensational Soul. And there's also the St. Ledger winner, I Dream Again. And they'll be vying for the third and final leg of the Jamaican Triple Crown, the Jamaica Derby. That's going to be our big feature today. Other big feature is going to be the Reggae 6 mandatory payout. It's mandatory mania in the Reggae 6 today. And no other exotic wager has the buzz that the Reggae 6 has on mandatory payout day. $15.6 million plus in that jackpot converted to a carryover. And we should be having well over $30 million in the net pool after wagering is complete for race number 1. And it looks to be a fairly easy Reggae 6 sequence, but I've seen easier sequences on paper that have turned out to be quite difficult. So take nothing for granted. One scratch announce on the Reggae 6 sequence, that's Irish Wish in race number 3. Take on number 8, Irish Wish. All systems go for all of the other runners. We are 58 minutes to go to post for the first event, so we're starting a little bit earlier today on the big day on Independence Day. And indeed, the Jamaica Derby is going to be one that we'll be looking forward to. I have a couple of replays in store for you. That's going to be in the preview for the 11th and final event, the Jamaica Derby. The first event is where we kick off the Reggae 6 with that mandatory payout of over 15.6 billion in that jackpot, and we have new money wagered, and we'll get an update for you in a short while. The first event is a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4 years and up nuns of 2, and importees 4 years and up maidens. The purse here is 750,000. We have a field of 7 going the distance here of 9 furlongs and 25 yards or 1,820 meters, the Spectator Street, as this event begins right in front of the grandstands. And indeed, the horses will parade up close and in person behind the starting gate at the 25-yard marker, and it's always quite a captivating sight to see the horses up close and in person as they file into the starting gates. And indeed, when the starter lets them away and they come over the starting gate and vie for a good early position going into the clubhouse turn. So the Spectator Street indeed will be the start of our Independence Day racing, of our Derby Day racing. The first event, my best 4 includes 1, Successful Man, 3, Papidon, 4, Chesney, and 6, Spraga. 1, 3, 4, and 6 appear to be the right numbers to start off the Independence Day card. Your current wagering shows even money for number 1, Successful Man. It's 5-2 for number 4, Chesney, 3-1 for number 3. Now, in a new flash in the betting, 7-2 for number 3, Papidon, and you're getting 5-1 for number 6, and that's Spraga. So, incidentally, my top 4 choices are in the first 4 orders of preference in the betting. With the 45 favorite now, number 1, Successful Man, has been runner-up in his last 3 races, and he has started at this nuns of 2 level on 4 occasions. First occasion was a dismal effort going 9-25 on the 8th of June, and I'm hoping that that's not an indicator that he doesn't want to go 2 turns. After that lackluster run, 6 by 20.5 lengths behind Hit It Run, Uncle Peck, and Never, he went 8 furlongs, second by 2 1/4 lengths to Uncle Peck. He came back over 6.5 furlongs, second by 3/4 of a length behind Solace, and then he went 7 furlongs, second by 5 lengths behind Buttercup. So back at 9-25 now, and that lackluster effort on the 8th of June, hoping that that won't be an indicator that he won't run well going 2 turns again. So looking for number 1, Successful Man, to be the one to get the job done here. If he doesn't get the job done, Papidon number 3 appears to be well poised for a big effort here. 5th by 8 1/4 lengths last time out, going 7 furlongs in that same race won by Buttercup over Successful Man. Rather Sneaky Fox Rowan picks up the mount for trainer Greg Fennell. Look for Papidon to be quite fluent throughout. He's now going 2 turns for the first time in at least his last 10 races, so he's also unproven over 9 furlongs and 25 yards. Number 4, Chesney, on the other hand, has been at the distance twice. First attempt was 4 by 5 lengths behind King Pie, Brenda Boy, and Richard Sirag. So those are 3 very useful horses in comparison to the principals here. So if Chesney, this imported filly who is yet to win locally, if she can present herself in a similar fashion to that of the 27th of April last year, when she was 4 by 5 lengths, going 9-25, she could very well fight out the finish. Her next effort at 9-25 was dismal, 9 by 67 lengths. That came on the 15th of June last season behind Captain Sparrow, Supremacy, and Buttercup. So she has raced among some useful horses, and this group doesn't appear to be holding any terrors here for Chesney. Chesney has worked well on the 30th of July, strode 6 furlongs in 1:21 and a fifth of a second, and on the 15th of July, strode 6 furlongs in 1:20 and 3/5. So those are 2 very good workouts coming into this 9-25 distance. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount for trainer Stephen Todd, and owner Black Brothers having some confidence here in the chances of Chesney, given the exercise report and given her experience going around the lawn. Number 6 is Spraga, 1 7 furlongs in a pedestrian 1:33.4. Since that, stepped up to nuns of 2, beaten in 1:31.4 by Buttercup in that same race where Successful Man was second. So we'll look for Spraga to run a decent race here. He's at 5-1, so we're going to keep Spraga on the right side. Going for the favorite, number 1, Successful Man. He's at 4-5 to get the better of number 3, Papidon. Then 4, a good-looking Chesney, and number 6, Spraga. It's mandatory payout on the Reggae 6, $15.6 million in that jackpot, converted to a carryover, plus, of course, new money wagered. Let's now take a look at my Independence Day, Jamaica Derby Day, Reggae 6, mandatory payout ticket. Starting off in race number 1 with the aforementioned quartet of interest, 1, 3, 4, and 6, and that's Successful Man, Papidon, Chesney, and Spraga, 1, 3, 4, and 6. Race number 2, make it 1, 2, and 5, Platinum Princess, Primo Suprema, and Laredo. Race number 3, banking on number 3, Whiskey, and kindly note that number 8, Irish Fish, is a scratch, so Irish Fish out. That would have been one of the dangers. The only other danger here appears to be number 6, Basilica, so I'm even more confident on my banker now. Whiskey to get the job done on the mandatory period Reggae 6. Race number 4, make it 1, 2, 4, and 6. Press conference, number 1, My Charge. Number 2, Milos. Number 4, Sanity and Chippy. And number 6, Rani Bangala. Race number 5, the penultimate leg of the mandatory period Reggae 6. Make it 2, 3, 7, and 8. Zulu Warrior, J. Spieth, Rags, and Macon Rome. And the final leg of the mandatory period Reggae 6. Here's where you want to get with 5 of 5 and look at the live ticket count, look at the net pool, and see yourselves within the live ticket count and waiting to collect numbers to close the Reggae 6 today on mandatory period day, on Independence Day, on Jamaica Derby Day, 1, 6, 7, 8, and 10. First offense, Play Fair, Siempre Valiente, Hail the Queen, and Cherry Blossom. 9,600 represents my stake for today's mandatory period Reggae 6. That's my idea of a very reasonable wager, going after well over $30 million. That's what's expected to be in the net pool after wagering is complete today. Robert Darby's Reggae 6 kicks off in race 1 with 1, 2, 3, and 4. Race number 2, Robert goes 1, 2, and 3. Race number 3, 3, 6, and 8. Kindly note that number 8 is a scratch, and that's Irish Rich. So take out number 8, Irish Rich. You can make adjustments there. Race number 4, Robert goes 2, 4, and 6. Race number 5, 2, 7, and 8. Race number 6, the cash out leg of the Reggae 6. Robert Darby goes for 1, 7, and 8. 1, 7, and 8. 9,720 will get you Robert Darby's Reggae 6. Best of luck wagering on Reggae 6 on mandatory period day. It's Jamaica Derby Day. It's Independence Day. And hoping that you will be a winner after the Reggae 6 sequence is complete. Race number 2 is next. Here's we're going to start our play spot 8. Minimum guarantee per $250,000. We have a field of 6. They go a distance here of a 1,000 meter straight or 5 furlong straight. It's a maiden specialty event for native bred thrills at a purse of $1,050,000 up for grabs. My best 4 here includes 1 Platinum Princess, 2 Prima Suprema, 3 Kuzmi, and 5 Laredo. 1, 2, 3, and 5 appear to be the numbers that we should get our winner. Exacta, hopefully the trifecta. Number 1, Platinum Princess, makes a return of a break since November 2024. And last race on the 23rd of November, and that was over 5.5 furlongs, sent off at 1 to 9, and was only able to muster third by 8 lengths there behind Kimuchi and Miniola. Miniola is still a maiden. Kimuchi hasn't really progressed since, so this Platinum Princess clearly had a problem that day and hasn't raced since. To lose as a 1 to 9 favorite is never a good sign at all. So a break since November last year to August this year. Radish Roman picks up the mount for Anthony Nunes at Owner Yard Stables. The blinkers have been removed. Not seeing any eye-catching exercise gallops here from this Platinum Princess. 4 furlong straight in 51.2. That came on the 30th of July. On the 23rd of July, 3 furlong straight in 39.3. So she is not moving fast at all. But she has a simpler task as she could like to come back. And I'm going to make this one my selection, but not overly confident in Platinum Princess. Number 2 is Prima Suprema. On the other hand, this one has worked well. Went 47 flat for 4 furlong straight on the 26th of July. Stopped the clock in 103.1 for 5 furlong straight. So if you're talking about exercise reports, this Prima Suprema looks a lot sharper, doing 47 flat versus Platinum Princess, who did 51.2. And I'm wondering why I didn't make this Prima Suprema my choice. Garvin Harris picks up the mount for trainer Jason Acosta and owner Elizabeth Acosta. Look for Prima Suprema to be in the thick of things throughout here. Number 5 is Laredo. This one has been there about second by 6 lengths, 2 starts back behind Margarita. That was at 5 furlongs round in 1 2 1/5 of a second. So this one should go well for Philip Parchment, trained by Paul Suebe, owned and bred by Solid Golden Farms. Laredo, if the speed comes back, that's going to be the speed from Platinum Princess and the speed from Prima Suprema. I'm expecting those 2 horses to be responsible for the early fractions. Look for Laredo to pick them up inside the final 4.5. And Kuzmi number 3, this one also should be coming on from off the pace, has been at the races all of 8 times already, has not gotten as close as yet, has been beat by double-digit margins for all of her 8 starts. Joy Haynes picks up the mount for Anthony Nunes. Anthony Nunes has 2 runners here in Kuzmi and Platinum Princess. Platinum Princess appears to be the one that should carry the flag here. Taking number 1, Platinum Princess, just over number 2, the good-looking Prima, who has just third time, Laredo, fourth number 3, Kuzmi. Race number 3 is next, and here's where we start our Catch 9 with a minimum guarantee pay of $500,000. Last race. They had a mandatory payout in the catch 9, and that yielded dividends of over 50,000 for mandatory payout players. So the catch 9 begins afresh after that mandatory payout on Saturday, the 2nd of August, and that was, of course, on Jamaica Oaks Day. The Oaks won in fine style by Linguist, Dick Cardenas, and Anthony Nunes, and indeed, the Oaks field there was quite competitive. Scratch number 8, Irish Rich out of race number 3. So we're down to a field of 7. It's for the 700,000 down to 600,000 claiming level, and they go a distance here of 1,000 meters straight. Recent winner Whiskey is back. Dennis Lee, the trainer, Demar Williams, the rider, they combined for that impressive victory last time out, making all the running, going 5.5 furlongs in 109.2, beating Justin Biden and Fearless Attack. So back over the straight course now. This Whiskey is equally effective when coming over the straight, and as such, I'm expecting another winning run here from Whiskey. The scratch of Irish Rich would make it that much easier. Irish Rich represented a down-in-class runner. That one trained by Anthony Nunes, and Irish Rich won't go. So it's going to be one horse that can really give a serious challenge to Whiskey, and that's going to be number 6, Basilicus. Wesley Henry Richard Ole Thomas. This Basilicus won recently for trainer Alfred Brown. Basilicus had the blinkers fitted for the first time in her 50 race career, and it worked out quite well. She won. And usually we'll see Basilicus weakening late in the contest, but that time around Basilicus quickened away from rivals inside the final furlong. Steps up off the claim for 500,000, now up to 700,000. Still in a spot where he should be able to acquit herself well here. She should be able to acquit herself well. So I'm taking Basilicus to be the one to chase home Whiskey here in race number 3. Of the others, it's going to be a toss-up. You have the likes of numbers 1, Principal Tiffany, 2, Sir Ganga Jamuna. There's also number 4, Curlin's Flight. Possibly number 5, Tap It Good. So it's going to be a grab bag for who will check in for the trifecta and the superfecta. 3-6 looks to be a nice cold exacta on the Independence Day card. Whiskey over Basilicus for 3rd. Make it number 2, Sir Ganga Jamuna. And for 4th, number 4, Curlin's Flight. Race number 4 is next. Here's where we'll begin. The Quick 4 with a minimum guarantee period of $250,000, and we have a field of 6. They go a distance here of 1,300 meters or 6.5 furlongs. It's for the high-level claimers, 1.5 million down to 1.2 million. The purse is $1,010,000. Of the field of 6, my best 4 includes 1 Press Conference, 2 Milos, I'm his trainer, 4 Sonny T and Chippy, and 6 Rani Bangala. 1, 2, 4, and 6. That's where we're going in the 4th event. Press Conference, run up last time out, going 5.5 furlongs, beat behind Generational next in town, when 6.5 furlongs tried to make all the running, just beaten within shades of the wire by Easy Peasy. So Generational turned up in good nick that day, and just run out of it inside the final 25 yards. Shane Ennis picks up the mount for trainer Earl Hayden. This one, of course, first time of the claim. And Press Conference has 2 6.5 furlong efforts here, which date the 9th of November and the 7th of December. Both were at high level, ran in the Blues on the loose, and actually ran among claimers on the 9th of November, and on both occasions he was down the track. 6 by 11.5 lengths at 3-5, ridden by Radish Roman on the 9th of November last season, and 10 by 21 lengths in the Bruce and Loose, of course. That's understandable. That was among open allowance company. So back at 6.5 furlongs now, John Post 1. Let's see how well Press Conference will be able to acquit himself here. Number 2, Milos, my chart. This one owned by the Seeker, and Richie Shakes has picked up the mount once again. I'm pleased with its performance of the 12th of July, reporting first time of the claim. Went 7 furlongs, was prominent for a long way, 4 by length at the half mile, came to the quarter pole, 4 by length at the quarter, was at the furlong pole, just 2 lengths in 3rd, and that was behind Mr. Senator. And Awesome Anthony finished up 3rd by 12 lengths, so the final kick there was not forthcoming from Milos. And we figured out a problem or 2, and we have straightened out those problems. And now Richie Shakes, he maintains the mount, and the trip now reduced from 7 furlongs to 6.5 furlongs. Second time of the claim, I'm expecting Milos to get the job done here on Independence Day on Jamaica Derby Day. Number 4 is Sonny T and Chippy. This one reports first time of the claim, claimed on the 31st of May. And that's more than 60 days ago, so the connections have opted for the waiver claim, which makes them able to run without a tag. So this one cannot be claimed from them today, and as such, they have a chance to win now, and the idea should be win and then take a double when you race on the waiver claim. Last time out, 3rd by 2 lengths to Money Miser and Rani Bangala. That was at a mile. Cuts back in distance now to 6.5 furlongs. Has a good pace, does the Sonny T and Chippy, and I'm expecting Richard Henry to have him well poised for owner trainer Damon Gale. And number 6, Rani Bangala, runner-up last time out, going 5 furlongs straight, beaten behind Sensational Move. Tongue tie now fitted, figure 8 removed. This one also reports first time of the claim. So we have 3 horses that are reporting first of the claim. 1, Press Conference. 4, Sonity and Chippy. And 6, Rani Bangala. And I always tell you about that very key variable that contributes to the outcome of claiming races. First time of the claim. So left to be seen if the connections will be able to get the best out of their horses first time coming up the drawing board. Going for number 2, Milos, to get the job done over number 4, Sonity and Chippy. Then 1, Press Conference, and 6, Rani Mangala. Race number 5 is next. Here's where we start, or early 5-star with a minimum guarantee period of 300,000 up for grabs. It's a field of 8. They go a distance here of 1,400 meters of 7 furlongs, and it's for a purse of 820,000. It's a restricted allowance 3 for nature bred 4s and up, nuns of 4, and importees 4 years and up, non-winners of 3. My best 4 here includes 2, Zulu Warrior, 3, J. Spieth, 7, Richard Stirac, and 8, Mac and Rome. 2, 3, 7, and 8 appear to be the right numbers for race number 5. Number 8 is Mac and Rome. This one has good pace, and you know pace makes a race. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount, replacing the car in the saddle. He rides here for trainer Sacklin Roman. And equipment change, blinkers taken off, figure it now fitted. Looking forward to this Mac and Rome to be able to come down from this outside post and possibly make the lead easily. And once he makes the lead easily, then Dawkins should take it from there. Matuso, possibly, should be the one to chase him at close range. Matuso showed good speed last time out, making all the running, going 7 furlongs in 129 flat. Just a loan from All Machine. All Machine came back to front form with a win. Zulu Warrior also has pace, and this one was second last time out to the imported filly Florindia. I'm expecting Zulu Warrior to also be a part of the pace scenario. If they run themselves into the ground, look for J. Speed to be running on strongly in the end. Also, Richard Sirags has good late turn of foot. And Battle Angel is also one that has a good late turn of foot. And there's another run on horse, a deep closer here, by the name of the General. So this is a very competitive 5th event with the likes of Mac and Rome on the lead with Zulu Warrior as well as Matuso. So this race can go many ways. My way is 8, 7, 2, and 3. Mac and Rome to get the better of Richard Rags, Zulu Warrior, and J. Spieth. Race number 6 is next. We begin the Twilight 6 here. Minimum guaranteed payout 3 million. And before we get to that though, we're going to have a look at my Catch 9 ticket. So the Catch 9, of course, begins in the 3rd. And indeed, the minimum guaranteed payout is 500,000. And the Catch 9, we had a mandatory payout recently, and that mandatory payout yielded dividends of over 50,000 for mandatory payout Catch 9 players. Kicking off in race number 3 with a banker, and that's number 3, Whiskey. Race number 3, banking on the go with number 3, Whiskey. Race number 4, make it 1, 2, 4, and 6. Press Conference, Milos, Sonity and Chippy, and Rani Bangala. Race number 5, make it 2, 3, 7, and 8. Zulu Warrior, J. Spieth, Richard Rags, and Mac and Rome. Race number 6, we're taking numbers 1, 7, 8, and 10. First Offense, Playfair, Siempre Valiente, and Cherry Blossom. Race 7, banking number 5, He's Sensational. Race number 8, make it 2 and 4, and that's Military Light versus Never. Race number 9, the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy. Make the numbers here 7, 8, and 12, and that's Gervano, Get a Pepsi, and Sistine Treasure. Race number 10, the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. Banking number 2, H2O. And race number 11, the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, or feature race today. Make it 1, 11, and 15. Burning Hedge, I Dream Again, and Sensational Soul. 5,760 will get you my Catch 9 ticket. Robert Darby's Catch 9 kicks off in race 3 with 1 and 3. Race number 4, Robert goes 4 and 6. Race number 5, 2 and 7. Race number 6, Robert goes 1, 7, and 8. Race number 7, 2 and 5. Race number 8, Robert goes 4 and 6. Race 9, 5, 7, 12, and that's 8 as well. So 5, 7, 8, and 12 in race number 9. Race 10, a single, number 2, and that's H2O. And race number 11, the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, 1 and 11, Burning Hedge, and I Dream Again. 3,840 will get you Robert Darby's Catch 9, best of luck wagering, or Catch 9 on the Independence Day card, the mandatory period Reggae 6 card. On to race number 6, which begins our Twilight 6 minimum guaranteed payout 3 million. We have a field of 10, and they go a distance here of 1,000 meters round. It's a restricted allowance for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 3, and importees 4 years and up, non-winners of 2. The purse is 780,000. My best 4 includes 1, First Offense, 7, Siempre Valiente, 8, Hail the Queen, and 10, Cherry Blossom, 1, 7, 8, and 10. Siempre Valiente, all the rage on debut at odds of 6 to 5. John Post won in a 4-4 straight contest, and this imported filly made all the running and was stopping the clock in 49 flat, not the quickest of races, not the quickest of times to run there, but the manner of victory was fairly convincing, making all the running from the one draw in a big field of 13. So this one was well touted and went out the favorite. Clive Lynch, the comeback kid, maintains him out here for trainer Omar Williams, and this Siempre Valiente will have second time races, comes down from 56 kilos to 53 kilos, so 3 kilos lighter from that debut victory. Takes on non-twos for the first time, but appears to be quite talented, this Siempre Valiente, and is going to be the one to follow here. Number 10, Cherry Blossom, threw a clinker when stepping up the nuns of 3 for the first time, but that can be excused. Has a good speed, drawn on the outside, look forward to before the place there. Richie Shakes picks up the mount for trainer Colin Ferguson. And number 8, Hail the Queen, also possesses good speed. This race is packed with a lot of speed. Hail the Queen has Emilio McQueen, more popular known as Nico, and he rides well from in front. And look for Hail the Queen to before the place as well. If they go too fast, too early, and you're looking for a horse from off the splits, look no further than number 1, First Offense. Dane Dawkins' rider, Stephen Todd, they'll be teaming up in race 1 with Chesney, and this First Offense has been thereabouts, catching the pace of the level for some time now. Third by length and a half, going 5 furlongs straight to Bold Move. Bold Move was a recent winner, up in class at nuns of 4, and this First Offense was served by 2 lengths, going 5.5 furlongs early this season behind Queen of Soul and Jay Speed. So if the speed cracks, I'm expecting First Offense to be the one to capitalize in deep stretch, and this is going to be a top-rated contender for the win in race number 6. Going here for number 7, Siempre Valiente, to get the better of number 10, Cherry Blossom, then 8, Hail the Queen, and 1, the closer, First Offense. Twilight 6 with that minimum guarantee period of 3 million up for grabs on Independence Day, on Jamaica Derby Day. Let's now take a look at my Twilight 6 ticket for the 11 race card. Starting off in race number 6 with 1, 6, 7, 8, and 10. That's 1, 6, 7, 8, and 10 in race number 6. And those numbers represents, of course, my quartet of interest. And I'm throwing in number 6, Play Fair as well. So it's 1, First Offense, 6, Play Fair, 7, Siempre Valiente, 8, Hail the Queen, and 10, Cherry Blossom. So 1, 6, 7, 8, and 10 in the first leg of the regular 6. 1, 6, 7, 8, and 10. Race number 7, banking on number 5, and that's He's Sensational. So race number 7, banking number 5, He's Sensational. Shane Ennis there for trainer Alfred Brown. Race number 8, we're making it 2, 4, and 5, and that's Military Light, Never, and Himaya. Race number 9, the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy. We're going wide here. 2, 7, 8, 12, and 15. Norblar, Gervano, Get a Pepsi, Sister in Treasure, and Magnificent Force. Race number 10, the penultimate, the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. Make it 2 and 6, 8-0 versus Brompton Boy. And race number 11, the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby. 15 horses. We're going wide on our Twilight 6. 1, 4, 8, 11, and 15. Burning Hedge, Nuclear Jet, Mark My Identity, I Dream Again, and Sensational Soul. 7,500 will get you my Twilight 6 ticket. Robert Darby's Twilight 6 kicks off with race number 6, 1, 7, and 8. Race number 7, Robert goes 2 and 5. Race number 8, 2, 4, and 6. Race number 9, the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy, 5, 7, 8, and 12. Race number 10, the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy, Robert Banks number 2, H2O. Race number 11, the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, Robert Darby goes for 1, 11, and 15. 2,160 will get you Robert Darby's Twilight 6. Best of luck wager on Twilight 6 on the Independence Day card, the Jamaica Derby card. On to race number 7, which begins our late 5-star, minimum guaranteed pay of 300,000. We have a field of 7. These are maidens, maiden condition race on 80 bred 3-0s, and they go a distance here of 1,400 meters or 7 furlongs with a purse of 1,050,000 up for grabs. Number 5, He's Sensational, appears to be the horse to beat, with the big race jockey Shane Ellis in the saddle, riding here for trainer Alfred Brown and owner S&S Camp. And whenever it comes on a day like Derby Day, you know Shane Ellis is going to be serious about winning from every angle. And I know Shane Ellis, he's going to want to warm up going into the Derby with a winner or two. So look for He's Sensational to be well focused on getting into the winner's enclosure. Last time out at 1-2, fought by 4 lengths behind Star Quest and Secret Sensation, and 2 shots back, second by 3.5 lengths, going 9-25 behind Benison, and we see Benison in the Derby later on. So Shane Ellis aboard, He's Sensational at 57 kilos, is going to be the one to beat here. Number 2, Papi Uso, was third recently by 2.5 lengths in that same Star Quest event where He's Sensational was fourth. So this Papi Uso beat He's Sensational by maybe a length and a half or so. And we're going to look for them to be in close proximity of each other. Radish Roman rides here for trainer Anthony Nunes. And the last big race day, I remember Radish Roman and Shane Ellis, they were sparring and running some exactas and some quinella. So I'm quite sure they want to prove on each other today. And look out for a showdown here between Papi Uso and He's Sensational. Number 3, Joy for Surprise, Raheem Anderson looks for his first career win. He rides here for trainer Tencent Chong. And this one has good pace and speed, but 7 furlongs may be on the tall side for this Joyful Surprise. But pace makes a race. Look for Joyful Surprise to before the pace here. And Chief in Command, an interesting entry. Ian Dolby with Saints right returner Spencer Chung and owner Doc Stable. Now, they teamed up for a win recently with a horse named General Chief. And this Chief in Command has been well fancied on one occasion. On debut, went off at 2-1. Didn't do much running over the straight course. Subsequent to that, has raced twice, 21-1, 6-1, and that signifies not much stable confidence in his chances on his second and third appearances. Now, with the win of General Chief and the combination of Ian Spence, Spencer Chung, and Doc Stable on a Derby day, I'm expecting them to be well focused on getting the job done. So if He's Sensational doesn't deliver, nor does Papi Uso, there's going to be Chief in Command of the connections of Command-in-Chief, a St. Ledger winner quite a few years ago. So this Chief in Command is one to keep on the right side. He could prove to be a mile upset winner of the 7th event. Going though for number 5, He's Sensational to get the better of number 2, Papi Uso, then 3, Joyful Surprise, and 4, Chief in Command. Race number 8 is next. Here's where we're going to start the Strike 4. Minimum guarantee paid $500 million, and we have a field of 6. They go a distance here of 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs, and this is a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 2, and imported maidens 4 years and up. The purse 750,000. My best 4 here includes 2 Military Light, 3 Valley of Love, 4 Never, and 5 Himalaya. 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's where we're going in race number 8. Military Light just lost by a nose last time out when flying in deep stretch, beaten by Radam in 104.2 for 5 furlongs round. Now gets a furlong longer. The child Tyrese Anderson maintains the mount for trainer Gary Griffiths at owner JJ Tash. Military Light could very well be shining bright in the winner's enclosure from a similar effort. Number 4 is Never. This one has caught the pace of the nuns of 2 level for some time now. Third on the last 3 appearances, second 2 of the last 5. So he has been knocking at the door. And big race jockey Shane Ellis on a Jamaica Derby day. Hint, hint, hint. You know that this is going to be a serious man. So Never, though not getting the job done at nuns of 2 for several months now, it could be Never's day today to finally break the barrier at nuns of 2. Number 5, Himalaya, has been much raced, 39 attempts, 1 win, 4 seconds, and 6 thirds. So she's a much raced filly. Shaheem Gordon picks up the mount for trainer Jason Acosta. Look for Amaya to put in a usual honest effort. And number 3 is Valley of Love. Finally got it right, releasing the maiden tag on the 26th attempt. Stepping up to nuns of 2 for the first time. Usually in the thoroughbred racing world, when a horse takes so long to release their maiden tag, when they step up, facing seasoned campaigners at the level above, they don't normally get the job done. And I'm not expecting that trend to be broken. But you have some one-off occasions where the trend can definitely be broken. So we're not going to rule out that out of the probability of back-to-back wins from Valley of Love. Going for number 2, Military Light to get the better of number 4, Never, then 5 Himaya, and 3 Valley of Love. Race number 9 is next. Here's where we'll begin. The late triple, minimum guarantee paid 400,000. The 9th event is the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy, an overnight allowance contest of 3 up with a purse of 1.25 million for grabs. They go 1,500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. My best 4 for the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy: 7 Gervano, 8 Get a Pepsi, 12 Sistine Treasure, and 15 Magnificent 4. 7, 8, 12, and 15. That's where we're going in race number 9. Gervano, second by 7 lengths last time out, behind the ultra impressive Ride All Day. And we'll be seeing Ride All Day in action come Saturday, the 9th of August. And he is headed straight to the top. And Gervano could not keep up with Ride All Day. 140 and 4/5 time there for a mile. Gervano, nothing to fear among this group, comes in 2 kilos lighter from 56.5 kilos to 54.5 kilos. Robert Hardball Haldane maintains the mount for the 4th consecutive occasion for Jason Acosta. Gervano gets the vote to get the job done in the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy. Number 12 is Sistine Treasure, has been rounded into useful form once again. 3 starts back, third by 3.25 lengths, going 9 furlongs behind Divine Force, and Gervano was just 3/4 of a length behind Gervano. So once you give Gervano that much of a chance, you have to respect the chances of Sistine Treasure as well. After that, Sistine Treasure fought by half length, going 7 furlongs behind Interesting Times Ahead, Major Danger, and Blue Vinyl. Blue Vinyl came back to win off the TV since. And the last outing by Sistine Treasure fought by 7 3/4 behind Rhythm Buzz and Blue Vinyl. So Sistine Treasure, the figure has now been removed by trainer Gary Subrati. Paul Francis maintains the mount for the 4th consecutive occasion. Look for the seasoned overnight allowance campaigner, Sistine Treasure, to give the 3-year-old Gervano something to think about. Number 8, also seasoned at the level, is Get a Pepsi. Came off a break on the 13th of July and ran a fair third by 2.5 lengths to Money Market and Sensational Move, going 5 furlongs straight, and that was after a break since February. Now, with that run under his belt, Richard Henry picks up the mount for the 3rd consecutive occasion, and he rides here for trainer Robert Pearson. There's been a change of barn for Get a Pepsi, and Get a Pepsi was a winner on the 8th of February, going 7 furlongs at 17-1, beating Supremacy and further and beyond. So we're going to keep Get a Pepsi on the right side. And another keep on the right side is number 15, Magnificent Force. Jordan Barrett rides for trainer Philip Fiano Dean. Notable change of rider here from Delroy Behari, who partnered Magnificent Force twice, to now Jordan Barrett. Last time out, ran on to be 5th by 8 lengths on Unbelievable Force. Her stablemate, also owned by ACK Stable, so Unbelievable Force was the one that was a lot more focused that day. Not seeing any other ACK Stables horse in this lineup. So if you're looking for a mile upset winner in the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy, Magnificent Force could be one of the horses you'll be looking for. And as well as number 2, Noblar, who also ran in that 5-state contest behind Money Market, Sensational Move, and Get a Pepsi. A competitive EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy for Jamaica Derby Day for Independence Day Racing. Going here for number 7, Gervano, to get the better of number 12, Sistine Treasure. Then 8, Get a Pepsi, and 15, Magnificent Force. The 10th and penultimate, the one before the big one, is the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. And we have a field of 8 declared to go posters. They go a distance of 1,400 meters or 7 furlongs. It's a restricted allowance too for native bred 3-year-olds, nuns of 2, and imported 3-year-olds and up maidens. The purse is 1.1 million. H2O is back in action again, and he has been always well fancied. 4 career starts, went off at 4-5 twice, 2-5 once, 2-1 on the other occasion. So he has been very expensive to follow, and he appears to be in a race where he should win easily. Worked well on the 26th of July, 4 furlongs in 46-4 by Minton, a 5th of a second, alongside Global Pursuit. And we see Global Pursuit in action on Saturday, that one on the overnight for the 9-race card on Saturday. H2O has the tongue tie removed, so he'll be running without the tongue tie for the first time. Robert Haldane stick to this one, and H2O gets a vote again, hoping that he can wet up the place on Independence Day on Derby Day. And as you know, right now, it's quite somewhat of a drought in Jamaica. Generally speaking, we haven't been having much H2O in recent months, so we need some H2O on Derby Day. Let's see if that will be forthcoming. So H2O, my firm selection here to get the job done in the Independence Day Stakes Trophy. The horse that appears most likely to give H2O anything at all to think about is number 6, Brompton Boy, and that's based on that strong second place effort, going 5 furlongs straight to Miss Marbella on the 29th of June. Radish Roman rides to Anthony Nunes and owner Nadon, H2O, to get the better of Brompton Boy in the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. And I think that you should be able to wager this exacta with a great degree of confidence. StarQuest number 1, stablemate of H2O, should be thereabouts as well, rear and loose rides. And number 7, I'm outstanding. Only Mullins picks up the mount here. Look for this one to be prominent as well. But I don't expect them to separate H2O and Brompton Boy. So 2-6-1-7 for me in the Independence Day Stakes Trophy for 2025. H2O over Brompton Boy, StarQuest, and I'm outstanding. The Lempton final, the big one, the one that will be waiting at the edge of our seats to see later on, the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, a Grade 1 event, native bred 3-year futurity contest with a purse of $7.5 million up for grabs. And we have the grueling distance of 2,400 meters or 12 furlongs. This is the only 2,400 meters distance race for the racing calendar. So you know that it's one in a lifetime opportunity here for a 3-year-old to win the Jamaica Derby. And this purse of $7.5 million makes it that much more intriguing. My best 4 includes 1, Bird in Hedge, 4, Nuclear Jet, 11, Mark My Identity, and 1, Bird in Hedge, 4, Nuclear Jet, let's go again, 11, I Dream Again, and 15, Sensational Soul. 1, 4, 11, and 15. And incidentally, my 5th choice for my high 5 is Mark My Identity. So that could be somewhat of a rake here for this 105th running of the Jamaica Derby. Now we are going to have a look at some replays. First and foremost, we'll be having a look at the replay of last year's Jamaica Derby run on Independence Day, the 6th of August. And that race, of course, was an epic duel. In the end, 3 horses were less than a length apart. And if your memory isn't all that fresh about who won the Derby, or if you're joining us for the first time at Caymanas Park, I'm not going to tell you who won the race. I'm not going to tell you who came second. I'm not going to tell you who came third. But we're going to have a look at the replay of the 104th running of the Jamaica Derby, which was run 2024, the 6th of August.
And they're off in the 104th edition of the Jamaica Derby. The gray Run Julie Run was quick into stride, and from the middle, here's California Crown. And as expected, California Crown put right on the early lead. Run Julie Run from down toward the inside, and these two race on. They've gone 2.5 better than Zulu Warrior. He's racing together with Crown Chaser. Out in the middle goes Oil Machine. Off heels the touch is Mac and Rome. Race favorite Interest in Times Ahead. He's in the red blinkers, well settled mid-flight. Out in the middle goes Provident as they head to the wire the first time. A gap of another 2 to Bold Move third last. Captain Sparrow and Edgar Zayas are second last. And late running King Pie, last of the 11, behind an opening quarter of 25-1. They race into the Caymanas Park first turn, and up front it's Run Julie Run. The filly has it by almost a length. California Crown is second, and Oil Machine is a tucked-in third. Crown Chaser angled to the 2-path by Shane Ellis to race in fourth, followed fifth by Mac and Rome. Interest in Times Ahead is at the rail in sixth, followed seventh by Provident. Racing in eighth is Zulu Warrior. Captain Sparrow is ninth. Bold Move is 10th, and 11th and last is King Pie. The half mile was 50 seconds flat. Energetic fractions as they head down the backstretch. The leader, Run Julie Run, in front by a length. From between horses, California Crown, and out 3 wide. Here's the favorite, Interest in Times Ahead, picking off horses and up into second. Gap of 2.5 to Crown Chaser, then Provident. A length and a half to Oil Machine, who puts the cue in the rack. Captain Sparrow begins to rally within 15 of the lead. Dropping back is Zulu Warrior with Mac and Rome. Out the back now, the trailer is King Pie.
They're about to arrive at the half mile in the 104th running of the Jamaica Derby, and Run Julie Run, the filly, has made a big move. Interesting Times Ahead trying to get to her. Crown Chaser right with them. Maybe 3 lengths separates the first 3 as they drive toward the 3/8 pole. Back now to Provident, beginning to make some ground. Watch Captain Sparrow after Sprout Wings. California Crown has faded after the early run. Further back to Oil Machine racing ahead of King Pie, then Zulu Warrior and Mac and Rome as they're about about to come into the top of the stretch in the Derby. Run, Julie, run. She's the filly, and she is brave and traveling well over on the rail. That is Crown Chaser, and Captain Sparrow now begins to fly on the outside. Captain Sparrow being fought by Run, Julie, run. Crown Chaser trying to battle on down against the rail, but Run, Julie, run is brave. That's the grey filly. They're inside the final 16th. Run, Julie, run, giving her all. Crown Chaser now gathering momentum on the rail. The bobbing noses toward the line. Crown Chaser wins the Derby over Run, Julie, run. Captain Sparrow, interesting times ahead, disappointing. Provident has finished back in fifth.
So that was a thrilling finish in last year's renewal of the Jamaica Derby, the 104th running of the Jamaica Derby, and you saw a masterful ride there by Shane the Canterman Ellis aboard Crown Chaser for trainer Anthony Baba Nunes and owner Chevron Maharaj. And the combination of Chevron Maharaj and Shane Ellis, they have won multiple derbies in recent years. They won with Calculus, they also won with Supreme Soul, and of course they won with Crown Chaser last year. This combination, Chevron Maharaj and Shane Ellis, they team up today with Sensational Soul, trained by Gary Sabrati, and Sensational Soul was sent out the favorite in the St. Ledger over 2,000 meters, and a win was not forthcoming there. Our next replay is going to be of the 1,000 Guineas win of the 7th of June, and that was a fine performance by Burning Hedge, the flying filly.
Let's them go. They're off for the 1,000 Guineas. Queen Latifah just came out toward the back of the field. Toward the far side, Adanka is running quickly with no apology. Wayne's a Cherry Links now moving up to take them on early. Simply Enchanting is on the premises. Khaleesi the Grey right there too as they make their way down the back stretch. No Apology has come through to get a narrow lead. Wayne's Cherry Links now making eye contact as they float past the 6. Khaleesi is 2 lengths down. Queen Latifah on the rail. Mighty Gully in between horses. Hansa racing out widest of them all. Linguist asked to make ground with Danker on the outside. Pretty Perfect is racing next, several lengths off that lead. Burning Hedge now asked to pick up. Costa Living overtaking horses toward the outside as they're about to arrive at the half-mile marker. Simply Enchanting races toward the back. Perfect Affair is there too with Social Aviator, and at the back of the field a long way last. That's Enthusiasm as they come flashing past the 3. Wayne's Cherry Links has taken charge up front, being chased all the while now by Hansa in second. Danka, the other Azan horse, now dropping down into third. Khaleesi is there. Mighty Gully asked to close up. Linguist now making late progress, but they're coming into the top of the lane. Wayne's a Cherry Links rubbing shoulders with Hansa. Watch Danka down against the rail. Wayne's Cherry Links also trying to close up. Linguist and Burning Hedge in a battle out wide, and these two now go on. It's Linguist and a Burning Hedge. They're rubbing shoulders. Burning Hedge now gets the nose in front. Linguist trying to fight back, but Burning Hedge now begins to go on. It's Radish Roman. He's looking for 4, and he's going to capture the feature. The Jamaica 1,000 Guineas. Burning Hedge by 5 or more. Linguist is next. Mighty Gully and of Hansa. Pretty Perfect is back in 5th.
So that's Burning Hedge winning in fine style in the 1,000 Guineas on the 7th of June, ridden by Radish Roman for trainer, owner, breeder Carl Anderson. Won in 141 and 3/5 of a second, which turned out to be 1 1/5 of a second faster than the Colts did when they won the 2,000 Guineas on the 8th of June. That was the following day. So they were in a rematch for the they were in a matchup rather for the St. Ledger. They're in a rematch today for the Jamaica Derby. We're now going to have a look at well, that's the early going for the 1,000 Guineas here. We're now going to have a look at the replay of the 2,000 Guineas, which was run the following day on the 8th of June. This was after the fillies, of course, ran 141.3. Burning Hedge 141.3. And the following day, it was a turn of the Colts and Geldings to perform. And it was an exciting finish.
Starter ready and sends them off. My Eclipse comes away running with I Dream Again on the far side. Prince Roy not too far away. He's down now. Another one shows speed and runs the rail. Toward the outside, that's Big Buzz locked down, overtaking along with Bob the Builder as they make their way down the back stretch. Another one shows speed and has that lead. A Lockdown and Prince Roy in close proximity. I Dream Again on the outside. Bob the Builder in a handy spot. My Eclipse is next, about 6 or 7 off that lead. Sensational Soul tucked in between horses. Bossman now splitting rivals. Mr. Lee is there with Strong Mind as they charge down the far side. Big Buzz races with the field toward the back of it. Mark My Identity on the outside. Brompton Boy asked to make ground. Prince Kazir races second from the back, and a bang around now, hopeless at the moment, left last. They've left the half mile. They arrive at the 7/16th. And on the rail, it's a Bob the Builder with that lead. Another one is there. I Dream Again now kicks in, and I Dream Again snatches the lead. But Bob the Builder is fighting hard on the rail. They've opened up some 3 or 4 lengths. Lockdown now asked to close up. They're coming into the lane. And I Dream Again in the green silks drifts off toward the center. Bob the Builder continues to run a huge one and has that lead down against the rail and gets cracks of that right-hand stick. It is Bob the Builder out in front. Here is Sensational Soul now unleashed and let loose. Bob the Builder with a 2-length lead. Sensational Soul eating into it. It's Bob the Builder just. Sensational Soul now finding top stride. Bob the Builder driven out. Sensational Soul is exploding in the end and will win the 2,000 guineas from Bob the Builder. I Dream Again, Strong Mind, close between Big Buzz and Lockdown.
So that's the big race jockey, Shane the Canterman Edison in the saddle for trainer Giri Sabrati and owner Shevan Maharaj, winning the 2,000 guineas. Had a bit of traffic problems midway the contest, and switched for clear run inside the final third and a half there, and got rolling in a big way and got the job done. Quite convincingly beat Bob the Builder, and I Dream Again notably was third by some 5 3/4 lengths that day on 2,000 guineas day. And I Dream Again came back and won the Jamaica St. Ledger. And that was run on the 6th of July. So the Jamaica St. Ledger, do we have that replay? We should be having that replay. Producer, the 6th of July, I Dream Again got the job done there in the Jamaica St. Ledger. So there was a rematch among Sensational Soul, I Dream Again, as well actually. Sensational, a rematch between I Dream Again and Sensational Soul. That's going to be the rematch today, and of course with Burning Hedge as well. So I think we have 2 other replays. Do we have 2 other replays, producer? The 5th of July and the 6th of July. Let's go to the 6th of July one. That's going to be the St. Ledger, which was run and won in upset fashion by my dark horse, I Dream Again.
They're off for the St. Ledger. Big Buzz gets a good start on the far side. Burning Hedge is running quickly. Lockdown is right there. Mighty Gully is in the center as they come flashing past us for the first time. Mighty Gully gets that lead. Bob the Builder and Prince Roy right there. Lockdown is there. Uncle Harry just in between runners. Big Buzz settled on the fence. Sensational Soul is packed in behind horses as they go into that clubhouse turn. Uncle Harry has made some progress. Prince Roy overtaking. Cop Car is making a good run of it. I Dream Again hidden from view on the outside. Sensational Soul taken off the fractions. Hanser overtaking. Burning Hedge toward the back with Strong Mind. Then comes Benison, and Pretty Perfect, laboring early, is left at the back as they take the back stretch and make the way now toward the 6th. Bob the Builder expected to lead. He does so. He leads up from Mighty Gully, Prince Roy, I Dream Again. Hanson now moving by them. A Lockdown racing just in behind with Cop Car held together. Uncle Harry overtaken by Big Buzz. Has to make some ground. That Sensational Soul now beginning his run. Benison racing on the outside. Just in behind them, Burning Hedge. And then Strong Mind, and forget Pretty Perfect needing a tow truck as the St. Ledger field are about to arrive at the final half of a mile. And Hansa tries to steal it, hopping through to get that lead. She's opened up some 5 lengths. I Dream Again on the outside. Bob the Builder fading back a bit. Prince Roy races next, possibly 8 or 9 lengths off that lead. Cop Car is there. In behind behind them. That's a Mighty Gully. Sensational Soul now wound up on the outside. Locked down on the rail. Big Buzz is there. Then Benison and Burning Hedge. A huge gap to Strong Mind. Pretty Perfect. And being pulled up almost. That's Uncle Harry as the field turned for home in the St. Ledger. And Hansa continues to deny them. I Dream Again trying to close up. Bob the Builder asked to come with a run on the rail. Burning Hedge is running strong on the outside, but Hansa could have stolen it. Arrives at the furlong pole. It is Hansa getting chops of that left-hand stick. She's a surprise of the party. They'll arrive at the 16th pole. Here is Burning Hedge and I Dream Again. Hansa running out of steam. I Dream Again charging up in the center. I Dream Again upsets them in the St. Ledger, beating Hansa and Burning Hedge. Then Sensational Soul and Bob the Builder back in 5th.
So I Dream Again, mile upset winner there at odds of 5-1 in the 99th running of the Jamaica St. Ledger. And that was Robert Halball handling at his best for Jason Acosta and owner Derek Smith Jr. And I Dream Again, as you saw, was beaten third by 5 3/4 lengths behind Sensational Soul in the 2000 Guineas. So he turned the form around there and in no uncertain manner as well. So he has now come from being a dark horse to my top selection. And I Dream Again, indeed, should be able to fight at the finish here. Reports are that Sensational Soul had a problem in the race. Very good source tells me that he lost a shoe in the race, so he had apparent excuses there. So he's going to be looking to set the record straight. And big race jockey Shane Ellis clearly will be having the Derby victory on his mind. He has won 7 Jamaica Derbies already, so he's looking for his 8th Jamaica Derby as a jockey. And indeed, no other jockey in this race knows how to win derbies like Shane Ellis does. So Sensational Soul will have a great chance of getting the job done as well. There's another horse I want to give you a snapshot of, and we're going to look at horse number 4, Nuclear Jet, who could be the one that's improving at the right time to be a possible fly in the ointment here. And this win was of the 5th of July, ramped home to victory, showing unusual early speed based upon his first 3 career starts. He was always out the pace, and he came with a big performance here, going 7 furlongs, stopping the clock in 1:28 and a 1/5 of a second. Let's take a look at Nuclear Jet's performance of the 5th of July.
Costa Living misses it, left at the back early. Nuclear Jet is the one that rushes through under Roman to get that lead, slipping away by almost 3 lengths. Enthusiasm in between horses. Prince Kazir on the rail. My Eclipse hidden from view. Right there too, packing in as they charge away now toward the 5. That's Perfect Affair as Enthusiasm has faded back to second to last, and Costa Living is at the back of the field. Down the far side they go. They make their way toward the half mile, and Nuclear Jet jets along with a 1.5 length lead. My Eclipse chasing Prince Kazir in a handy spot in 3rd, if good enough, as they make their way flashing now past the 7/16. A break of some 3 lengths back to Perfect Affair. On the outside, Costa Living now overtaking the new trailer, Enthusiasm. They're coming up toward the 5/16th. Nuclear Jet attempting to go all the way and cruising on that lead under a hand ride. Nuclear Jet at the top of the lane with a clear advantage. The favorite, My Eclipse, has a lot to do along with Prince Kazir and the rest, but it's Nuclear Jet, and now Radish Roman becomes a busy man and shakes Nuclear Jet up to keep going. A furlong to run. Can they catch this Nuclear Jet with a clear advantage? My Eclipse moving best of the rest at the moment. Racing down in the rail, that's Enthusiasm now capturing second place, but it's all over. A Nuclear Jet will win by double digits. Ease down in the end and winning comfortably by a huge margin. Enthusiasm second, Prince Kazir third, My Eclipse fourth.
So that's a vastly improved looking runner, Nuclear Jet, who's a late fold on the 11th of June. And I told you about I Dream Again, also a late fold. He also was born June, the 5th of June. So Nuclear Jet actually born after I Dream Again, and they're both late folds. They're both blooming at the right time. And this Nuclear Jet, incidentally, is trained by Enos Brown, who passed away recently. And this would be a great storyline for the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby. Enos Brown has 2 entries here, Nuclear Jet number 4 and number 8, Mark My Identity. They're both owned by Mark Crossburn, and clearly this would be somewhat of a great ending for trainer Enos Brown, as we won't be seeing him with any other horses on the program from here on in. So he has 2 runners in the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, And I'm quite sure that his family, his friends, the whole entire racing fraternity would just love to see Enos Brown win this Jamaica Derby. So this is going to be a storyline for the 150 of the Derby. If there's going to be any upsets anywhere along the line, look no further than the Enos Brown pair. They're both improving at the right time. Radish Roman, champion jockey, he's aboard Nuclear Jet, and Dane Dawkins, quite capable. He's aboard Mark My Identity. Mark My Identity has run well in the Sir Howard Stakes, the Prince Consort Stakes, the Kingston, as well as the 2,000 Guineas. So he has been sparring with the best trios in the land. So outsiders to note, Nuclear Jet and Mark My Identity. We have some graphics to share with you about the big race jockey. I've been telling you about all Morden Shane of this. He has won 7 Jamaica Derbies. Started off with Awesome Power in 2001, trained by Patrick Chang. 2012, Typewriter, trained by Spencer Chung. 2014, Relampago, trained by Anthony Baba Nunes. 2016, Orpheus, that was via the Stuart Zoom after first and second past the post, were disqualified. He got that Derby win via the Stuart Zoom aboard Orpheus. 2019, Supreme Soul, also trained by Anthony Nunes, so 3 Derby victories straight, 2014, 2016, 2019 for Anthony Baba Nunes. 2021, Calculus, trained by Gir Sobrati, and of course, owned by Shevan Maharaj, so was Supreme Soul. His next Derby winner, 2024, Crown Chaser, trained by Anthony Baba Nunes. And Crown Chaser is definitely going to be one that we'll remember for a long time to come. Will it be Derby win number 8 for Shane Ellis in 2025 with Sensational Soul? That's going to be a distinct possibility. It's a wide open Derby. None of these horses are clear-cut better than the other. As you saw, Burden Hedge beaten in the St. Leger behind I Dream Again. I Dream Again was beaten in the 2,000 Guineas behind Sensational Soul. And what's quite important to notice is the fact that Burden Hedge did 141.3 when winning the 1,000 Guineas. The Colts, Supreme Soul, make that Sensational Soul, did 142.4, which is a second and a fifth slower than the filly did in the 1,000 Guineas. And it's important to note as well that when the ledger is over, that 1 1/5 of a second, which equates to 6 lengths in the handicapping world, that was basically the margin that Burden Hedge beat Sensational Soul by in the St. Leger. So don't ignore the figures. The fact is, she won a second and a fifth faster in her Guineas race, and she turned out to win. She turned out to beat Sensational Soul by just about the same, a second and a fifth. So it's going to be an interesting rematch. 2 furlongs longer to go. Who will beat who? This Derby is one worth coming miles to see. It's not going to be a clear-cut win for any particular horse. I'm going for number 11, I Dream Again, and if you're looking for a rake, he was John Post 11 in the St. Leger, and he's John Post 11 in the Derby again. So you have to look for every little angle to try to come up with the winner here. So in addition to the fact that he was my dark horse going into the Leger and he won, I'm now making my top choice. So number 11, I Dream Again, to get the better of number 1, Burning Hedge, then 15, Sensational Soul, and 4, Nuclear Jet. So this is going to be a humdinger of a 105th Jamaica Derby. That's the handicapping seminar for you, and I sincerely hope that analysis would have guided you when making your decisions for comprising your permutations. You saw our tickets, Reggae 6 tickets, Catch 9 tickets, Twilight 6 tickets. Hopefully, wagering today in the mandatory period Reggae 6, you will be a big winner. Right now, the pool for the Reggae 6 is at 12.5 million. The jackpot is 15.6 million, and you have limited time remaining to make your decisions. Make them now. Wager now. And have a great day wagering right here at Caymanas Park. All the OTBs island-wide. Also on the InBet platform. Wagering through SV Games. And also on NairaBet's Express Bet, the Woodbine mobile betting platform. And also on FanDuel. And big up to our friends over there at Gulfstream Park. You heard the replay of last year's Jamaica Derby. The first half of that race was called by our very good friend Peter Yellow, ace commentator from Gulfstream Park, and of course, you know, our ace commentator here at Caymanas Park, Brian Rickman OD. He picked up the last half of the race. So big up there to Peter Yellow over there at Gulfstream Park, and big up as well to a man called Pee Wee, who I spoke to. He's from the racing office at Gulfstream Park, and big up as well to trainer Colin Maraj over there at Gulfstream Park. Had the privilege of speaking to Pee Wee, our compliments of Colin Maraj recently, so we should be connecting sometime soon. Have a great day wagering Caymanas Park Racing on Independence Day, Jamaica Derby Day.
Horses take the track for the first. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, and imported 4-year-olds and up, maidens the distance 1820 meters or 9 furlongs 25 yards. Number 1, Successful Man, make the weight 52.5 kilos or 116 pounds. 2, Bomb Night, 53.5 or 118. 4, Chesney, 53.5 or 118. And the correct allotted weight was 53 kilos. So the correct allotted weight for number 4 Chesney was 53 kilos, going with 53.5, 118. 5 Town Star, 50.5 or 111. 6 Praga, 53.5 or 118. 7 Don't Tell Lulu, 49 or 108. Wagering on W event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple, Reggae 6 mandatory payout begins here. Single winner bonus now becoming a carryover in excess of $15.6 million. Reggae 6 at $16 million and climbing. Get your wagers on.
Hello again, Torbay Racing fans, and welcome to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 derby. And today is Jamaica Derby Day, also home of the Caribbean's finest thoroughbreds and home of the Mute Mile. 11 races in store for you today. Of course, the 150 running of the Jamaica Derby will be the feature. $7.5 million in purse money. A field of 15 go the grueling 2,400-meter distance. And that's going to be a race worth coming miles to see. The EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ trophy will be a co-feature, and so will be the 2025 Independence Day Stakes trophy. On the way to the gate for race 1 for the start of the mandatory payout Reggae 6, $18.5 million wagered. Jackpot, 15.6 million converted to a carryover, and we have a field of 7 going 2 turns, 9 furlongs and 25 yards. My top selection is number 1, Successful Man. Damar Williams, also known as Struggle, right returner Errol Burke. Runner-up the 3 last outings, so knocking at the door should very well open today. For number 3 for second, that's Pappy Don, ready for one, ready for Greg Fenner. This one should appreciate the additional real estate. And number 4, Chesney comes in for great support at 8-5. Dane Dawkins for Stephen Todd. This one has worked particularly well for this assignment, so Chesney, the stable confidence is quite high. For 4th, make it number 6, Sprague, 1, 3, 4, 6 to kick off our Reggae 6. Best of luck.
So not much time to wager the first on a Derby Day, as the Reggae 6 on its way to 19 million, so nearly 19 million. I suppose we're going to get close to 20 million or in excess $20 million in the Reggae 6 pool. It's a mandatory payout today. Got a jackpot bonus carryover in excess 15.6 million, and they have closed up the front of the gate, so you got to hurry to the windows if you're interested in wagering the Reggae 6, and why not? Nearly 19 million wagered in the Reggae 6 pool. It's a mandatory payout, so get your wagers on. Let's get lucky in race number 1.
So horses loading for this, the first event, first one in Successful Man. Joined by a Bomb Knight going into 2. Pappy Don will load at 3. Chesney will load at 4. 3 to load. Town Star should be next at 5. Town Star goes in. Andrew Powell riding. Sprague will be next at 6. And Don't Tell Lulu. Another lady, Natalie Berger riding. Don't Tell Lulu is in, field in line. For the first of 11. This is Derby Day. They're off. Fair start. Bomb Knight just a shade slowly out with Sprague, who's left at the back, as Pappy Don sets the fractions in the early exchanges. On the outside, Don't Tell Lulu rushing up now as they head toward the mile pole. Don't Tell Lulu on the outside, Pappy Don racing down against the rail. These two go at it, and now Don't Tell Lulu is sent through to lead by more than a length. Pappy Don reserved in second. Successful Man is a length and a half back and racing in third. Chesney a length down and running in fourth. Sprague races back next in fifth. Bomb Knight in sixth, and last of all, it's Town Star as they take to the back stretch and make their way now toward the final 6 furlongs. Don't Tell Lulu poaches a 4-length lead. Pappy Don continues the chase. Successful Man right alongside. Sprague snapping at their heels. A break back to Chesney in the red sleeves. Bomb Knight is yet to explode. And the last of all, it's Town Star as they flash past the 5 and run to the half mile. Pappy Don out in front, not so far. There was the favourite. Successful Man applies the pressure on the outside. A half a length separates them. Don't Tell Lulu has been left 2 lengths further back. Sprague on the outside of Chesney now shaken up as they leave the half mile. Bomb Knight now begins to fizzle out, and at the back of the field remains Town Star. 7/16 of a mile remaining. They run toward the final three, and Papidon holds on to the advantage from Successful Man as they slip past the three and run to the 5/16. Don't Tell Lulu has faded back into third. Chesney now under the pump. A break of 4 to Bomb Knight. Sprague hooking reverse. And last of all, Town Star remains there as they're coming into the top of the lane and coming inside the last quarter. Out in front, it is a Papidon and the champion jockey Radish Roman changing his hold and calling for the right-hand stick. Successful Man breathing right down the neck of the leader, and this is where the race is at the moment. Chesney still has more to find as they're inside the final furlong, and Papidon, under a bustling ride from Radish Roman, continues to hold the nose in front. On the outside, Successful Man trying to cut into it, but it is Papidon and Radish Roman under a strong drive. They get it over Successful Man, then Chesney and a Bomb Knight. And right away, there is a Stewards inquiry looking at the final stages in the drive, the last 100 meters. Please hold all tickets.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 1 and number 3, Papidon, a 4-year-old bay colt by Sensational Slam, Sparkling Michaela by Western Classic, bred Michael Kennedy, owned Lawrence McKinney, trainer Greg Fennell, the winning rider, the champion jockey, Radish the Sneaky Fox Roman, and of course he is powered by True Shake, Nutrition Shake, the sponsor. The groom, Nicholas Barnes. Second, number 1, Successful Man, and third, number 4, Chesney, and fourth, number 2, Bomb Knight. Final time for 9 furlongs and 25 yards, 2:03 and 2s. Please note, Stewards inquiry, hold all tickets, please. Stewards inquiry.
As well as the George inquiry, there is now a jockey's objection. Second past the post. Demar Williams with Successful Man objecting against first past the post with Radish Roman and Pappy Down. So George's inquiry, jockey's objection. Hold all tickets. They're off. Fair start, Bomb Knight just a shade slowly out with Sprague, who's left at the back, as Pappy Don sets the fractions in the early exchanges. On the outside, Don't Tell Lulu rushing up now as they head toward the mile pole. Don't Tell Lulu on the outside, Pappy Don racing down against the rail. These two go at it, and now Don't Tell Lulu is sent through to lead by more than a length. Pappy Don reserved in second. Successful Man is a length and a half back and racing in third. Chesney a length down and running in fourth. Sprague races back next in fifth. Bomb Knight in sixth, and last of all it's Town Star as they take to the back stretch and make their way now toward the final 6 furlongs. Don't Tell Lulu poaches a 4-length lead. Pappy Don continues the chase. Successful Man right alongside. Sprague snapping at their heels. A break back to Chesney in the red sleeves. Bomb Knight is yet to explode. And the last of all, it's Town Star as they flash past the 5 and run to the half mile. Pappy Don out in front, not so far. There was the favourite. Successful Man applies the pressure on the outside. A half a length separates them. Don't Tell Lulu has been left 2 lengths further back. Sprague on the outside of Chesney now shaken up as they leave the half mile. Bomb Knight now begins to fizzle out, and at the back of the field remains Town Star. 7/16 of a mile remaining. They run toward the final 3, and Pappy Don holds on to the advantage from Successful Man as they slip past the 3 and run to the 5/16. Don't Tell Lulu has faded back into third. Chesney now under the pump. A break of 4 to Bomb Knight. Sprague hooking reverse, and the last of all, Town Star remains there as they're coming into the top of the lane and coming inside the last quarter. Out in front, it is a Pappy Don and the champion jockey Radish Roman changing his hold and calling for the right-hand stick. Successful Man breathing right down the neck of the leader, and this is where the race is at the moment. Chesney still has more to find as they're inside the final furlong, and Pappy Don under a bustling ride from Radish Roman continues to hold the nose in front. On the outside, Successful Man trying to cut into it, but it is Pappy Don and Radish Roman under a strong drive. They get it over Successful Man, then Chesney and a Bomb Knight. And after the steward's inquiry and jockey's objection, the objection has been overruled. There will be no change to the order of finish. Result of the first, now official. Horses to the testing barn. 3 Papidon, 4 Chesney. 3 and 4 both go to be tested. Splits 26-4, 52-3, 118-3, 147. The final time 1820 meters or 9 furlongs 25 yards, 203 and 2. The margins won by 8.5. Your attention, please. Radish Roman asked to go now to the steward's room. Radish Roman wanted in the steward's room. Horses take the track for the second. It's a maiden special weight for native bred 3-year-olds. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs straight. Number 1, Platinum Princess, 53.5 or 118. 2, Primo Suprema, 50.5 or 111. 3, Kuzmi, 48 or 106. 4, Abe, 51.5 or 114. 5, Laredo, 55 or 121. 6, Money Mission, 51 or 112. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple, play spot 8 starts here, single winner bonus in excess of $753,000. Rolling triple on its way to 400,000, play spot 8, 600,000. Get your wagers on.
So the runners are on their way to post. This is race number 2, where the play spot 8 starts. Play spot 8 pool approaching 550,000. A jackpot bonus in excess 753,000. Rolling triple on its way to 350,000. And congratulations if you had started in the Reggae 6 with horse number 3, Papidon, winning the first leg. And this is the mandatory payout for today. Other mandatory payouts I want to tell you about coming up at Caymanas Park on the 9th of August. That's Saturday the 9th of August. Mandatory payout on the Quick 4 on the 9th of August. On the 16th of August, it's the 5-star. Mandatory payout on the early 5-star. And on the 23rd of August at Caymanas Park, it's a mandatory payout on the play spot 8. So please make a note of these dates. The 9th of August, that's the Quick 4, mandatory payout. 16th of August, the early 5-star, mandatory payout. On the 23rd of August, it's the Play Spot 8, mandatory payout, coming your way in the month of August.
So Papidon gets the job done in race number 1, the second choice of the betting. Radish Ruben riding for Greg Fennell. They get us off to a start on the Independence Day Jamaica Derby Day card. Successful man had to set up a second, and that's his fourth consecutive runner-up effort. Third, number 4, Chesney. Fourth, number 2, Mom Knight. Live ticket count on the mandatory payout Reggae 6 starts off at 3,540 with 29.3 million plus in that net pool. It's now on to the second event, which starts off play spot 8. A minimum guarantee period of a quarter of a million. You have a field of 6. They go 1,000 meters straight. It's a maiden special weight event. For native bred 3 the purse, 1,050,000. Top selection is number 1, Platinum Princess. Radis Roman looks for the early double. He rides here for his apprentice master, Anthony Babadunis, at Owner Yard Stables. Last time out was on the 23rd of November, 2024. Went off at 1-9 and was only able to muster third. 8 lengths behind Kimuchi and Miniola. Back here off the break, not doing anything too flashy at exercise. 4 furlongs to 18, 51-2. 3 furlongs to 18, 39-1. They're hoping that she'll be sharp enough. Blinkers taken off. Platinum Princess gets the vote here now. The 2-5 favorite. Number 2, Prima Suprema. A lot sharper at exercise. 47 flat for 4 furlongs to 8 on the 26th of July. And that's going to be a very good exercise gallop coming into this assignment. So if you compare the exercise gallops here, Prima Suprema should clearly have the advantage, and you're getting 2-1 there for Prima Suprema. Garvin Harris suggests because this one could be the value play here. Number 5 is Laredo. This one gets 5-2. Should be coming on from just off the splits. Second by 6 cents, 2 starter back to Margarita going 5 round. First time now over the straight. Philip Parchment picks up the month for the 5th consecutive occasion. Laredo can capitalize here if the speed comes back. And Kimuchi number 3, 17-1 for Joe Haynes, riding for Anthony Nunes. Anthony Nunes has 2 runs here, and the other, of course, the favorite, Platinum Princess. Make it 1, 2, 5, and 3. In race number 2, Platinum Princess, only just over the good-looking number 2, Prima Suprema. Then number 5, Laredo, and 3, Kuzmin. Place for 8 pool, 600,000 and climbing. Your trip is at 350,000. Front of the gates now being closed. Best of luck.
They're closing up the front of the gate in preparation for loading this race number 2. Please note in the third event, number 4, Curlin's Flight goes for a tag 700,000. Race 3, 4, Curlin's Flight goes for a tag 700,000. Please make a note. Get your wagers on. Hurry, place your bets.
Horses loading, loading for the second. The first one to load, that's Kuzmi in the gate 3. So horses loading, last chance to make your wagers. A bay, that's the one they try with next. A bay is in. Laredo to gate 5. 5-2 in the betting. Laredo goes in. Money Mission, gate 6. Platinum Princess. Sticky Fox Radish Roman out of the saddle. Being led to gate 1. And we're also waiting on Primo Suprema. Platinum Princess heads to gate 1. Platinum Princess goes in. 1 to load. Primo Suprema. Primo Suprema goes in. 5 furlong straight is the trip. And we're ready for race number 2. Platinum Princess. Zanzi, but they're often racing. Platinum Princess gets away on the far side. Over to on the near side, that's a Money Mission. In the middle, a bay is racing prominent. Also on the premises, that is Laredo. As they head towards the 3 furlong point and make their way out of the chute, and it is Platinum Princess along on the near side, that is in the middle. That's Laredo. Toward the near side, that's Money Mission. Over on the far side, Prima Suprema. It's 4 across the track as they make their way out of the chute. But Platinum Princess might just have it. Laredo, though, is driven for all he's worth, and Laredo begins to come forward nicely. It's Platinum Princess. Laredo still on the defense. That's Money Mission right there to Prima Suprema. And over on the far side of Bay, Laredo and the bustling Phil Parchment looks to have the lead. It's Laredo in front and being driven, and this is a good performance by Laredo. Well done, Philip Parchment. Laredo pulling off by 3 lengths. Platinum Princess is second. Then comes Primo Suprema back in fourth. That's Abe. And of course, the bustling Phil Parchment, he is sponsored by Alaska Distributors. He is the iCool ambassador. And iCool in the house with us today. Hope they're having a great day with us on a Derby Day. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 2, number 5, Laredo. A 3-year-old bay colt by Midnight Hawk. Helmeta by Helmet. Bred and owned Solid Gold Farms Limited. Trained Paul Swaby, the winning rider, the bustling Phil Parchment. The groom, Leighton Simpson, second. The number 1, Platinum Princess. A third, number 2, Primo Suprema. And fourth, number 4, Abe. Final time for 5 furlong straight, 101 and 1. Platinum Princess, Zanzi, but they're often racing. Platinum Princess gets away on the far side. Over to on the near side, that's a Money Mission. In the middle, a Bay is racing prominent. Also on the premises, that is Laredo. As they head towards the 3 furlong point and make their way out of the chute, and it is Platinum Princess along on the near side. That is in the middle. That's Laredo. Toward the near side, that's Money Mission. Over on the far side, Prima Suprema. It's 4 across the track as they make their way out of the chute. But Platinum Princess might just have it. Laredo, though, is driven for all he's worth, and Laredo begins to come forward nicely. It's Platinum Princess. Laredo still on the defense. That's Money Mission right there to Prima Suprema. And over on the far side of Bay, Laredo and the bustling Phil Parchment looks to have the lead. It's Laredo in front and being driven, and this is a good performance by Laredo. Well done, Philip Parchment. Laredo pulling off by 3 lengths. Platinum Princess is second. Then comes a Primo Suprema back in fourth. That's Abe.
for the official to come up on race 2. At the moment, we're having a glitch, but you will soon be able to cash your ticket. So stand by. As soon as the glitch is sorted out, and we're working on it, you will have your dividends. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Result of the second now official. Horses to the testing barn. 4 Abe, 5 Laredo. 4 and 5 go to be tested. Splits 24-1, 47-3, 5 furlong straight raced in 101-1. The margin's 5 by a half a length.
And over at Simulcast today, we have a Saratoga for your wagering entertainment, your wagering purpose. Saratoga, we have a Finger Lakes Horseshoe and a Mountaineer Park. And the good news at Mountaineer, there's increased minimum guaranteed on the Super 6 and Pick 4. So increase guaranteed on the Super 6 and Pick 4 at Mountaineer Park. And the Super 6 increased 150,000 and the Pick 4 increased to 100, make that 80,000. And yesterday, we know we had multiple winners of the MR6 and we had a massive carryover yesterday of $1.2 million. So congratulations to the spotters of the MR6 on yesterday's simulcast. Number 1, Principal Tiffany takes the track early.
Horses that take the track for the third. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's an optional claiming event. 700,000 to 600,000 the tag. Also 6-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs straight. Number 2, Sir Ganga Jamuna, make the weight 51.5 or 114 pounds. 4, Curlin's Flight, 53.5 or 118, make the tag 700,000. Curlin's Flight runs for a $700,000 tag. 5, Tap It Good, 53 or 117. 7, Golden Syrup, 53 or 117. Scratch 8, Irish Wish, sick. Wagering on double event exacta. Trifecta, superfecta, rolling triple, the catch 9 begins here. A rolling triple on its way to 400,000, catch 9, 800,000. Get your wagers on. Your attention, please. Devon A. Thomas down for the day, it would seem. In the fourth event, number 5, Natural Dancer, make the rider Anthony Allen. Anthony Allen rides 5, Natural Dancer in the fourth.
Florida gets the job done in race number 2. Philip Partridge riding there for trainer Paul Swaby and owner breeder Solid Golden Farms Limited. At odds of 5 to 2, the third choice of the betting comes out on top of the two favorites. Platinum Princess second and Prima Suprema checked in third. Live ticket count on the regular 6 on mandatory payout day. Now down to 1,351. Started off at 3,540 and now down to 1,351. So a significant portion of the live tickets went begging there with Laredo's 5 to 2 win. It's now on to the catch 9. Minimum guarantee paid 500,000. The jackpot will start afresh after today's wagering is complete. Last race day we had mandatory payout on the catch 9, and there was a payout of over 50,000. A field of 8 declared to go posters. Scratch number 8, and that's Irish Wish. We're down to a field of 7. They go 1,000 meters straight. It's for the claiming level, 700,000 down to 600,000. The purse here is 820,000. Top selection is number 3, recent winner, Whiskey. Made a lot of running to win going 5.5 furlongs, equally effective over the straight, and having been so sharp in performance. Demar Williams maintains the mount for Dennis Lee. Whiskey looks destined to make it back-to-back wins. Number 6 should be the main danger. That's Basilicus. Won last time out at the 500,000 level, beating Rose of the War and Duke of Spring. Steps up to 700,000 now. Has some backlash. Led in a 7 furlong, make that a 700,000 claiming race on the 6th of July. 4x7 lengths in the end, the T. Brady Jaguar and Curlin's Flight. Curlin's Flight is present here, John Post 4. You're getting 9 to 1 there for Curlin's Flight. A lot of cash has come in for number 2, Sir Ganga Jamuna. His wins have been at 350 and 200,000. So steps all the way up now to 700,000. Has been fairly convincing in victory. Can't be faulted on the score fitness, but 95 at this level looks a way too short a price to take Sir Ganga Jamuna at. Make it 362. My top 3 for the trifecta. Whiskey over Basilicus, that should be a nice score exacta for third, number 2, Sir Ganga Jamuna. Catch 9 pool, 750,000 and climbing. Your triples are 350,000. Horses on the way to the gate. Get your wagers on. You have limited wagering time remaining, and best of luck.
Runners arriving at the post. This is race number 3. Catch 9 begins here. The Catch 9 pool on its way to 800,000. The rolling triple, that's a nice rolling triple. That's approaching 600,000. Get your bets on as the runners are arriving at the post. Rolling triple on its way to 600,000. Catch 9 approaching 800,000.
So they're closing up the gates. Rolling Triple on its way to 600,000. Catch 9 heading for 900,000. Get your wagers on. Horses now loading. This is the third. 1,000 meters, 5 furlongs straight. Principal Tiffany is in. Whiskey has joined. Curlin's Flight coming into 4. They try with Basilicus. Wesley Henry. 6-5, Basilicus. Golden Syrup is in at 7. We wait on Sir Ganga Jamuna. And Tap It Good. Sir Ganga Jamuna giving a lot of problems at the gate. Rider off, Sir Ganga Jamuna. And Sir Ganga Jamuna giving all sorts of trouble here to load for the third event. If you haven't wagered, you have time. Courtesy of Sir Ganga Jamuna, who now looks to be in. Tyrese Anderson will climb aboard. 1 to load. Tap It Good and Garvin Harris. Field in line. This is the third. Starter holds them. Golden Syrup being taken out, gate 7. Seems as if they're going to reload Golden Syrup. Golden Syrup back in. They're off. First start, Whiskey comes away running, already tacking toward us. Curlin's Flight in the yellow racing prominently. Golden Syrup is the grey, along with Basilicus. They take the route near the stand fence. Principal Tiffany is way over on the far side. So Ganga Jamuna has more to find as they sort themselves out and make their way toward the final 3. Whiskey prominent and right up there with Basilicus. These two actually matching strides. Golden Syrup shaken up by the rider and asked to do more. Tap It Good is left and beginning to drift toward the stand side, but they run away inside the last quarter. A Whiskey and a Basilicus. These two now exchanging jabs as they run toward the final furlong, and a Whiskey has the lead. Basilicus trying to close up. Here is Golden Syrup nearest to us. These are the three main contenders, but it is Whiskey who has them off their legs inside the final 16th and beginning to extend the lead. Whiskey out in front under DeMar Williams. They'll win by maybe 6 over Golden Syrup. Then Basilicus, Tap It Good, is fourth. We have a claim, we have a claim. Number 3, Whiskey. 21 submitted, 3 void. Carlton Cunningham for O'Shawn Connection. Carlton Cunningham claims Whiskey for O'Shawn Connection.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 3, Whiskey, a 6-year-old bay horse by Savoy Stomp. Raise Your Voice by Shuffling Madness, Red Richard Azan and Wilbert Bagwandine, owned and trained Dennis Lee, the winning rider, Demar Williams, the groom, Aston Ganga Singh, second. Number 7, Golden Syrup. The third, number 6, Basilicus. And the fourth, number 5, Tap It Good. Final time for 5 furlongs straight, a zippy 59 and 2.
Result of the third, now official. Horses to the testing barn. 3 Whiskey, 5 Tap It Good. 3 and 5 both go to the testing barn. Splits 24, 46-4. Final time a snappy 59-2 for 5 furlongs straight. The margins 6 1/4 by 3 3/4. Golden Syrup back in. They're off. First start, Whiskey comes away running, already tacking toward us. Curlin's Flight in the yellow racing prominently. Golden Syrup is the grey, along with Basilicus. They take the route near the stand fence. Principal Tiffany is way over on the far side, so Ganga Jamuna has more to find as they sort themselves out and make their way toward the final 3. Whiskey prominent and right up there with Basilicus. These two actually matching strides. Golden Syrup shaken up by the rider and asked to do more. Tap It Good is left and beginning to drift toward the stand side, but they run away inside the last quarter. A Whiskey and a Basilicus. These two now exchanging jabs as they run toward the final furlong, and a Whiskey has the lead. Basilicus trying to close up. Here is Golden Syrup nearest to us. These are the 3 main contenders, but it is Whiskey who has them off their legs inside the final 16th and beginning to extend the lead. Whiskey out in front under Demar Williams. They'll win by maybe 6 over Golden Syrup. Then Basilicus. Tap It Good is 4th. Your attention, please. Donovan Wilson has to go now to the stewards room. Donovan Wilson wanted in the stewards room.
Race number 4 here, a small field of 6, but some good competitive betting here. Number 1 press conference currently at $4, good support that one. Number 2 Milas at $6, there's support there as well. Sonny T and Chippy at number 4, nice price of $4 for that one, but it is number 6, Ronnie Bangala, who is the best back runner here at the fixed odds window. This one opened at $2.80. It's been taking money non-stop all the way down to about $1.60 at the moment. And it's also the 2 to 5 favorite in the tote. So a lot of people got in on Ronnie Bangala from $2.80. As I mentioned, down to about $1.60 now. Our best back runner here at the fixed odds winners for race number 4, that's number 6, Ronnie Bangala. So good luck, and we'll see you for the next.
a track for the 4th. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's a claiming event, 1.5 million to 1.2 million the tag. The distance 1,300 meters or 6.5 furlongs. Number 2, Milas, 51.5 or 114. 3, Wayne's Princess, 49 or 108. 4, a Sunny T and a Chippy, 52 or 115. 5, Natural Dancer, Anthony Allen rides. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple. Quick 4 begins here. Single winner bonus in excess of $1.486 million. Quick 4 on its way to 500,000, rolling triple 400,000. Runners make their way to post. Get your wagers in.
Race number 3 on the Independence Day card, on the Jamaica Derby Day card, goes to the banker of the Reggae 6, Whiskey. There are Williams riding there for Dennis Lee, and that was a convincing enough victory by Whiskey. Vastly improved run by Golden Syrup for second, but Stilicus didn't make the exacta and had to set up a third. Live ticket count on the Reggae 6 on mandatory payout day, now down to 1,225 with 29 million plus in that net pool. And the catch line starts off with 624 live tickets and over 642,000 in that net pool. It's now time for race number 4. Earlier we had a little bit of rain, it was overcast, but things are now bright and sunny and quite heated as well. Let's take a look at the 4th, which begins, or quick 4. It's for the high level claimers, 1.5 million down to 1.2 million. A field of 6 on the way to the starting gate, the purse 1,010,000. Top choice goes to number 2, My Charge, Milos, owned by the Seeker, trained by yours truly, Michael Kane. And Richie Shakes, the apprentice, chips off 3 kilos of the allotted 54.5 kilo weight. So it's going to be 51.5 kilos here for Milos. Last time out, over 7 furlongs. First time of the claim, ran well for a long way. Came to the furlong pole third by 2 lengths behind Mr. Senator and also Anthony. Mr. Senator streaked away for a 5.5 length win. Also Anthony separated himself from Milos by some 7 1/4 lengths. Cuts back in distance from 7 furlongs to 6.5 furlongs. That run under his belt. Like the way he looked, like the way he carried himself while saddling. And going down to the starting gate, he looks quite calm, cool, and collective, and well focused for the assignment at hand. You're getting a good price here, 5-1 for Milos. Number 4, Sonity and Chippy reports first time of the claim on the 31st of May for 1.5 million. The connections have opted for the waiver claim, which gives them a run without a tag, and they more than likely have to try to win first time of the claim and then try to take the double. So that's always the idea when you race with the waiver claim option. Richard Henry picks up the mount for Damal Gale. Sonity and Chippy has good pace, 6.5 on the trip. He should be close enough to the leaders at the midway point to have a say here. Press conference number 1 ran a strong race last time out on the 19th of July. Second by length and a half behind Generational. We saw Generational run over the weekend, just beaten by Easy Peasy. So 6.5 on the trip now. Shane Ellis picks up the mount for Oral Hayden, owner trainer. This is on the post first time of the claim. Press conference has good back class. And number 6, Rana Bangala, your favorite at even money, also reports first time of the claim, now trained by Philip Elliott. Dane Dawkins drives, tongue tie on, figure it off. Look for a big run here from Rani Bangala. 3 horses of the claim, Press Conference, Sonity and Chippy, and Rani Bangala. Going for my chart, Milos number 2 to get the better of number 4, Sonity and Chippy, then 1, Press Conference, and 6, Rani Bangala.
So the runners have arrived at the post. This is race number 4. The quick 4 starts here. A massive jackpot bonus on the quick 4, nearly 1.5 million. Just under 700,000. The pool and the triple is doing very well. Triple rolling, triple on its way to 600,000. The first one to load, that's Milos in gate 2. Horses loading for the 4th. Wayne's Princess is next at 3. Sunny T and Chippy could be next at 4. Sunny T and Chippy to gate 4. Natural Dancer is next at 5. Natural Dancer up and in. Rani Bangala to 6. Press Conference to complete the line. 6.5 furlong the trip, and we're ready for the 4th. Start to holding them, and now he's ready. They're off and racing for the 4th, as a Sunny T and Chippy Wayne's Princess. Those are the 2 that remains at the back. As they go past the 6 furlong point, and it's Natural Dancer and Milos mixing it up. Then comes Press Conference on the inside. Rani Bangala comes next as they go past the 5. Then comes Wayne's Princess and Sunny T and Chippy contented to watch them all. They go toward the 4, and it is Milos that slips through once again. Natural Dancer in close attendance. Also in close attendance, that's Press Conference. Another 2 lengths before we come to Rani Bangala. 3 back to Wayne's Princess, and another 4 or 5 to Sunny T and Chippy. Going past the 3, and it is Milos intent on that lead. About 3 lengths now of rushing down into second. That's Press Conference. Natural Dancer is also in the mix. Rani Bangala begins to come with a wide kick, but it is still in front and traveling well, Milos. But here comes Press Conference, gobbling up this leader, but this leader is determining on that lead. It's Milos still in front. Press Conference now points Milos back against the rail. Press Conference in front. Milos trying to fight back, also coming on. That's Rani Bangala and Wayne's Princess, but it is Press Conference in the wily Shane Ellis. It's Canterman, Shane Ellis, and Press Conference by about 4. Rani Bangala is second. Wayne's Princess runs on to be third. Milos back in 4th.
We have claims in the 4th. Number 1, Press Conference, 1 submitted. Jason DaCosta for Elizabeth DaCosta. Jason DaCosta claims Press Conference for Elizabeth DaCosta. 3 claims submitted for number 6, Rani Bangala. 1 void. Adrian Prince for O&S Racers. Adrian Prince claims Rani Bangala for O&S Racers.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 4, number 1 press conference, 7-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Twilight Time, Lady Shankari by Legal Process, Fred Carl Anderson owned and trained Oral Hayden, the winning rider, the Canterman, Shane Ellis, the groom, Farron Hall, second, number 6, Rani Bangala, third, number 3, Wayne's Princess, fourth, number 2, Milos. Final time for 6.5 furlongs, 121 and 1. Start holding them, and now he's ready. They're off and racing for the fourth. As a Sunny T and Chippy Wayne's Princess. Those are the two that remains at the back. As they go past the 6 furlong point, and it's Natural Dancer and Milos mixing it up. Then comes Press Conference on the inside. Rani Bangala comes next as they go past the 5. Then comes Wayne's Princess and Sunny T and Chippy contented to watch them all. They go toward the 4, and it is Milos that slips through once again. Natural Dancer in close attendance. Also in close attendance, that's Press Conference. Another 2 lengths before we come to Rani Bangala. 3 back to Wade's Princess, and another 4 or 5 to Sunny T and Chippy. Going past the 3, and it is Milos intent on that lead. About 3 lengths now of rushing down into second. That's Press Conference. Natural Dancer is also in the mix. Rani Bangala begins to come with a wide kick, but it is still in front and traveling well. Milos, but here comes Press Conference gobbling up this leader, but this leader is determining on that lead. It's Milos still in front. Press Conference now points Milos back against the rail. Press Conference in front. Milos trying to fight back, also coming on. That's Rani Bangala and Wayne's Princess, but it is Press Conference in the wily Shane Ellis. It's Canterman, Shane Ellis, and Press Conference by about 4. Rani Bangala is second. Wayne's Princess runs on to be third. Milos back in fourth.
Result of the fourth now official. Horses to the testing barn: 1 Press Conference, 6 Rani Bangala. 1 and 6 go to be tested. Splits 23-4, 47-4, 114-2. They raced 6.5 furlongs in 121-1. The margins 4 1/4 by 1 1/2. Your attention, please. The Caymanas Park team and racing fraternity extends its deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of jockey Barrington Harvey, also known as Wasp. Mr. Harvey rode in Jamaica in the 70s and 80s and had 79 career wins at Caymanas Park. He relocated from Jamaica to North America and rode primarily on the West Coast up until his early 60s. He won 742 races from 10,000 plus mounts in his North American career, with 129 wins at Los Alamitos, and notably wins on Whiskey My God and Perfect D at Ferndale.
Making the presentation, Keisha Brown, winners enclosure presentation coordinator, and she makes it to Elizabeth Acosta, representing Derek Smith, the owner. And that frame photo is framed by Horatia Carter. And it's a frame photo of I Dream Again winning the St. Ledger.
Your attention, please. Clerk of the parade ring, Jimmy or Norman Robinson, wanted in the storage room. Jimmy, please go now to the storage room. Horses take the track for the fifth. It's a restricted allowance 3 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4, and imported 4-year-olds and up, non-winners. The distance 1400 meters. Number 1, the General, goes with 55.5 or 122 pounds. 2, Zulu Warrior, 52 or 115. 7, Riches to Rags, 51.5 or 114. Wagering offered on double event, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, rolling triple, early 5-star. Begins here. Single winner bonus in excess of 1.757 million. And of course, it's for imported 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3. Get your wagers on, runners make their way to post.
Press conference gets the job done. Shane Edison decided for Oral Hayden, first time out of the claim, and press conference wins convincingly. Rana Bangana second, Wayne's Princess third, and Milos led, looking good at the top of the lane, but threw in the towel inside the final furlong and weakened fourth. Live ticket count on the Rega 6 on Monday, day 727 with 29.3 million plus in that net pool. And the Kits 9 live ticket count 625 with over 642,000 in the net pool. It's now on to race 5, started the early 5-star with a minimum guarantee bid of 300,000. We have a field of 8 going 1,400 meters. And this is for restricted allowance 3, native bred 4 years, none of 4, and importees 4 years and up. Non-winners of 3, the purse here, 820,000. Top choice is number 8, Mac and Rome. The Indulgent drive to Sacklin Roman. Blinkers taken off, figure 8 fitted. This one has pace, and you know pace makes a race. Look for Mac and Rome to be trying to come down from the outside draw. And he should be able to make the lead, and he should be able to dictate terms. Should have company from the likes of Matuso, who led, making all the running last time out, going 7 furlongs, so he's going to be fourth place here. And possibly the likes of Zulu Warrior, at odds of 2-1. This one has pace as well. Number 7, Richard Surag, should benefit from a strong pace ahead of her. Shaheem Gordon rides for Filipino D, ran on to be third by 6.5 lengths last time out to the importee Florinda. Zulu Warrior was second, and some 2.5 lengths clear of Richard Surag. Richard Surag will appreciate the additional furlong. Look for Richard Surag to be strong towards the latter stages of the contest. Zulu Warrior will be chasing early. This one could actually make the lead if Macan Rome doesn't want to lead. Tyrese Anderson picks up the mount for Adrian Prince, also known as Dan and owner ONS Racers. Zulu Warrior was second to the importee Florinda last time out, so a similar effort will see Zulu Warrior bang contention throughout. At number 3 is Jay Spieth. Big price here, 15-1. Robert Haldane for Tisna Costa. Has been thereabouts, 15 that same Florinda Zulu Warrior event where Richard Sirag was third, so he should be on the premises as well. He'd have to allow weight all round though. He's at 56 kilos, top weight, but 15-1 looks quite attractive. Make it 8-7-2-3. Now, out of preference for race number 5, the 5th of 11 on Independence Race Day on Jamaica Derby Day, Mac and Rome over Riches to Rag, Zulu Warrior, and J Speed. Early 5-star pool, 650,000 and climbing. Our triples at 350,000. Limited wagering time remains. Get your bets on now and best of luck.
Runners arriving at the post, race number 5 for the early 5-star pool on its way to 900,000. So the early 5-star pool approaching 900,000, a massive jackpot bonus on the early 5-star, nearly 1.8 million, rolling triple on its way to 400,000. And they've started to close the front of the gate. So the loading up about to start. So hurry and place your bets.
Horse is now loading. First one in the general. Blue Sensation loading at 4. Battle Angel 5. Matuso 6. Loading up, moving quickly. Get your wagers in. Riches to Rags. 5-2. Coming into 7. They try with J. Spieth at 3. Mac and Rome walking into 8. So 2 to load, Zulu Warrior and J. Spieth. So they continue to battle with J. Spieth, Robert Halladine riding. J. Spieth coming into 3. J. Spieth is locked away. Zulu Warrior and Tyrese Anderson will be the final one. Zulu Warrior in. And 7 furlongs. Field in line. Starter ready. They're off. Fair start. Riches to Rags got a good one. Zulu Warrior is rushing up toward the inside as they make their way toward the 6. And Zulu Warrior sprints into that lead. Just about a length in front of Matuso racing in second and closing in already. Mac and Rome right on their heels in third. Jay Spieth, the grey races in fourth, 4.5 off that lead. Riches to Rags is 3/4 of a length down on the outside. They leave the 5. In behind those, that's a Blue Sensation toward the back of the field. Then comes Battle Angel, and the General, not coping with the speed, will have to do his running late as the leaders flash past the half mile and run that turn for home. Zulu Warrior, just the leader, pressed all the while by Matuso. Mac and Rome close enough, if good enough. Jay Spieth, the same can be said, only 4.5 lengths off the lead. Riches to Rags is 2 further lengths down. They leave the 3. Blue Sensation a further 2 lengths back. Then comes Battle Angel. Forget the General, needing help as they've slipped past the 5/16. They're about to come into the top of the lane. A Zulu Warrior enters it first. Mac and Rome hounding on the outside. Matuso in the green cap over against the rail. Jay Spieth, Riches to Rags, they're the wide ones, but it is a Zulu Warrior showing them a clean pair of heels at the moment, arriving at the furlong pole with what looks to be a good lead. Riches to Rags now moving best of the rest. Mac and Rome needs to do more, but it is Zulu Warrior inside the final 16. Zulu Warrior and the apprentice Tyrese Anderson stretching the lead like an elastic band, and they will win by maybe 6. Riches to Rags second. Mac and Rome is third. Blue Sensation is fourth. Battle Angel is fifth.
And the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 5, number 2, Zulu Warrior, 4-year-old Chestnut Colt by Soul Warrior. Look at Me Now by Region of Merit. Red Michael Beecham, own ONS Racers. Train Adrian Prince. And a very nice ride from the apprentice, Tyrese Anderson. The groom, Andre Muir. Second, number 7, Riches to Rags. Third, number 8, Mac and Rome. Fourth, number 4, Blue Sensation. Final time for 7 furlongs, 127.1.
They're off. Fair start. Riches to Rags got a good one. Zulu Warrior is rushing up toward the inside as they make their way toward the 6, and Zulu Warrior sprints into that lead, just about a length in front of Matuso racing in second and closing in already. Mac and Rome right on their heels in third. Jay Spieth, the grey, races in fourth, 4.5 off that lead. Riches to Rags is 3 parts of a length down on the outside. They leave the 5. In behind those, that's a Blue Sensation toward the back of the field. Then comes Battle Angel, and the General, not coping with the speed, will have to do his running late as the leaders flash past the half mile and run that turn for home. Zulu Warrior, just the leader, pressed all the while by Matuso. Mac and Rome close enough, if good enough. Jay Spieth, the same can be said, only 4.5 lengths off the lead. Riches to Rags is 2 further lengths down. They leave the 3. Blue Sensation a further 2 lengths back. Then comes Battle Angel. Forget the General, needing help as they've slipped past the 5/16. They're about to come into the top of the lane. A Zulu Warrior enters it first. Mac and Rome hounding on the outside. Matuso in the green cap over against the rail. Jay Spieth, Riches to Rags, they're the wide ones, but it is a Zulu Warrior showing them a clean pair of heels at the moment, arriving at the furlong pole with what looks to be a good lead. Riches to Rags now moving best of the rest. Mac and Rome needs to do more, but it is Zulu Warrior inside the final 16. Zulu Warrior and the apprentice Tyrese Anderson stretching the lead like an elastic band, and they will win by maybe 6. Riches to Rags second. Mac and Rome is third. Blue Sensation is fourth. Battle Angel is fifth. Result of the 5th now official. Horses to the testing barn. 2, Zulu Warrior. 8, Mac and Rome. 2 and 8 go to be tested. Splits 23-3, 47-1, 113-2. 7 furlongs raced and 127-1. The margins 5.5, 1 3/4. Cherry Blossom takes the track early.
With over 200 flavor notes to discover, every sip of Woodford Reserve bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Race number 6. Nice, well, fairly big field here of 10. So, number 1, first offense at $6, good support for that one. 4, Tornado Steel getting some decent support here, 7, currently around 750. 6, Playfair at 350, good support. Interestingly now, the 85 favorite number 7, Siempre Valiente, is actually very cold at the fixed odds windows, currently at 250. 85 favorite in total. This one, very cold at the fixed odds windows, but who isn't cold is number 8, Hail the Queen, open at 450, down to about $4 now. Hail the Queen is taking quite a bit of money. It's actually the best back runner here at the fixed odds windows. And just to mention, number 9, Princess Catalina, currently at around $8. That one is taking some cash as well. But as it is, it's number 8, Hail the Queen. Trading very, very solid as the best back runner at the fixed odds windows here for race number 6. Good luck.
Horses that take the track for the 6th. It's a restricted allowance 4 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, and imported 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. The distance 1,000 meters round. Number 3, Linstead Market, make the weight 51.5 or 114 pounds. 4, Toronado Steel, 55 or 121. 5, Radam, 51.5 or 114. 7, Siempre Valiente, 54 or 119. 8, Hail the Queen, 51 or 112. 10, Cherry Blossom, 51.5 or 114. Wagering offered on Derby event, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, high five, rolling triple. This is where the Twilight 6 begins. Twilight 6 at 7 million and climbing. A rolling triple heading for 300,000. Runners make their way to post. Get your wagers on.
So the runners make their way to post. This is race number 6, the cash out leg of the Reggae 6 and the beginning of the Twilight 6. And for any reason you got knocked out of the Reggae 6, this is a chance to get right back in the game. Twilight 6 pool on its way to 8 million. Twilight 6 approaching 8 million. We also have a high five wagering, high five pool approaching 200,000. Rolling triple on its way to 400,000. Get your bets on as the runners make their way to post.
Zulu Warrior gets the job done in convincing fashion there in race number 5. Tyrese Addis for agent Prince, also known as Dan Dan and owner ONS Racers of O&S Tackroom fame. A well-prepared Zulu Warrior romps home to victory. Runner-up, Register Rags, NK Mac and Rome, and a Blue Sensation. Now ticket count on the Brega 6 on mandatory payout day. 473 with 29.3 million plus in that net pool. And the Ketsan Live ticket out now down to 118 with 642,000 plus in that net pool. It's now time to shift your focus to the Twilight 6. Minimum guarantee pay of 3 million, a field of 10. Go a distance of 1,000 meters round. It's a restricted allowance for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 3 and importees 4 years and up, nuns of 2, and a purse of 780,000 up for grabs. Top choice goes to number 7. Siempre Valiente. Won on debut at 65, going 4 furlongs straight, making all the run in 49 flat, not the quickest of times, but ran into a fairly decent headwind. Speed on wheels was second. Radam was third. Radam came back to win since. Siempre Valiente has scope to improve, more scope to improve than all of the other runners here, having only raced once. Now has second time lane 6, visor fitted by trainer Omar Williams. And the comeback kid, Clive Lynch, picks up the mount once again. Siempre Valiente looks to be something fairly useful. So giving this one the vote to make it 2 wins from 2 starts. Number 10, Cherry Blossom, big price 22 to 1. Throw clinker first attempt at nuns of 3, can do much better. Now cuts back in distance a 5 furlongs round. Made all to win, going 5.5 furlongs on the 6th of July, beating Military Light and Never. We'll see them in action later on. That will be in race number 8. Richie Shakes rides for Colin Ferguson, 23 to 1 for Cherry Blossom. That's a fairly big price. Number 8, Hail the Queen, gets 7 to 2. Emilio McLean, also known as Nika, rides for Ian Roberts, owner trainer, has pace. And this one is steadily catching the pace of the nuns of 3 level. Look for a forward place effort here from the quick filly, Hail the Queen. If they go too fast too early, the race should set up for a horse like First Offense coming from off the pace. Then Dawkins rides for Stephen Todd, and they have had a runner earlier on the card, and that was in race number 1. Well, Fancied Chesney, that one did not deliver. So let's see if First Offense can get a nice pace stalking trip here from this one draw. And if the speed goes too fast too early, look for First Offense to be picking them up late in deep stretch. A competitive event, a lot of speed, a couple of horses from off the pace. Good support comes in for Playfair as well. Make it 7, 10, 8, and 1. Siempre Valiente to make it 2 from 2 over Cherry Blossom, Hail the Queen, and First Offense. Twilight 6 pool, 8.5 million and climbing. Get your bets on now, and best of fortune.
Closing up the front of the gate for the start of race number 6 in excess $9 million. That's the Twilight 6, the rolling triple on its way to 600,000 and nearly 250,000 in the high 5 pool. Got a wager now though. The front of the gates are closed, so the loading up about to begin. Horses loading for the 6th. First one in, First Offense. Chief Dissidents joins at 2. Tornado Steel is next. Gate 4. Horses loading. Last chance to make your wagers. Nearly $10 million in the Twilight 6. Radam heads to gate 5. Hail the Queen to gate 8. That one is at 7-2. Princess Catalia lining up for gate number 9. Princess Catalia goes in. Waiting on Linstead Market, Play Fair, Siempre, Valiente, and Cherry Blossom. Siempre Valiente, with the back to the gate. This one opened the account the first time of asking. And Siempre Valiente at 9-5. That's the favorite. Clive Lynch hops off. Siempre Valiente. Cherry Blossom is in at 10. So we're down to 3. Once again, they try with Siempre Valiente turning sideways. That one straightened out. Still not yet in this Siempre Valiente. Now goes in. Rider comes down from Linstead Market. That's Richard Henry. So 2 to load. Working on Linstead Market. Rider waiting by the gate. Play Fair waiting in the wings. Will be the final one to load. 5 furlongs round the trip. This is a snappy trip. Still working on Linstead Market to gate 3. Linstead Market goes in. Rider climbs on the gate. Final one, Play Fair. And we'll have a line. All in and locked away. Michael Sims is ready. And we are ready for race number 6. Oh, Linstead Market rearing in the gate. Settled once again. Now we're ready. They're off and racing. Rushing to get that lead. That's Linstead Market. Tornado Steel is right there too, right against the rail. That's First Offense coming out wide. Siempre Valiente and Hail the Queen. Just behind them, that's Cherry Blossom Rodham, also in the mix. Then we come about 4 or 5 lengths before we come to Play Fair. Coming to the lane very shortly, and it is on that lead. It is Tornado Steel, just with the lead. Hail the Queen now begins to find stride, and Hail the Queen. Tornado Steel still in front. Hail the Queen right there too. Cherry Blossom coming out wide, and Radam right against the rail, but it is still Tornado Steel. Radam creeping up the rail. Hail the Queen out wide. Radam looks to now grab the lead from Tornado Steel, coming to the upper furlong pole, and now Radam gets away from Tornado Steel. Flying, here comes the First Offense, but too late. Radam beats First Offense. Got tight for third between Hail the Queen, Tornado Steel. Then comes a Princess Catalia back in 5th.
Your attention, please. There's now a Stewards inquiry looking at the final 200 meters. Please hold all tickets. Stewards inquiry.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 6, number 5, Radam, 4-year-old Grey Colt by Successful Native. Linny B by Two Step Salsa, Red Ham Stables Limited, Only Yardy Stables, train Anthony Babanunitz. It's 2 win on the day for the apprentice, Tyrese Anderson, the groom Shaquille Skeen. Second, number 1, First Offense. Third, number 8, Hail the Queen. Fourth, number 4, Toronado Steel. And fifth, number 9, Princess Catalia. Final time for 5 furlongs round, 103 flat. Please note that we have a Stewards inquiry. Hold all tickets, please. Stewards inquiry.
That's the Stewards inquiry. Dane Dawkins, aboard number 1, First Offense, lodges an objection against first past the post, number 5, Radam. Stewards inquiry, jockey's objection, lodged by a second past the post, First Offense, against first past the post, number 5, Radam. Please hold all tickets.
Rushing through to get that lead, that's Linstead Market. Toronado Steel is right there too, right against the rail. That's First Offense coming out wide, Siempre Valiente and Hail the Queen. Just behind them, that's Cherry Blossom Rodham, it also in the mix. Then we come about 4 or 5 lengths before we come to Playfair. Then comes Princess Catalina and racing at the back of the field. That is Chief Dissident. They're gonna coming to the lane very shortly, and it is on that lead. It is Tornado Steel, just with the lead. Hail the Queen now begins to find stride, and Hail the Queen. Tornado Steel still in front. Hail the Queen right there too. Cherry Blossom coming out wide, and Radam right against the rail, but it is still Tornado Steel. Radam creeping up the rail. Hail the Queen out wide. Radam looks to now grab the lead from Tornado Steel, coming to the half a furlong pole, and now Radam gets away from Tornado Steel. Flying, here comes the First Offense, but too late. Radam beats First Offense. Got tight for third between Hail the Queen, Tornado Steel. Then comes a Princess Catalina back in fifth.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. After the steward's inquiry and jockey's objection, the objection has been upheld. First past the post, number 5, Radam, disqualified and placed behind horse number 1, First Offense, for causing interference and intimidation in the vicinity of the 300-meter point to horses 3, Linstead Market, and 1, First Offense. The placings now read: first, number 1, First Offense; second, 5, Radam; third, 8, Hail the Queen; fourth, 4, Toronado Steel; fifth, 9, Princess Catalia. Have a look at your monitors for a replay of the incident. Result of the sixth, now official. Horses to the testing barn. 1. First offense. 4. Toronado Steel. 1 and 4 go to be tested. Splits 24-2, 49-2. They raced 5 furlongs round in 103. The margin's 3/4 by 3/4. There were 299 winners of the Reggae 6, each receiving $98,099 each.
With over 200 flavor notes to discover, every sip of Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Horses that take the track for the 7th. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 3-year-olds. The distance 1400 meters or 7 furlongs. Number 4, Chief in Command. Make the weight 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 7, Miracle Selection. 51 or 112. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple. This is where the elite 5-star begins. Runners make their way to post. Get your wagers on.
So we got through on our Reggae 6 ticket today. Mandatory payout day on the Reggae 6, 15.6 million plus in that jackpot converted to a carryover. And after the new money wagered was over, we had $29.3 million to be shared up. And in the end, we had a winning ticket. $9,600 was my investment today. And it turned out to be a good investment. The return, $98,099. So the payout there, actually, $98,099. And here's my ticket. Race number 1 was won by number 3, Papi Down at 95. Race 2, won by number 5, Laredo at 5-2. Race number 3, won by the banker, of course, Whiskey at 4-5. Race number 4, won by number 1, Press Conference at 2-1. Race number 5, won by number 2, Zulu Warrior, 2-1. And race number 6, number 1, First Offense, at odds of 5-1, 9,600 the ticket cost, and the payout there, $98,099. So another mandatory payout day with a Reggae 6 winning ticket. The mandatory payout before today, I had another winning ticket, 110,000 plus in dividends there. So back-to-back Reggae 6 mandatory payout days, and I've had a winning ticket, 110,000 last month, and this month, 98,000. So we're getting it right, and we're going to continue to get it right as often as possible. We now go on to the race number 7, and that's going to be the start of the late 5-star. Minimum guaranteed we have 300,000. We have a field of 7, and they go 1,400 meters or 7 furlong. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 3-year-olds. Let's take a look. Top selection goes to number 5. He's sensational. The man of the moment, Shane the Canterman Ellis, a.k.a. Rocco, the jockey from Purple Island. It's Derby Day. He has a win already, and that was press conference in race 4. So he's looking to make it as many wins as possible going into the big one, the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby. So look for the Canterman to try to get in the winner's closure as often as he'd like today. 6-5 for He's Sensational. This one was a runner-up, 2 starts back, going 9-25, beaten by Benison. We'll see Benison in action in the Derby. So He's Sensational is going to be the top selection here. Number 2 is Papi Uso, Radish Roman rides for Anthony Nunes. And this one was third by 2.5 lengths, going 6.5 furlongs on the 6th of July behind Star Quest, Secret Sensation, and in turn was a length and a half clear of He's Sensational, who was fourth. So it's going to be an interesting rematch here. And Shane Ellis versus Radish Roman, they have been running some exactas and quinellas on some big days. And how about that 2,000 Guinness finish where Sensational Soul got the better of Bob the Builder? And we saw them in a 1-2 with Benison and He's Sensational on that same 2,000 Guinness day. So another big day. Look for another big performance here from both riders. Number 3, Joyful Surprise, gets 8-1. Has some pace, but appears to be a little bit stretched, going 7 furlongs with Keeper on the right side. As you know, pace makes the race. And Chief in Command, 5-1. Now, this looks like some cash is on the line today. Went off at 2-1 on debut, didn't do much, over 5 furlongs straight. Subsequent to that, has raced twice, 21-1, 6-1. No real interest there. Today, Ian Spence maintains amount for Spencer Chung and Doc Stable. They teamed up with General Chief to win recently. So look for another strong effort here from this combination of Ian Spence, Spencer Chung, and Doc Stable's 5-1. Signifies a great deal of stable confidence in the chances of Chief in Command today. Going here for number 5, He's Sensational to get the better of number 2, Papi Uso, then 3, Joyful Surprise, and 4, Chief in Command. It's now on to post for race number 7. After the run of this event, we'll give you the Record 6 recap. Get your wagers on now, and best of luck.
So they're closing up the front of the gates as we prepare to load for the 7th event. Loading up, about to begin. Pretty Brown Ting going into gate 1. Papi Uso lining up for 2. Papi Uso is in. They're trying with African Beauty at gate 6. One of the outsiders at 25-1. Joyful Surprise is in at 3, 8-1. Miracle Selection, Everett Clunis coming into 7. Waiting on Chief in Command. He's Sensational, and Shane Ellis went into 5. Ellis looking for a double on the card. 7 furlongs a trip. Chief in Command, Ian Spence. They're in. Field in line for the 7th. They're off. Pretty Brown Ting misses it along with Chief in Command as they dash away toward the 6 on the backstretch. Joyful Surprise takes charge up front and opens up more than a length. African Beauty chases as they leave the 6. Papi Uso settle back and are joined on the outside by He's Sensational, now going a hunting. Miracle Selection races next 5 off that lead. A break opens up to Pretty Brown Ting asked to recover, and Chief in Command at the back of the field. They've left the 5 behind them. They make their way toward the final half of a mile. Joyful Surprise right there on the rail. He's Sensational now making eye contact, and these two drive together as they make their way toward the 7/16. The rider lets out a notch, and Joyful Surprise now goes on once again. He's Sensational moving alongside. These two alternating as they charge past the 3. A gap to African Beauty. Pretty Brown Ting now recovering and making ground on the outside. Miracle Selection is next, and Chief in Command best forgotten as the field come thundering into the top of the lane. They leave the quarter pole behind them, And out in front, it is a Joyful Surprise down against the rail. Asked to kick in now on the outside. He's sensational as they drive toward the furlong pole. And watch now, Pretty Brown Ting beginning to sprout wings on the outside. And Pretty Brown Ting now takes charge and begins to open up the lead over Joyful Surprise. It is Pretty Brown Ting coming away from them in the end. Pretty Brown Ting and Wesley Callaloo Henry will ramp the seventh event after a slow start. They win by maybe 7 or more. Joyful Surprise is second. He's sensational is third. African Beauty is fourth. Right away, there's a Jones inquiry looking at the fall of the rider, Radesh Roman on number 2, Papi Uso. Hold all tickets, please, Jones inquiry.
In the women's enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 7, number 1, Pretty Brown Ting. 3-year-old Bay filly by Northern Giant. Sexy Moon by Rising Moon. Brett O'Neill Hines. Owned Kingston 22 family. Trained Joseph Thomas. The winning rider, Callaloo, Wesley Henry. The groom, Andrew Bedward. Second, the number 3, Joyful Surprise. Third, number 5, He's Sensational. And fourth, number 6, African Beauty. Final time for 7 furlongs, 131 and 2.
And they're off. Pretty Brown Ting misses it along with Chief in Command as they dash away toward the 6 on the backstretch. Joyful Surprise takes charge up front and opens up more than a length. African Beauty chases as they leave the 6. Papi Uso settle back and are joined on the outside by He's Sensational, now going a hunting. Miracle Selection races next 5 off that lead. A break opens up to Pretty Brown Ting asked to recover and Chief in Command at the back of the field. They've left the 5 behind them. They make their way toward the final half of a mile. Joyful Surprise right there on the rail. He's Sensational now making eye contact, and these two drive together as they make their way toward the 7/16th. The rider lets out a notch, and Joyful Surprise now goes on once again. He's Sensational moving alongside. These two alternating as they charge past the 3. A gap to African Beauty. Pretty Brown Ting now, recovering and making ground on the outside. Miracle Selection is next, and Chief in Command, best forgotten, as the field come thundering into the top of the lane. They leave the quarter pole behind them, and out in front it is a Joyful Surprise down against the rail. Asked to kick in now on the outside. He's Sensational as they drive toward the furlong pole, and watch now Pretty Brown Ting beginning to sprout wings on the outside, and Pretty Brown Ting now takes charge and begins to open up the lead over Joyful Surprise. It is Pretty Brown Ting coming away from them in the end. Pretty Brown Ting and Wesley Callaloo Henry will romp the 7th event after a slow start. They win by maybe 7 or more. Joyful Surprise is second. He's Sensational is third. African Beauty is fourth. And after this George inquiry, there will be no change. No change to the order of finish. Result of the 7th now official. Horses to the testing barn, 1, Pretty Brown Ting, 7, rather 3, Joyful Surprise. 1 and 3 both go to the testing barn. Splits 25, 50, 117.4. Final time, 7 furlongs, 131.2. The margins 8 by 2 and a quarter. Your attention, please. Just letting you know that Radish Roman is fine and will be riding for the rest of the day. So Radish Roman will be riding.
Congrats once again to our Reggae 6 players. $98,099 in dividends on mandatory payout day on Independence Day. And I'll take that any day. Nice investment there, 9,600 and 98,000 plus in dividends. Let's now take a look at the closing stages of our Reggae 6 events on Independence Day on Jamaica Derby Day.
Coming inside the last quarter. Out in front, it is a Papidon and the champion jockey Radish Roman changing his hold and calling for the right-hand stick. Successful Man breathing right down the neck of the leader. And this is where the race is at the moment. Chesney still has more to find as they're inside the final furlong. And Papidon, under a bustling ride from Radish Roman, continues to hold the nose in front. On the outside, Successful Man trying to cut into it. But it is Papidon and Radish Roman under a strong drive. They get it over Successful Man. Then Chesney and a Bomb Knight.
It's Platinum Princess Loretta still on the fence. That's Money Mission right there too. Primo Suprema. And over on the far side of Bay, Laredo and the bustling Phil Parchment looks to have the lead. It's Laredo in front and being driven. And this is a good performance by Laredo. Well done, Philip Parchment. Laredo pulling off by 3 lengths. Platinum Princess is second. Then comes a Primo Suprema back in fourth. That's Abe.
These two now exchanging jabs as they run toward the final furlong, and a Whiskey has the lead. Basilicus trying to close up. Here is Golden Syrup nearest to us. These are the three main contenders, but it is Whiskey who has them off their legs inside the final 16th and beginning to extend the lead. Whiskey out in front under Demar Williams. They'll win by maybe 6 over Golden Syrup. Then Basilicus, Tap It Good, is fourth.
In front and traveling well, Milas, but here comes Press Conference gobbling up this leader, but this leader is determining on that lead. It's Milas still in front. Press Conference now points Milas back against the rail. Press Conference in front. Milas trying to fight back, also coming on. That's Rani Bangala and Wayne's Princess, but it is Press Conference in the Wiley Shane Ellis. It's Canterman, Shane Ellis, and Press Conference by about 4. Rani Bangala is second. Wayne's Princess runs on to be third. Milas back in fourth.
Matuso in the green cap over against the rail. Jay Spieth, Riches to Rags, they're the wide ones, but it is Zulu Warrior showing them a clean pair of heels at the moment, arriving at the furlong pole with what looks to be a good lead. Riches to Rags now moving best of the rest. Mac and Rome needs to do more, but it is Zulu Warrior inside the final 16. Zulu Warrior and the apprentice Tyrese Anderson stretching the lead like an elastic band, and they will win by maybe 6. Riches to Rags second, Mac and Rome is third. Blue Sensation is fourth, Battle Angel is fifth.
Hail the Queen, Tornado Steel still in front. Hail the Queen right there too. Cherry Blossom coming out wide and Radam right against the rail, but it is still Tornado Steel. Radam creeping up the rail. Hail the Queen out wide. Radam looks to now grab the lead from Tornado Steel coming to the upper furlong pole, and now Radam gets away from Tornado Steel. Flying here comes the first offense, but too late. Radam beats first offense. Got tied for third between Hail the Queen, Tornado Steel. Then comes a Princess Catalia back in fifth.
Race number 8, another small field of 6 runners here. Number 2, Military Light. This one is the 85 favorite in total. Currently at $2 at the fixers window. Not a bad, not bad support here for number 2, Military Light. Number 4, Never, also good support for this one. 95 in the total, currently at 240 at the fixers windows. However, number 6, Dark Matter, is the one open at 550. Very well back down to 380 now. Dark Matter is the best back runner here at the fixers windows. They've been taking a lot of money, particularly probably open at 550. A lot of people got in at a good price like that. It's currently 5 to 2, third choice in the tote, and Dark Matter is the best back runner here at the fixers windows. That's number 6, currently at around 550. Sorry, currently at about 380. Well, good luck for race number 8.
Horses that take the track for the 8th. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, and imported 4-year-olds and up maidens, the distance 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs. Number 2, Military Light, make the weight 51.5 or 114. 4, Never, 54.5 or 120. 5, Himaya, 50.5 or 111. 6, Dark Matter, 55 or 121. Wagering offered on a double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple. This is where the strike 4 begins with a single winner bonus of almost $160,000. Rolling triple heading for 400,000, strike 4, 2 million. Get your wagers on.
So pretty brown thing upsets the apple cart on Independence Day, on Jamaica Derby Day. Wesley Henry, also known as Genie Man, also known as the Speed Doctor, also known as Callaloo, and also known as Greens. A lot of AKAs here for Wesley Henry. He has a very large fan base, particularly that lady that blows the whistles quite intensely when he wins. Didn't hear her a while ago, so maybe she's, well, I have to go on listen again. She must be somewhere over the place here. And Pretty Brown Thing, one of two entries in the race for trainer Joseph Thomas. Pretty Brown Thing, figure it on, first time Lasix, second time at the races, and she really ran on powerfully there after a slow break too. So Pretty Brown Thing gets the job done. Second time at the races. Live ticket count on the catch time down to 3 with 642,000 plus in that net pool. And the Twilight 6 live ticket count 164 with 6.7 million plus in that net pool. It's now on to the start of the strike 4, races 8 through 11 with a minimum guarantee period of $500,000. We have a small field of 6 going 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs. It's a restricted allowance, 5 for nature bred 4 years and up, nuns of 2, and imported 4 years and up maidens with a purse of 750,000. Top choice goes to number 2, Military Light. Tyrese Anderson almost had back-to-back winners a couple of races ago, but first past the post, Radam disqualified and placed second behind number 1, First Offense. First Offense clearly was cost a lot of momentum and ground there and ran on powerfully to be second, so that one clearly would have gone a lot closer and possibly win. So Tyrese Anderson will try to set the record straight here with that makes him a half-brother to Home Alone, who was my first winner as a newly licensed trainer. That was in 2023. And indeed, I always look forward to Military Light performing. He has been knocking at the door. Second by nose last time out to that same horse, Radam. And Tyrese Anderson was aboard Radam a couple of races ago. He's now aboard Military Light for the third consecutive occasion. Runner-up on the last 2 outings, second by length and a quarter behind Cherry Blossom. And indeed, he's knocking at the door second on 4 of his last 6 races. So Military Light looks ready to go one better here. Number 4, Never, also looks quite capable of getting the job done. Shane Ellis rides for Michael Marlowe. Shane Ellis won earlier on the card with press conference. He's looking for his second win, and he just rode the favorite a while ago. He's Sensational, who was not able to deliver. So Never now gets your choice in the market at 75. He's your wagering favorite, and Never clearly has what it takes to get the job done here as well. Has been second 2 of the last 5, third on 3 of the last 5, third on actually 3 consecutive races coming into this. Third by 11 3/4, third by 5 1/4, third by 6 1/2. So not necessarily getting as close as Military Light to winning, but he should acquit himself well enough here to possibly get the job done. Number 5 is Himaya. She's at 4-1, a much raced filly, 39 starts, 1 win, 4 seconds and 6 thirds. So Himaya, one that usually gives an honest effort. Shaheem Gordon picks up the mount for Jason Acosta. Look for a usual honest effort here. And number 3, Valley of Love, took 26 times to get that first win. Won by half a length over Noble Sovereign and Ballistic Missile. Noble Sovereign has come back to win since. And we'll see Ballistic Missile in action on Saturday. Valley of Love stepping up to none 2 for the first time. Can she make it back-to-back wins versus a seasoned number 2 campaigners? It hardly ever happens, but it's not impossible. Make it 2, 4, 5, 3. Military Light over Never, Himaya, and Valley of Love as we are under a steady downpour of rain, but it's still quite bright and sunny. Strike for a pool, 2.1 million. Best of luck.
Your attention, please. Ryan Lewis down for the
So nearly 2.2 million, nearly 2.5 million, I should say, for the strike 4. So we have a massive strike 4 pool. Jackpot bonus nearly 160,000, so it's well worth your wager. This strike 4, nearly $2.5 million wagered, and the rolling triple on its way to 550,000. They have closed up the front of the gate for the loading process. So we're about to start the loading up very shortly. Horses loading, loading for the 8th. Lil Maggie, the first one to load. Military Light heads to gate 2. As here comes the rain. We're under a shower. Looks like a heavy one too. Valley of Love. Gate 3. Never. Rider comes down from Never. That's the Canterman Shane Ellis. He is looking for a double. Many of the riders in this race looking for a double. As Never. That's the one they try to get into gate number 4. Dark Matter and Himaya. Just waiting as Never loads. Himaya loads at 5. And the final one, Dark Matters, to load at 6. 6 furlong the trip. Dr. Michael Sims is at his spot. Dark Matter goes in. And we are ready for race number 8. Ready for a start. They're off on racing. Not a bad line as Himaya is left at the back of the field, though, after that start, as Dark Matter rushes through to get that lead on the outside. Right against the rail, that's Little Maggie. Then comes, we have a faller in Valley of Love. Faller in Valley of Love. So Radish Roman once again hitting the deck as it's Dark Matter leading them past the 4. Dark Matter just on the outside, that's Military Lights. On the inside, we find a Little Maggie just behind them. That's Never. Then about 6 or 7 lengths before we come to Himaya. They leave the 3, and it is Military Light now that assumes the lead. Military Light in front of Dark Matter. Coming on the outside, that's Never. Little Maggie right against the rail, still back the back of the field. That's Himaya there at the top of the lane, and it is Military Light in front in the rain, coming to the furlong and a half pole. Never in chase of Military Light, still Military Light, repelling the challenge of Never. Never keeps on coming. Military Light is in front, Never trying to get to Military Light. Himaya comes running on to Military Light with a half a furlong to do it. It's Military Light in front, Never trying to get to Military Light. Military Light keeps on rolling, and Military Light and Tyrese Anderson winning his second on the card. Never is second. Then comes Himaya back in 4th. That's Little Maggie and Dark Matter.
So now we have a George inquiry looking at the fall of the rider. Radish Roman fell from Valley of Love, leaving the 5. Hold all tickets, please. George inquiry.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 8, number 2, Military Light. 4-year-old Bay Colt by Bold Conquest. Nuclear Princess by Nuclear Wayne. Red O'Neill Hines. Oh, and JJ Tash, winning trainer, Gary Griffiths. It's two wins now on the day for apprentice Tyrese Anderson, the groom Duran Nugent. Second, the number 4, Never. Third, number 5, Imaya. And fourth, number 1, Little Maggie. Final time for 6 furlongs, 1:17.3. Ready for a start? They're off on racing. Not a bad line as Imaya is left at the back of the field, though, after that start, as Dark Matter rushes through to get that lead on the outside. Valley of Love, four-line Valley of Love. So Radish Roman once again hitting the deck as it's Dark Matter leading them past the 4. Dark Matter just on the outside. That's Military Lights. On the inside, we find a Little Maggie just behind them. That's Never. Then about 6 or 7 lengths before we come to Himaya. They leave the 3, and it is Military Light now that assumes the lead. Military Light in front of Dark Matter. Coming on the outside, that's Never. Little Maggie right against the rail. Still back the back of the field. That's Himaya there at the top of the lane, and it is Military Light in front in the rain, coming to the furlong and a half pole. Never in chase of Military Light. Still Military Light repelling the challenge of Never. Never keeps on coming. Military Light is in front. Never trying to get to Military Light. Himaya comes running on to Military Light with a half a furlong to do it. It's Military Light in front. Never trying to get to Military Light. Military Light keeps on rolling, and Military Light and Tyrese Anderson winning his second on the card. Never is second. Then comes Imaya back in fourth. That's Little Maggie and Dark Matter.
And after the steward's inquiry, there will be no change. No change to the order of finish, no change. So news coming in, Radish Roman will not be riding for the remainder of the afternoon. Trainers who had booked the services of Radish Roman, please make other arrangements and contact the stewards. Result of the 8th now official. Horses to the testing barn. 2, Military Light. 5, Himaya. 2 and 5 go to be tested. Splits 24-2, 50 and 2. They raced 6 furlongs in 117.3. The margins 3/4 by 7.5. Your attention, please. We have some rider changes coming in. In the 10th event, number 1, Star Quest. Make the rider Shane Ellis. Shane Ellis rides 1, Star Quest in the 10th. And in race 11, the Jamaica Derby. Number 5, Prince Roy. Now the mount of Aaron Shatry. Aaron Shatry rides 5, Prince Roy in the 11th. Your attention, please. In today's ninth event, number 5, Atlantic Convoy, now the mount of Tyrese Anderson. Tyrese Anderson rides number 5, Atlantic Convoy in the ninth. Coming up, it's the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy. So we're going to have a slight delay to the start of this, the ninth event. If you look by the 5 furlong point, you'll see we're having some problems there. So as soon as these problems have been sorted out, the horses will come out and take the track.
Race number 9 and a nice big field of 15 here. Very competitive betting to get us into this one. So interestingly, we'll just start off by saying number 7, Gravana, is a 3-2 favorite in total. And Gravana at $3 at the fixed odds winners is actually very cold. So they're trying to beat him with a couple of horses here. Number 12, Sister Treasure, very solid. This one trading at $4, open at 4, and it's been taking money at $4 all day. Another one that's taking good money here at $5. It's been for most of the time. Number 15, Magnificent Force. So between Sister Treasure and Magnificent Force, those are two that are the real hot sellers in this race at the fixed odds winners. There are a couple of others that are taking some money. Get a Pepsi at $3.50. There's Atlantic Convoy at $7. But it's really, in terms of the fixed odds betting, is between Sister Treasure at $4 and Magnificent Force at $5. So that's your update from the fixed odds winners for race number 9. Good luck.
Horses that take the track for the 9th. It's the EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ Trophy. It's an overnight allowance for 3-year-olds and up. The distance 1,500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. Number 1, Whiz Kid, 52.5 kilos or 116 pounds. Number 5, Atlantic Convoy, 52 kilos or 115 pounds. Make the rider Tyrese Anderson. 6, Midnight Galaxy, 51 or 112. 8, Get a Pepsi, 54 or 119. 9, Power from Above, 51.5 or 114. 10, Tiger Amidat, 53 or 117. 12, Sistine Treasure, 51.5 or 114. 13, Super Alex, 50.5 or 111. Wagering offered on the double event, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, high five. This is where the late triple begins. And the late triple heading for 2 million. Get your wagers on. Runners make their way to post.
It's now time for the EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ OD Trophy, also known as chess. And on the monitor right now is a photo of champion jockey of 1982, 1984, 1985, and 1987, EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ OD. Hall of Fame inductee with 1,084 career wins in Jamaica, and he also has many wins overseas. We'll honor EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ on Jamaica Derby Day, on Independence Day, with the EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ Trophy. Military Light got the job done there in race number 8. Tyrese Anderson would have been a triple, but Redham was disqualified. He had a win earlier on the card, and that was with runaway winner, Zulu Warrior. So Tyrese Anderson started the show on Derby Day so far, and that was a competent ride aboard a Military Light, that half-brother to Home Alone, who I told you about preview time. So Military Light gets his second win from 24 career starts, and he really relished the wet going there. It was a torrential downpour of rain throughout the run of that event and thereafter. So he really enjoyed the wet conditions. 3 tickets are alive on the Catch 9 with 642,000 plus in that net pool, and we have 129 tickets alive on the Twilight 6 with over 6.79 million in that net pool. It's now on to race 9, the start of the day triple. Minimum guarantee paid 400,000 already, 1.6 million wagered. Let's take a look. Top choice goes to number 7, Gervano. Robert Haldane riding for Jason Acosta. This one was a runner-up last time out to the ultra impressive Ride All Day. We'll see Ride All Day in action on Saturday, and he's up now in company. So Gervano, nothing of the caliber of Ride All Day to contend with here, and as such, he gets the vote. He's your 6-5 favorite. Number 12, Sister in Treasure, season campaign at overnight level, has also competed at open allowance, so she's going to have a great say here. Paul Francis or Gary Sabrati. Next is number 8, Get a Pepsi, 3-1. This one was served by 2.5 lengths, going 5 straight behind Money Market. With that run under his belt, his first run since February, look for Get a Pepsi to be a lot closer here for Robert Pearson, his new trainer. And number 15, Magnificent Force, lightly weighted at 49.5 kilos. Jordan Barrett for Philip Fianodi and ACK Stables. 5th last time out, making steady headway by 8 lengths in the end to Unbelievable Force. Her stablemate, Delroy Bahari, rode the last 2 occasions. Now it's Jordan Barrett, and the price is 5-1, coming down from 58-1 and 32-1. The cash is on for Magnificent Force on Derby Day. Look for her to acquit herself very well. It's a EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez trophy. EMELIO Rodriguez OD, also known as Chest, going here for number 7. Gervano to get the better of number 12. Sister in Treasure, then 8, Get a Pepsi, and 15, Magnificent Force.
Runners arriving at the post, race number 9. This is the Emilio Bimbo Rodriguez Trophy. And the late triple on its way to 2 million, getting close to 2 million. High 5 wagering offered. That's approaching 400,000. Get your bets on here as the front of the gates are closed. And it's being situated, so horse is loading. Now loading. Whiskey, the first one in. Let's go over to Brad.
So Wizkid is in. Norblar coming up to 2. Late triple on its way to 1.8 million. They'll put Geolithic in gate 4. So loading up, moving a bit slowly, which gives you time to wager if you haven't done so. They're trying with power from above at gate 9. Get a Pepsi. We'll load at 8. Sister in Treasure is in at 12. Rainsville in. Rainsville coming into 14. Super Alex in at 13. Just about 6 runners left out. Further and Beyond, lining up for gate 3 with Aaron Chatry aboard. They've opened the front of it. Favorite Gervano walking quietly behind. Midnight Galaxy coming into 6. Field of 15 taking a bit of time to load. The head Cornerstone in at 11 with Shane Richardson. Magnificent Force is in at 15. Seems to be Tiger Amidat. They're trying with at 10. Rider off. Then we have Atlantic Convoy and Gervano. Gervano, the 4-5 favorite. Tiger Amidat looks to be in at 10. Rider climbs aboard. Gervano now they bring forward. Gervano is in. And then next, the final one, Atlantic Convoy. 7.5 furlongs. Atlantic Convoy coming in. Field in line. They're ready. They're off. First start, Whiz Kid just a shade slowly out with power from above already under a ride to recover. Get a Pepsi took off quickly and goes for that lead. Geolithic and Noblar in a handy spot as they charge toward the 6. Geolithic on that lead from Get a Pepsi. The head Cornerstone racing out wide with Magnificent Force. Running the rail, that's a Noblar. Atlantic Convoy in between horses. Super Alex on the overtake. Further and Beyond races up next. Midnight Galaxy the grey in behind as they leave the 5. Sister and Treasure on the outside of the favorite Gervano. Then comes Rainsville. A gap back to Whiz Kid. Power from above toward the back of the field with Tiger Amidat. They're at the half mile. They go running into that turn, and Geolithic attempts to go all the way. The head Cornerstone now asked to cut into that lead. It's a length and a half. Get a Pepsi well positioned on the rail. Magnificent Force and Super Alex now moving as a team as they run past the 3. Noblar, Atlantic Convoy, Further and Beyond, and Gervano in a very tight grouping. Rainsville races up next as they're about to come into the top of the lane. Racing out wide, Midnight Galaxy, but they're into it now and head now toward the final furlong. And up front now, the head Cornerstone has grabbed that lead. Geolithic has faded. Down against the rail, Get a Pepsi looking for a run. Here is Super Alex and Magnificent Force asked to explode. Watch out for Gervano, who has threaded his way through the field. They drive inside the final 16th, and Gervano is exploding down against the fence. It is Gervano out in front under Robert Halliday. They won't stop Gervano from ring. The EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ trophy. Super Alex is second. Rainsville is third. The head Cornerstone is fourth. Could we get a Pepsi just over Atlantic Convoy for fifth? Ready. They're off. First start with Skid just a shade slowly out with power from above already under a ride to recover. Get a Pepsi took off quickly and goes for that lead. Geolithic and Norblar in a handy spot as they charge toward the six. Geolithic on that lead from Get a Pepsi. The head Cornerstone racing out wide with magnificent force. Running the rail, that's a Norblar. Atlantic Convoy in between horses. Super Alex on the overtake. Further and Beyond races up next. Midnight Galaxy the Grey in behind as they leave the five. Sister and Treasure on the outside of the favorite Garvano. Then comes Rainsville. A gap back to Wizkid. Power from above toward the back of the field with Tiger Amidat. They're at the half mile. They go running into that turn, and Geolithic attempts to go all the way. The head Cornerstone now has to cut into that lead. It's a length and a half. Get a Pepsi well positioned on the rail. Magnificent Force and Super Alex now moving as a team as they run past the three. Norblar, Atlantic Convoy, Further and Beyond, and Garvano in a very tight grouping. Rinsville races up next as they're about to come into the top of the lane. Racing out wide, Midnight Galaxy, but they're into it now and head now toward the final furlong. And up front now, the head Cornerstone has grabbed that lead. Geolithic has faded. Down against the rail, Get a Pepsi looking for a run. Here is Super Alex and Magnificent Force asked to explode. Watch out for Garvano, who has threaded his way through the field. They drive inside the final 16th, and Garvano is exploding down against the fence. It is Garvano out in front under Robert Halliday. They won't stop Garvano from ring the Emilio Bimbo Rodriguez Trophy. Super Alex is second. Rainswood is third. The head Cornerstone is fourth. Could we get a Pepsi just over Atlantic Convoy for fifth?
Making the presentation, Mr. Brian Pummels, and he makes it to Elizabeth DaCosta, representing the winning owner, Carlton Watson. And jockey Emilio McLean will receive breeches from Shea Sabrati, and Emilio McLean, the namesake of Emilio Bimbo Rodriguez. El Sabrati will present a phone to the winning groom, a representative of the winning groom. Wayne Henry collects for Cristo Anthony. And of course, the breeches and phone donated by JTHF. Congratulations to the winning connections. Race number 9, the Emilio Bimbo Rodriguez Trophy. Special presentation to Gary Sabrati, Desert of Malibu, winning the Clovis Metcalf, and making that presentation, Keisha Brown, Winners Enclosure Presentation Coordinator, and she makes it to the trainer of Desert of Malibu, Gary Sabrati. Congratulations, trainer.
With over 200 flavor notes to discover, every sip of Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Your attention, please, in today's 10th event. Just reminding you, Shane Ellis rides number 1 Star Quest. 6 Brompton Boy, now the mount of Dane Dawkins. Dane Dawkins rides 6 Brompton Boy in the 10th. In the 11th, 4 Nuclear Jet. Make the rider Demar Williams. Demar Williams rides 4 Nuclear Jet in the 11th. And repeating, Aaron Shatry rides 5 Prince Roy in the Derby.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to Caymanas Park in St. Catherine, Jamaica. We're getting ready for the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, and it's a pretty open event. In a moment, we'll look back at some of the prep races for the Derby. Well, I call them prep races because the Derby is the biggest of them all, but you wouldn't quite rightly describe the 1,000 and 2,000 Guineas and the St. Leger as prep races, would you? Because they are classics as well. But we look back at those races and just see how they may impact on what may happen here this afternoon. About an hour ago, we had a very, very heavy shower of rain, so the track at the moment is pretty heavy. We're just under an hour from post time for the Jamaica Derby, and the event has 15 starters. This is the biggest Derby field since 2018, when Drone Strike won at long odds of 24-1. There was a 16-horse field then. I can tell you that between 2019 and 2025, all of the Derby races have had fields of runners between 9 and 13. So a 15-horse Derby field here is a big field, and as I said, the biggest since we had a full field of 16 going in the 2018 Derby, won by Drone Strike. Aaron Chatry riding there for Patrick Lynch. With me this afternoon is veteran commentator Ed Barnes, and Ed has been in racing for maybe 50 years now, Ed. A very, very long time, certainly longer than I have been.
Thank you very much, Lance. Too long, maybe, but we won't get into that. The last time we coordinated was a derby where Lucci Poo won. We were both working at somewhere else then, and Lucci Poo, Winston Griffiths obliged on that occasion. But as you mentioned, a large field. Traditionally, derby races in Jamaica used to have large fields. Of recent times, we have not had the big fields. Good to have a big field today. We hope it is a competitive event. Will the underfoot conditions play a role here? I'm not sure. We need to check on the breeding of these horses as far as wet conditions are concerned.
Yeah, so the track at the moment, pretty wet. It's very, very hot, though, because since the rain stopped an hour ago, we've had very, very bright sunshine. But the track, I think, is in reasonably good condition, and we are expecting a humdinger of a derby this afternoon. As we said, a very, very competitive field here. The morning line favourite is the St. Leger winner, I Dream Again, with Robert Halladine riding for champion and leading trainer Jason DaCosta. Neither has won a derby before. Jason DaCosta has had a couple of top 3 finishes, and Halladine, well, he won with Future King in 2016, but was disqualified, and he has had a couple of top 3 finishes as well. Halladine is a very, very strong and aggressive rider, as we saw, Ed, with his victory in the St. Leger aboard I Dream Again, who is the morning line favorite for this event. And having won the St. Leger over 10 furlongs, you would think that this horse, more than most, has advertised his comfort going as long as 12 furlongs, which is the derby distance.
Certainly so, and that's another thing. I'm happy to know that Jamaica's continued the trend of having the races over 12 furlongs and not resorting to 10 as some of the people have done elsewhere in reducing the distance of the race. 12 furlongs is the derby trip, born out of England years ago. Happy to see that they have stayed with it. You talk about Robert Halladine. He did capture the Mute Mile, so the next thing on his agenda must be the derby. And talking about a dream, he has had it. Let's see if he can make it a reality this time.
Yeah, I think his first derby ride was Alibaba back in 2015, and significantly the horse that beat him in 2015 was Seeking My Dream, who wears the colors of Derek Smith, who he rides for this afternoon. Right. So that's an interesting side story.
Side story indeed. Halladine has had a couple of wins. He just won with Gravano, and you know, they talk about riders on the big days winning the smaller races, never usually win the big ones. Let's see how it plays out here today, because sometimes good riders win them all.
Yeah, well, we're looking just there at the St. Leger, which I Dream Again won. We will continue to look at that. Bob the Builder led, and then Hansa took over. Hansa at 25-1 odds with Wesley Callaloo Henry riding was looking like a winner coming off the final bend, and even inside the final furlong still looked a winner, but got hurt. I think suffered a leg fracture inside the final 16th and was not able to hold the gallop. And here he is with Wesley Henry, Richie Azan's horse, and Halladine is beginning to make some ground there in the green silks with I Dream Again. And at this point, he wasn't closing fast enough, Ed, to suggest that he would have caught the winner. Even at this point, Halladine very, very busy working hard, but he's not getting close enough to Hansa until Hansa suffers an injury in the final 16th and just folds the gallop.
It was clear that something went wrong because, as you said, he was not closing that gap, and then suddenly he just, you know, sprung new life and was able to overtake him. Obviously, the injury took its toll, and he cost him the event eventually.
Yeah, so there's I Dream Again, giving Derek Smith his second derby winner after Seeking My Dream in 2015, and Robert Halladine gets another classic win. He has had about 8 of them so far, Robert Halladine, and as Ed just mentioned, won the Mute Mile last December aboard Fun Can Done, and he struck up a fairly successful combination with leading trainer Jason DaCosta. But that St. Leger run, Ed, was run in 2 minutes 14 seconds, which is the slowest St. Leger that we've ever seen. I know the track conditions weren't particularly slow, but it was very, very windy, and there was a real heavy wind facing the horses as they came down the home stretch, and that could have contributed to the slow time by I Dream Again, because it was really slow. The last time a St. Leger race took so long to finish would have been 1990 when Kadula won, but Ed, the story there is that was over 14 furlongs and not 10 furlongs as it was reverted to after that.
2:14 is extremely slow, very slow indeed. But I believe that your point about the wind is one, and the track these days have been slower than it has been in recent times.
Yeah, so let's go now to track announcer Spuddy Rickman upstairs as the horses are getting ready to take the track for the Independence Stakes.
Horses take the track for the 10th. It's the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. It's a restricted allowance too for native-bred 3-year-olds, non-winners of 2, and imported 3-year-olds and up maidens the distance 1400 meters or 7 furlongs. Number 1, Star Quest, 54.5 or 120 pounds, make the rider Shane Ellis. 5, Quantum Star, 52 or 115. 6, Brompton Boy, the rider Dane Dawkins. Wagering on double event, it's the late double. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Get your wagers on.
Yeah, so the horses are heading to the starting gates for the Independence Stakes, and 8 runners going to the post there as we continue our build-up for the Jamaica Derby. We were speaking a couple of minutes ago, Ed, about the St. Leger win by I Dream Again, and the fact that it was in fact the slowest St. Leger in history, and the slowest since, well, the next slowest was Allied Force winning in 2006 in a time of 2 minutes 11 and 2/5, which is significantly faster than 2:14. So there are things that we've got to talk about with that St. Leger win by I Dream Again. Part of what I think it tells us is that this 3-year-old crop, Ed, is not the best that we've seen.
No, we've seen greater talent before as far as 3-year-olds are concerned. What would be interesting is that how far, as far as depth is concerned, the crop goes. Because in this field, the amount of Ellis, that of Cardenas, Haladine, to an extent, those are the standouts in the field. And the season has seen just a few horses that have really stood out as far as 3-year-olds are concerned.
Yeah, the horses behind the starting gates, and Haladine, who just captured The 9th race on the program is aboard a pretty solid entry here as well. H2O for Jason Acosta in Carlton Watson's silks, the burgundy and white silks, polka dots. Champion owner Carlton Watson, who has given so much to horse racing in Jamaica, but he doesn't visit the track these days, Ed.
Yes, he has stayed away for some time now. Some incidents that occurred some time ago. Interesting situation here in that Holiday Inn rides for the Costa. The combination, no doubt, would want to win the next couple of races, which would take them, all the way through to the big event. And if they can do that with the Derek Smith trainee in the 12 furlong contest.
Yeah, standing by to go to Brian Rickman for the race call. And Michael Caine as he prepares to preview this one.
The EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ trophy goes to Gervano, the top selection there. Robert Haldane for Jason Acosta and Carlton Watson, and that was a very convincing win after being second by 7 lengths to ride all day. We see rather in action on Saturday, so the form really frank there by Gervano. Super Alex at massive odds was second, Rainsville next, and the head cornerstone ran a brave race at long odds too. Live ticket count on the catch 9, still 2. With 642,000 plus in that net pool. 121 tickets are live on the Twilight 6 with over 6.79 million in that net pool. It's time for the penultimate, the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. We have a field of 8. They go 1,400 meters. The purse 1.1 million. It's a restricted allowance 2 for native bred, 3 ounces of 2 imported, 3 ounces of maidens. It appears to be a one-horse race on paper, and the tote suggests same at 1-9, 8-0. And I spoke about a drought on the handicapping seminar earlier today, and we needed some H2O. Well, we got some H2O for sure coming from the heavens there. And let's see if the H2O on Earth, the track itself, H2O, can get the job done. This horse has been quite expensive to follow. 4-5 twice, 2-5 once, 2-1 on the other occasion. But that's worked well as usual. 46-4-4-4 for straight by Minton and 5th of a second. Alongside Global Pursuit, we see Global Pursuit in action on Saturday as well. Robert Haldane looks for the quick double for Jason Acosta and Carlton Watson. They just scored with Gervano. And this H2O looks like a well-oiled machine. And he should finally get the job done. For second, make it number 6, Brompton Boy. Dane Dawkins on a chance riding, replacing Radish Roman. And this exacta, the 2-6 exacta, looks quite logical. For third, make it number 1, Star Quest. Shane Ellis replaces Ryan Lewis. For fourth, number 7, I'm Outstanding. 2-6-1-7 in the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy.
Looks as though the loading up about to start. This is the 2025 Independence Day Stakes. Horses loading. Star Quest is in. Princess Quiz in at 4. Working on the 5, that's Quantum Star, gate 5. So Quantum Star, Richard Henry taking a seat. Robert Hardball Haldane, he's on 499 wins, so he's looking to join the 500 club. Brompton Boy loads at 6. I'm Outstanding. Loads at 7. H2O goes in, and we wait on a Midnight Runner to complete the line, along with Prince Kazir. 7 furlong the trip, they're all in. And we're ready for race number 10. The 2025 Independent Stakes. Princess Chris might be settled once again. They're off on racing in the Independence Day Stakes Trophy and rushing to get that lead. That's a Star Quest. Outing on the outside by H2O. Just rushing down on the outside, that's a Midnight Runner. So it's Star Quest on that lead. Tracked on the outside by H2O and a Midnight Runner. They're about 3 lengths in front of Brompton Boy and I'm Outstanding racing together. Just behind them, that's Princess Chris. Then comes Prince Kazir and racing at the back of the field, that's Quantum Star. They hit to all the 4 and the 2 stable companions sharing it. On the inside, Star Quest. On the outside, that's H2. They're about 2 lengths or 3 lengths in front of going down into third. That's Brompton Boy. Midnight Runner backing out of it, now overtaken by I'm Outstanding. Also trying to come on the outside. That's Princess Chris there at the top of the lane, and H2O now kicks away and coming on the outside, Brompton Boy. It's H2O in front of Brompton Boy, fading back a bit. That's Star Quest coming down the middle of the racetrack. That's I'm Outstanding, but it's H2O full of running coming to the furlong pole. Brompton Boy still there chasing. I'm Outstanding out wide, fading back into fourth. That is Star Quest, but H2O is beginning to pull away, and Robert Halladine has his 500 career win. Well done, Robert Halladine and H2O. Pounding in effortless for a win, about 7 lengths in front of Brompton Alex. Then comes I'm Outstanding back in fourth. That's Star Quest.
Robert Halladine, 500th career win for the 38-year-old, and a rider that is genuinely strong in the saddle. And he has won 8 classics so far, but no derbies yet. And we are anticipating that he has a big shot in the derby coming up just about 6 o'clock local time. A broad smile over the face there of Robert Hardball Halladine as he steers H2O as a 1-5 favorite to victory in the Independent Stakes. I'm joined here now by Robert Darby, and Robert, former trainer, of course, track announcer here at Caymanas Park as well, and a man with immense racing knowledge. Your thoughts on how H2O did just now, and also the fact that the combination of Robert Halladine and Jason DaCosta have now won 2 straight and go into the Derby with the morning line favorite, I Dream Again.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me, Lance. You can take it 2 ways. Is it that he's peaked now and won't win the classic race, or is it that he's so bang in form that he can't do anything wrong? It's one or the two. One thing for sure, Robert Hardball Halladine will be beaming with confidence. We know the type of character he is. He is not afraid of the big show. He always gets the job done. And so celebrating 500 wins here, going into the Derby with the favorite, definitely will go in that race with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, we have to remember too that he did have a stint a couple of years ago in the USA where he won races at Thistledown and also at Mountaineer Park. I think he won probably about 40 races over there, so his lifetime career stats, although it shows 500 here in Jamaica, his overall lifetime career wins are over 500 wins, I think close to 540 odd because of his victories that he has had in the USA as well. As track announcer Brian Rickman gets ready to take the winning combination in.
Yeah, he...
And congratulations to jockey Robert Hardball Halladine. joining the 500 club this afternoon. Well done, sir. 500, no easy feat. In the winners' enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 10, the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy, number 2, H2O. A 3-year-old chestnut colt by Divining Rod, Trendy Wendy by Smarty Jones, bred John and Ruth Bashore, owned Carlton Watson. That's the second win on the card, and it's also the second for the champion trainer, Jason DeCoster. 2 on the day for Robert Hardball Halidine, and it brings up his 500th career win. Once again, we congratulate the rider. The groom, Vaughn Taylor. Second, number 6, Brompton Boy. Third, number 7, I'm Outstanding. Fourth, number 1, Star Quest. Final time for 7 furlongs, 126 and 3. They're off on racing in the Independence Day Stakes Trophy and rushing to get that lead. That's a Star Quest. Outing on the outside by H2O. Just rushing down on the outside, that's Midnight Runner. So it's Star Quest on that lead. Tracked on the outside by H2O and a Midnight Runner. They're about 3 lengths in front of Brompton Boy and I'm Outstanding racing together. Just behind them, that's Princess Chris. Then comes Prince Kazir and racing at the back of the field, that's Quantum Star. They head toward the 4 and the 2 stable companions sharing it. On the inside, Star Quest. On the outside, that's H2. They're about 2 lengths or 3 lengths in front of going down into third. That's Brompton Boy. Midnight Runner backing out of it, now overtaken by I'm Outstanding. Also trying to come on the outside. That's Princess Chris there at the top of the lane, and H2O now kicks away and coming on the outside, Brompton Boy. It's H2O in front of Brompton Boy, fading back a bit. That's Star Quest coming down the middle of the racetrack. That's I'm Outstanding, but it's H2O full of running coming to the furlong pole. Brompton Boy still there chasing. I'm Outstanding out wide, fading back into fourth. That is Star Quest, but H2O is beginning to pull away, and Robert Halidine has his 500 career win. Well done, Robert Halidine and H2O. Pounding in effortless for a win, about 7 lengths in front of Brompton Alex. Then comes I'm Outstanding back in fourth. That's Star Quest.
126.66, the winning time for 7 furlongs. Not particularly fast, but in the track conditions that we've seen recently, Robert, not a bad time recorded here by this Jason DeCosta horse.
Yes, this horse is definitely going to be a decent horse in the future. He should be about overnight allowance, open allowance horse. I'm not sure if he will get there to the graded stakes horse that we would hope he would like to be, but based on what I've seen right here, he should get about overnight or open allowance.
Yeah, and very confidently ridden as well by Robert Halidine, who, as we said, is aboard the morning line favourite. We haven't seen the odds yet for the Jamaica Derby, which comes up in about half an hour. But we do suspect that his horse, I Dream Again, which will be in the Derek Smith colors for trainer Jason DaCosta, will probably be the favorite. Burning Hedge is expected to be a strongly bet horse as well as a 2,000 Guineas winner, Soul Sensation. The morning line bets had supported that, or the morning line odds had suggested, Robert, that I Dream Again would be the favorite. Any thoughts on if he will actually go off favorite this evening?
Well, speaking to some of the clubmen earlier, Burning Edge might just start favorite. They're all saying that Burning Edge, 6 furlong in 1:15.2, she looked extremely well when she worked on Tuesday morning, the 29th of July. And so based on that, she might just start a marginal favorite. But what I like about I Dream Again is that he is very consistent. Out of all of the horses, he's fairly consistent and he has good pace, which we know that if you don't have pace, you cannot win the Derby.
Yeah, so Robert Halladine will get ready to ride in the Derby in the green and black silks of Derek Smith. So he has just rushed around to the jockey's room to get his silks changed. And the parade ring will soon be adorned with the 15 starters for the Jamaica Derby. Halladine has ridden 3 derbies before. He was second in his first derby aboard Alibaba. That was 2015 behind Seeking My Dream. He won in 2016 with Future King but was disqualified. And then he was third in the 2017 derby aboard Marlene My Love. Obviously, She's a Man-Eater was the winner there. Let's go to Brian Rickman now for the official results.
Result of the 10th now official. Horses to the testing barn. 2 H2O, 6 Brompton Boy. 2 and a 6 go to be tested. Splits 24. 47-4, 113-3. Final time. 7 furlongs, 126-3. Margins 8.5 by 3. Stand by for the winner's enclosure.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention call to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. Making the presentation, Christelle de Rezio, VP, Administration and Customer Service, and she makes it to Elizabeth DaCosta, receiving on behalf of Carlton Watson. The winning owner, H2O. Congratulations to the Winning Connections race number 10, the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy.
So we're less than 15 minutes to post time for the Derby, but that post time will be pushed back to beyond 6 o'clock. We're pretty certain. I want to, as Ed Barnes rejoins us, talk quickly about the fact, Ed, that since 2020, the St. Leger has been moved, or the Derby has been moved to being the final leg of the Triple Crown. Prior to 2020, it was the second leg of the Triple Crown, and the St. Leger closed the Triple Crown. But since then, we've seen where the Derby is the final leg of the Triple Crown, and I think that's a good decision by the racing organizers here, because the Guinness races, which start off the Triple Crown series, are over 8 furlongs, that's a mile, then the St. Leger for 10 furlongs, then the Derby for 12 furlongs. So to me, it gives the trainers an opportunity to pace and train their horses in a more logical manner from a distance standpoint.
Yeah, they're properly organized. The thing is that the St. Leger was the longer race.
Yes.
So it would have been nice, but based on where you have it now of a 10-furlong race, it's ideal to close with a 12-furlong race, which is the Derby distance. We notice a lot of ladies visiting the park today, and we must highlight the fact that the only female to train a Derby winner, the late Eileen Cliggott, interesting, in 1965, ridden by one Arthur Jones, who himself had won the first Derby to be run here on a horse called Blush. You know, ladies tend to blush a lot. But really, to get back to this race today, both yourself and Mr. Derby mentioned that horse, Burning Edge. Interesting entry. And Dick Cardenas, having won the Oaks, would certainly like to win this one too. But of note, Halladine and his trainer, they're on a roll. And will they be able to roll this one? Who knows? On the other hand, Shane Ellis looking for an 8th Derby win. His dad only had 2, Dewsbury 64 and Creation 67. But certainly, another bit of history here is that we have seen father and sons, trainers. That is the Nunes, Anthony Nunes and Andrew Nunes, trainers of Derby winners. Their dad, of course, Nigel Nunes, doing the same. Any likelihood of something happening here today as far as the connections are concerned? Da Costa hasn't won it yet. His dad did.
Yeah, well, Wayne Da Costa has won 7 derbies. Jason Da Costa, his son, who has been champion trainer recent seasons and leading trainer, looking to win his first, and we think it's only a matter of time that he'd win. Shane Ellis is considered the big race jockey. He's a classic rider, and he has a knack of winning derbies for overseas owners. Awesome Power and Typewriter were locally owned, but Relampico and Orpheus were owned by the Barbadian, the late Barbadian Ilas Halut, and then we saw Shevan Maharaj, the Trinbagonian, owning Supreme Soul, Calculus, and a Crown Chaser, the last 3 wins that Shane Ellis has had as a derby. There's Jason Da Costa saddling his entry as they get ready for this big event. But Da Costa went pretty close. He was the beaten favorite 2 derbies in a row with Talita in 2023 and Interesting Times Ahead last year. And we have to think that Jason Da Costa, having gone prominently in two derbies prior to this one, now has a great chance here with I Dream Again.
Yeah, he just saddled Prince Roy, moving on to saddle his other mount. You notice that he won a big race at Thistledown recently, a $250,000 stake. And of note, he was on site when he won that race. So he has had a great season. No doubt he'd want to top it off by winning this derby today. And it's not beyond him. As you mentioned, we talked off air, Lance, is the fact that the horse has had a month to, come back to the races. So it shouldn't affect the amount of Robert Halladine here.
We were comparing the Triple Crown bid in Jamaica to the Triple Crown bid in the USA, where there's a month between the Guineas and the St. Leger, and there's another month between the St. Leger and the Derby, whereas in the USA, the Preakness is run 2 weeks after the Kentucky Derby, and then a couple of weeks after that they go the Belmont Stakes. So pretty hazardous for the Triple Crown bid. Of course, no Triple Crown opportunity for any of these horses because the Guineas and the St. Leger winners were different. But I wanted to make the point, Ed, that since the St. Leger has been switched to being the second on the Triple Crown season, only one horse has won both the St. Leger and the Derby, and that was Calculus. In 2020, the St. Leger switched to being the second leg of the Triple Crown series instead of the final leg. Calculus doing that in 2021. Nipster won the St. Leger in 2020, but was second to King Arthur in the Derby. Calculus, as I said, did the double in 2021. Blue Vinyl won the St. Leger in 2022, then third to Atomica in the Derby. In 23, Talita won the St. Leger and then finished 5th in the Derby, won by 17-1 upset winner, Ability. And Interesting Times Ahead was the favorite for the Derby, having won the St. Leger, but finished 4th to Crown Chaser in the Derby. So Calculus has been the only horse since the Derby has been switched to being the final leg of the Triple Crown to come up trump set.
Interesting the way things are shaping up here. And we note on the tote board that 4-5 is Burning Edge as the early favorite here. And then we find at 7-2, that's the mount of Mr. Halladine. And then Shane Ellis's mount at 3-1, the odds here. Not surprised as far as the betting is concerned here, Lance.
Yeah, there's Burning Edge being saddled, has a new rider because leading and champion jockey Radish Roman fell in two previous races before this, and he's been jocked off for the rest of the day. So Burning Hedge will have a replacement rider, and Burning Hedge at the moment is showing as a 4-5 favorite, as Robert Darby has suggested that this horse may in fact go off as the favorite.
Interesting, because a number of trainers would want to win their first Derby here, but I think Jason DaCosta stands out because of the fact that he has been doing so well but still doesn't have the Derby victory under his belt, and having won that big race at Thistledown and done so well today, having that three-timer, he'd want to have the fourth, which would really be the big one. And talking about the history of the Derby here at Caymanas Park, some of the great races we have seen, the battles between Neville Anderson and EMELIO Rodriguez, Cesario, and then Hello Puchilu, and, you know, really some outstanding runs. And we say, you know, salute those two reinsmen of yesteryear, Neville Anderson and EMELIO Bimbo Rodriguez. And we can't speak about any Derby in Jamaica without mentioning Winston Fana Griffiths.
Yeah, Winston Griffiths, the top one. Look at the list of successful jockeys in the Jamaica Derby. Winston Griffiths, by far the most successful rider in the history of the Jamaica Derby. Shane Ellis has won a few himself, but Winston Griffiths sits on the top of that list with 11 wins. Shane Ellis with 7, Andrew Ramjeet with 4, George Hosang, Kenny Mattis, EMELIO Rodriguez, and Fitzroy Gillespie with 3 wins each. I should point out that Kenny Mattis did have 2 wins as a trainer as well.
Yes.
So on that list that we're looking at here, Ed, Kenny Mattis has shown his versatility as a champion horseman.
Champion horseman indeed. I remember when the early first classic here at Caymanas Park, Father Christmas, ridden by Raphael Smith in the Guineas, and then Kenneth Mattis rode the Father Christmas for Aston Cammock in the big Derby race. But talking about the riders and winning the big event, certainly Hosang could have done more, but he went off to Canada, didn't he?
Yeah, you know, George Hosang rode in Jamaica for just over 10 years. Migrated to Canada in the late 1970s and immediately became champion jockey at Woodbine Racetrack just about 2 or 3 years after he landed there, beating top jockeys like Sandy Hawley and so on, who is an iconic name in Canadian horse racing. So the fact that Hosang was able to go to Canada and stamp his authority so quickly tells you about the immense quality that he has.
And talking about Derby and jockeys and trainers, Ken Mattis, the distinction of being the only person to have won as a rider and a trainer. It takes a real good rider to win the classics, especially the Derby, because as the great Hosang himself says, there are so many ways you can lose a race, but there's only one way to win it. And we have seen lots of horses lose races because of the riders making a bad judgment or making the wrong move at the wrong time. But these races, you have to have the cool temperament to be able to get the job done. It's very important, especially going 12 furlong.
Yeah, and we have to consider too the preparation of these horses and the role that the trainer plays. The list of top Jamaican trainers as far as Derby wins are concerned. Philip Fiani leading that list with 7 victories. Wayne DaCosta second with 7. Anthony Baba Nunes has 6 in Jamaica, but we have to add to that Terremoto and Academy Award, who won for him the Trinidad and Tobago Derby. So overall, Anthony Nunes has 8 Derby wins, although 6 of them have been in Jamaica. Billy Williams, Aston Cammock, and Patrick Lynch also in the list of trainers that have repeated as Derby winners.
And we should point out to our viewers and listeners that the Derby listing we have deals with just Caymanas Park, which started in 1959, where Blush, as we said, won. And the races from Nussett Park are not considered here at all. But certainly, Philip Fiani is a standout as far as trainers are concerned, as the horses continue to parade in that ring, getting ready for what is a big event on a big day, the Independence Day.
That's right. And the odds still continuing to show the favorite now at even money, Burning Hedge, and the second favorite at the moment is the 15 horse.
Yes.
That's Sensational Soul, with good support coming in as well for the 11 horse I Dream Again, who is a third favorite at 7-2. And the jockeys are now mounting in the parade ring. And the excitement building here at Caymanas Park, Ed, because this is the 105th staging of the Jamaica Derby. And so many different views here as to who will win the event, although the betting public still has Burning Hedge as the favorite at even money, ahead of Sensational Soul at 3-1, and I Dream Again at 7-2.
Of course, before the race, they're all winners. They're only going to have one, unless you have a dead heat when they come back around. But it's 12 furlongs, and again, these horses have been properly prepared to the best of the ability of these trainers. Carl Anderson has that favorite at even money, Burning Edge. Dick Cardenas, he won the Oaks. He's looking to do the double here. And of course, on the bottom end, Mr. Halladine, along with Jason DaCosta, looking to win 4 in a row on today's card. And of course, Shane Ellis looking for win number 8 as far as the Jamaica Derby is concerned. Again, it's important that you not only get a good break, but you make the right moves during the 12 furlong contest.
Yeah, we just saw Pretty Perfect, the 10 horse, in the parade ring. She ran on to be third in the Oaks over the weekend, comes back just days later to go in the Derby. Another entry from Shepherd Maharaj's horses, the Trinidad and Tobago owner, who has won 3 of the last 6 Jamaica Derbies here in Jamaica. Calculus, Crown Chaser, and Supreme Soul, who was a Triple Crown winner. So Shevan Maharaj having his hopes very, very high here with Sensational Soul.
Okay. So we have a major presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the winner's enclosure for a special presentation. Atlantic Convoy winning the Bruce on the Loose, making the presentation. Keisha Brown, winner's enclosure presentation coordinator, and she makes it to Executive Chairman Solomon Sharp, who owns Atlantic Convoy. And of course, this frame photo, framed by Horatio Carter. Congratulations.
Yeah, so the horses are about to leave the parade ring. Ed, I wanted to say very quickly that trainer Gary Sabrati, who now trains most of Shevan Maharaj's horses, although Anthony Baba Nunes had trained for him before, has won 2 Jamaica Derbies before, and Trinidad and Tobago Derby as well, with Big Man in Town back in 2013 with the outstanding Venezuela-born rider Javier Castellano aboard. So Gary Sabrati, one of the leading trainers in Jamaica at the moment, has his stocks really soaring here at the moment. Sensational Soul was 4th in the St. Leger, but we understand that the horse lost a shoe in the race, Ed, which could have contributed to his 4th place finish. And I think he will improve significantly on that run, and I like Sensational Soul a lot.
We've been talking quite a bit about the jockeys, and we must quickly say that Javanil Patterson returned from injury just last night at Assiniboia racetrack in Canada and won with his only mount on the card. We're happy to see the young man back in the saddle. But these riders, I think it's the first Derby race that I've seen with so many inexperienced riders, you might say.
Yeah, that's the story. Let's go to Brian Rickman upstairs, the track announcer.
Horses that take the track for the 11th. It's the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, a Grade 1 futurity for native-bred 3-year-olds. The distance, 2,400 meters or a mile and a half. Number 1 is Burning Hedge, a bred, owned, trained, Carl Anderson. Dick Cardenas rides, the groom Enroll Cunningham. Number 2, Uncle Harry, bred Ian Passad, owned and trained Oral Hayden. Shane Richardson rides, the groom Farron Hall. Number 3, Secret Sensation, bred, owned, trained Carl Anderson, the rider Akeem Grant. 4 is Nuclear Jet, bred Granville Douglas, owned Mark Crosborn, trained the late Enos Brown. DeMar Williams rides, the groom Anthony Watson. 5, Prince Roy, bred Fitzroy Gillespie, owned Carlton Watson, trained Jason DaCosta. Aaron Shatry rides, the groom Christo Anthony. 6 is Strong Mind, bred Garwin Tuller, on Joyous Racing, trained Patrick Lynch. Paul Francis rides the groom Dave Bell. 7 Benison, bred Dwayne Murphy, on Blue Knight Stables. Train Ryan Williams. Philip Parchment rides the groom Shaquille Skeen. 8 Mark My Identity, bred Karen Passard, on Mark Crosburn. Trained the late Enos Brown. Dane Dawkins rides the groom Anthony Watson. 9 Bob the Builder, bred Lakeland Farms Limited, owned Colshire Limited. Train Greg Fennell. Ian Spence rides the groom Nicholas Green. Number 10 is Pretty Perfect, bred, owned Chevan Maharaj. Train Gary Sobrati. O'Neill Mullings rides the groom Owen Stewart. 11 I Dream Again, bred Henry William Jagai ODJP. Owned Derek Smith. Trained Jason DaCosta. Robert Halladine rides the groom Michael McLean. Number 12 is Cop Car, bred Alwyn Da Silva, also the owner. Trained Everett Francis. Wesley Henry rides the groom Fitzroy Folks. 13 Big Buzz, bred Henry William Jagai ODJP, owned Fisher's Place. Trained Ray Phillips. Omar Walker rides the groom Ricardo Brett. 14 Alchemy of Souls, bred Graydon Rose and Franz Jobson, owned Mikey. Trained Jason DaCosta. The rider Clive Lynch, the groom Christoph Little. 15 is Sensational Soul, bred Wilbert Bagwandine, on Chevan Maharaj. Trained Gary Sobrati. Shane Ellis rides the groom Lindell Bennett. Wagering on Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, High Five. Get your wagers on.
So wins as a 1-5 favorite should. Robert Haldane on a quick double A for Jason Acosta and Carlton Watson. H2O, no longer maiden. Brompton Boy, the logical exact horse, did finish in second, followed by I'm Outstanding and Star Quest. Numbers I gave you there were 2, 6, 1, and 7. The race came back 2, 6, 7, and 1. It's now on to the big one, the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, an 80-birth 3 futurity event. The purse 7.5 million. We have a field of 15 going the grading distance of 2,400 meters or 12 furlongs. Top choice goes to number 11, I Dream Again. Winner of the St. Ledger coming on from just off the pace. Robert Haldane looks for the natural hat-trick for Jason Acosta. I Dream Again, owned by Derek Smith Jr. This one was third behind Sensational Soul in the 2000 Guineas, beaten in fourth behind Sensational Soul in the Kingston. So Sensational Soul is in a rematch here with I Dream Again, and reports are Sensational Soul lost a shoe or two in the recent St. Ledger. So ran even in 4 by 7 3/4. Big race jockey Shane Lettis maintains the mount for Gary Sabati and ownership and Maharaj Sensational Soul, who could very well set the record straight in the Derby. Going here for number 11, I Dream Again, over number 1, Burning Hedge, then 15, Sensational Soul, and 4, Nuclear Jet, as the horses are just about getting ready to load.
Horses now loading. This is the Jamaica Derby. Uncle Harry, the first one in. So Uncle Harry is slotted into gate 2, the rest parading behind. Up comes Secret Sensation to load at 3. Secret Sensation goes in. Next up should be a Nuclear Jet with DeMar Williams. Nuclear Jet is in. Prince Roy should be next at 5. Prince Roy coming forward. So we wait on this Prince Roy to load at 5. 1.5 miles a derby, a true test of stamina. Benison coming into 7. So Benison is loaded. Strong Mind will come into 6. Benison is in. So 6 of the runners have loaded. Burning Hedge getting 7 to 5. Coming into 8, Mark My Identity. Backing away from 8. So Mark My Identity is now in at 8. Bob the Builder will come into 9. Burning Hedge making her way toward 1. Carl Anderson having 2 runners here, Burning Hedge and Secret Sensation. Pretty Perfect has loaded at 10. Stablemate Sensational Soul is at 2 to 1. Won the 2,000 guineas, failed in the St. Ledger. As Pretty Perfect slots in, the St. Ledger winner, I Dream Again with Robert Halladine. They're next at 11. Cop Car walking to 12. A Big Buzz coming into 13. Alchemy of Souls will be next. And the final one will be Sensational Soul. Field in line for the Jamaica Derby, and they're sent away. 1.5 miles they have in front of them. Burning Hedge took off quickly on the far side. Uncle Harry is also racing over there too. Showing some early dash, a Nuclear Jet. Racing nearest to us, that's Strong Mind, now asked to pick up that lead as they sort themselves out. Sensational Soul is in a very handy spot racing out wide. I Dream Again tucked in between horses. Toward the outside, that's Big Buzz, just in between runners Prince Roy as they pass us for the first time. And Strong Mind gets that lead from I Dream Again. Nuclear Jet is there. Sensational Soul and Uncle Harry come next. Burning Hedge has been taken in hand and kept down against the rail. Prince Roy is overtaken. Big Buzz racing out wide of those as they make the way now over toward the back stretch. Burning Hedge now begins to make some ground. Alchemy of Souls in the green race is up next. My Identity, Bob the Builder, and Cop Car race up as a team. Pretty Perfect race is up next, and behind them that's Benison. And toward the back of the field, it's Secret Sensation as they turn over onto the far side and run away toward the 6 in the Derby. I Dream Again, setting moderate fractions on that lead. Strong Mind continues to stay close. There goes Sensational Soul. He stays forever. A Big Buzz racing on the outside in that group. Just in behind those, that's a Nuclear Jet racing on their heels. Alchemy of Souls and Cop Car race next. Burning Hedge has made up some progress. Prince Roy is ridden as they leave the 5. A break back to Mark My Identity, then a Bob the Builder. A Pretty Perfect toward the back of the field, a long way behind to Benison, and even huge gap to racing second from the back. That's Secret Sensation, and last of all being pulled up, that's Uncle Harry as the Derby field have left now the 7/16th, and I Dream Again has taken charge. Sensational Soul needs to find 3. Big Buzz running a surprising one on the outside. Burning Hedge is in a handy spot. Alchemy of Souls now asked to pick up. Cop Car asked to get going, but it is I Dream Again at the top of the lane, and coming into it with that lead in the Derby. I Dream Again out in front and holding on to the lead. Here is Burning Hedge now kicking in on the outside. Big Buzz racing in the orange in behind them. Pretty Perfect toward the outside, but they drive up toward the furlong pole. Burning Hedge in a battle with I Dream Again. Both riders all over the mounts. It is Burning Hedge just the leader. Inside the final 16th, I Dream Again now coming with a rally under Robert Hallidine. Burning Hedge and I Dream Again, and I Dream Again has done it over Burning Hedge. Then Pretty Perfect, Alchemy of Souls, and Big Buzz.
Park, Independence Day, And Robert Hallidine and Jason DaCosta has brought the house down. They have won the last 4 races, including I Dream Again in the prestigious Jamaica Derby, fighting back to win over the favorite, Burning Edge, who finished second, and of course third was number 15, Sensational Soul.
Yes, Ed, a very powerful ride. Looked beaten in the last furlong, but this is the jockey you want in a very close and tight race. Hardball Aladdin, and that is why it's called hardball. It does not know how to quit, and the determination of I Dream Again and of also Hardball Aladdin got the better of, you know, the connections there of Burning Edge, and a truly, truly well-run derby. It was entertaining and a race that we'll never forget.
I mentioned earlier on to Lance Whitaker that we saw the races between EMELIO Rodriguez and Neville Anderson, Hello Puchilu, and others, and this reminded you of that because at one stage Burning Edge seemed on its way home to victory with Dick Cardenas, or trainer Carl Anderson, but of course Hallidine had other ideas with this horse trained by Jason DaCosta, who now joins his late father Wayne DaCosta as having won a derby. Coming into the race, it was Nigel Nunes and his 2 sons, Anthony and Andrew, who had the distinction of father and sons winning the derby. Now Jason DaCosta joined that rank, his father having won several times, and now Jason DaCosta gets his first win. And number 11, Dream Again, and Hallidine, who might not have felt very good this morning, but certainly I'm happy to see that he was able to regain his feelings and be able to compete here today, because at one stage he had doubts that he'd be able to ride today, but here he is winning all of 4 races, including the big one, the Derby. And as we said at the outset, it would come down to these 3 horses, and they have finished just that way. I Dream Again, Burning Edge, Sensational Soul.
Yes, we did. And we did say, this is one thing about racing that punters need to learn. There's a thing called form. When you're on form, as I said earlier, you just cannot do anything wrong. As I said earlier, it was one of 2 things. It was either they would have, the camp of Jason DaCosta and Hardball Aladdin would have peaked before the race before this, or they are just going to sweep the card. And that they did. When you are in form, you just cannot do anything wrong. This horse looked beaten half a furlong out. It seems as if Dick Cardenas had this one in the bag. But man, what a ride. I can't stop speaking about this ride from Hardball Aladdin. And well presented by Jason.
Congratulations to the, of course, the winning owner, Derek Smith and his group, and trainer Jason DaCosta. So in addition to winning that big event at Thistledowns, he comes back here to Jamaica to win the Jamaica Derby, and what a prize he's getting to win that one, as I said before, joining his late dad, who had won this race many times before. So it's a DaCosta, and Hallidine sharing the glory here today by winning the last 4 races on the card, and the last one is the coup de grace, the Jamaica Derby.
Yes, and congratulations to Derek Smith as well. A long-time owner here at Caymanas Park and a big supporter of horse racing. And congratulations to all and sundry here at Caymanas Park. Ahmed.
Henry GR.I, the winning breeder here, and of course groom Michael P. McLean. Never ever forget the grooms of horses in racing. When people are gone home, the grooms are the ones who deal with everything that's to be taken care of back in the stables.
That is it.
And the groom, Michael McLean, should be saluted here. He's properly attired. And notice his outfit, though.
He came
very well dressed for today's event. Reminded me of a groom years ago that groomed the horse called Kilowatt, Beanie Rag. He was always well attired, and today Mr. McLean does just that. Let's go upstairs.
And that's 3 wins on the day for Robert Hardball Hallidine. He has won the Derby, and he is also a new milestone. In excess 500 wins now. In the winners' enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 11, the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby. Number 11, I Dream Again, a 3-year-old bay colt by Soul Warrior. Lady G.R.I. by legal process. Bred Henry William G.R.I. OD JP. Owned Derek Smith. It's 3 on the day for the champion trainer, Jason DeCosta. And it's also 3 for Robert Hardball Aladdin, the groom, Michael McLean. Second, the number 1, Burning Hedge. A third, number 10, Pretty Perfect. Fourth, the number 14, Alchemy of Souls. And the fifth, number 13, Big Buzz. Final time for 12 furlongs, 240 flat.
What a thrilling derby that was, won by I Dream Again, with Jason DaCosta getting his first derby win. He's champion trainer. He's a leading trainer as well. He turned 40 years old last month, and this is a tremendous belated birthday present, Jason.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lance.
We'll note that your first derby in 2021, you were second with Billy Wiz. You had no entries in 22. Then after that, you were a beaten derby favorite with Talita and interest in times ahead. But you've come up trumps here and following firmly in the footsteps of your outstanding dad.
Yes, well, it's big shoes to fill, but you know, I was quietly confident of this horse. He's a young horse. He's a June foal, so he's been improving with every run. And you know, he's one of the few that had an unblemished train up to the classics. So I was quietly confident because he didn't miss a beat, and he's been improving with every run. So you know, I'm just glad that he got the job done. Yeah.
Talk to us about the horse's preparation, though, because some people were thrown off by the fact that he wasn't that impressive at the exercise gallops.
He has never been impressive. He's not a workhorse. In the mornings, he used to quit at the top of the lane and just canter in. Since right before the St. Leger, he started to hold his gallop through the lane, but he's never been a workhorse. So I wasn't worried. I wasn't worried at all.
Talk to us about the race tactics, though, because Haladin was early. He pressed the pace, took the lead, then lost the lead, and then had to fight back to regain it. Talk to us about your emotions throughout the race, because it must have been a bit of a roller coaster ride, wasn't it?
It was kind of surprised he went to the lead, but I know Hardball always makes the right decisions in the big races, and I saw that he was very, very easy. So I was all right with that, but I got nervous when Burning Hedge came alongside him at the top of the lane. But I saw that he wasn't quitting, so I was still hopeful.
Yeah, now Burning Hedge was the favorite going into the event, and at the 8th pole looked a likely winner. But this I Dream Again is a fighter, and his rider is also a fighter. So inside the final furlong, when I Dream Again started digging in and coming back, your hopes were heightened at that point, wouldn't it?
Yes, because she couldn't go away from him. She wasn't going to outfinish him, and they weren't going to outright Hardball. So.
And one more thing, as you said, it's a June foal, I Dream Again, which means that he's one of the youngest horses in the race, probably the second youngest horse in the race. How happy are you that the horse was able to develop so quickly in time for the Derby?
I'm very happy because usually June foals don't really materialize to be too much, but you know, I've taken my time with him. I've picked his races meticulously for this one, you know, so I'm happy. That's all I can say.
Congratulations. Jason DaCosta, champion trainer, son of the outstanding Wayne DaCosta, who won 7 derbies. This is the first of I'm sure, many derby wins for Jason DaCosta, who is following in the footsteps of his dad. Robert Haladin was the outstanding rider for this race, and I must say congrats to Jason again, because just recently he won a $250,000 race at Thistledown Racetrack, a racetrack that Hardball has ridden in the past as well. Hardball, take us through that race, because there was a roller coaster bit of emotion for every supporter of I Dream Again. You were there, then you were not, then you were there, then you lost the lead at a critical point. What was your emotion going into the final 2 furlongs of this race?
There was no emotions. It was just war for the last 2 furlongs. Just outright war. Yeah. But in the race, of the first 2 furlongs of the race, I wasn't comfortable because I slapped him inside and he was clipping heels. And that was very dangerous. So I had to just wait till it was clear, took the rails, and just follow Mr. DaCosta's instruction. He said, you don't want me to go too fast. You don't want me to give him too much work. So there I have to use experience to find the right position, which I did, and I Dream Again did the rest.
Was the slow pace part of the reason why you pushed so early? Because the race was running 2 minutes 40.19, which is one of the slowest Derby races we've ever seen. Did the slow pace encourage you to push your horse to the front?
Well, to me, he's a pace horse. So if he gets to dictate that pace, no horse will beat him because he's a pace horse. That's how he runs. He just pace 2-3 times around the track. That's him. So once it's a pace race, they won't beat him.
Your first Derby ride, Robert, was in 2015 aboard Alibaba, and you were second to a horse called Seeking My Dream, who ran in these colors for Mr. Derek Smith. How does it feel to be winning for Derek Smith and Jason DaCosta?
I'm very overwhelmed. The feeling hasn't soaked in as yet, but I'm happy for my family, for Jason's family, for Mr. Smith and his family, and all I Dream Again supporters, fans. I did it for y'all.
And one more thing, in 2016, you won the Derby aboard Future King for Jason's dad, Wayne DaCosta, but the horse was disqualified. I guess this one takes the hurt away from that, albeit so much later.
Well, not really. Up to now, I still think that we should have stayed, but that's my opinion. Well, we got this one now, and let's move on. 2016 is in the past. I don't live in the past. I don't try to stay in the past. I stay in the future.
Thank you very much, Robert, and congratulations on your big win following your Mute Mile win aboard Fun Can Done. And this was another display of being a very terrific, aggressive rider that people just feel that you don't know how to lose when the big ones come up.
No, these races it's like a different jockey come out. Big up my sponsors, Thurston Elite Concierge Services. Be a member now.
Thank you very much, Robert Halladine. Robert Halladine wins the Derby here aboard Our Dream Again, and what a terrific Derby it was, because at the 8th pole, the favourite Burning Hedge had passed Robert Halladine aboard I Dream Again and looked a possible winner. But the thing was, as we just heard from Halladine and the trainer Jason DaCosta, I Dream Again wasn't giving up and kept fighting, and as long as Burning Hedge did not move away from him, he always retained the hope that he could fight back and win, which is what he did. So I Dream Again wins the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby for trainer Jason DaCosta and owner Derek Smith. This horse, bred by Henry Jagai, and a tremendous and exciting derby here, watched by a big crowd at Caymanas Park.
Result of the 11th. Now official horses to the testing barn. 1, Burning Hedge. 8, Mark My Identity. 11, I Dream Again. 14, Alchemy of Souls. 1, 8, 11, and 14 go to be tested. The splits. 49 for the half mile, 117 for 6, 143.3 for a mile, 211.4 for 10 furlongs, and the final time for the Derby, 2 minutes 40 seconds flat. The margins 1 by 2. 81 winners of the Twilight 6, each receiving 83,882. 1 winner of the Catch 9, $642,017.50. High 5 has a carryover of $348,346.09. Field in line for the Jamaica Derby, and they're sent away. 1.5 miles they have in front of them. Burning Hedge took off quickly on the far side. Uncle Harry is also racing over there too. Showing some early dash, a Nuclear Jet. Racing nearest to us, that's Strong Mind, now asked to pick up that lead as they sort themselves out. Sensational Soul is in a very handy spot racing out wide. I Dream Again tucked in between horses. Toward the outside, that's a Big Buzz, just in between runners Prince Roy, as they pass us for the first time, and Strong Mind gets that lead from I Dream Again. Nuclear Jet is there. Sensational Soul and Uncle Harry come next. Burning Hedge has been taken in hand and kept down against the rail. Prince Roy is overtaken, Big Buzz racing out wide of those as they make their way now over toward the back stretch. Burning Hedge now begins to make some ground. Alchemy of Souls in the green race is up next. Mark My Identity, Bob the Builder, and Cop Car race up as a team. Pretty Perfect race is up next, and behind them that's Benison. And toward the back of the field, it's Secret Sensation as they turn over onto the far side and run away toward the 6 in the Derby. I Dream Again, setting moderate fractions on that lead. Strong Mind continues to stay close. There goes Sensational Soul. He stays forever. A Big Buzz racing on the outside in that group. Just in behind those, that's a Nuclear Jet racing on their heels. Alchemy of Souls and Cop Car race next. Burning Hedge has made up some progress. Prince Roy is ridden as they leave the 5. A break back to Mark My Identity, then a Bob the Builder. A Pretty Perfect toward the back of the field, a long way behind to Benison, and even huge gap to racing second from the back, that Secret Sensation, and last of all being pulled up. That's Uncle Harry as the Derby field have left now the 7/16th, and I Dream Again has taken charge. Sensational Soul needs to find 3. Big Buzz running a surprising one on the outside. Burning Hedges in a handy spot. Alchemy of Souls now asked to pick up. Cop Car asked to get going, but it is I Dream Again at the top of the lane, and coming into it with that lead in the Derby, I Dream Again out in front and holding on to the lead. Here is Burning Hedge now kicking in on the outside. Big Buzz racing in the orange in behind them. Pretty Perfect toward the outside, but they drive up toward the furlong pole. Burning Hedge in a battle with I Dream Again. Both riders all over the mounts. It is Burning Hedge just the leader. Inside the final 16th, I Dream Again now coming with a rally under Robert Hallidine. Burning Hedge and I Dream Again, and I Dream Again has done it over Burning Hedge. Then Pretty Perfect, Alchemy of Souls, and Big Buzz.
A tremendous ride there by Robert Hardball Hallidine, the 38-year-old, digging into all the reserves that I Dream Again had, and that performance, it sort of reminded me of the 1979 Derby won by Lucky Old Son when EMELIO Rodriguez aboard got under pressure from Attaboy and Neville Anderson, but fought back determinedly and ended up winning.
That was a memorable race, 1979. Some people said Rodriguez actually lifted Lucky Old Son across the winning line. He was Attaboy, and then to the outside, Fitzroy Gillespie with Loverboy Cess. Quite a race. Interesting thing here that the stablemate of Sensational Soul, Pretty, whatever the name is, came on number 10.
Pretty Perfect.
Pretty Perfect closed well to be third.
Yeah.
So the connections might be a little disappointed with the run by Sensational Soul, but should be happy with the way their second string runner performed here today.
And the thing is, Pretty Perfect was third in the Oaks on Saturday, so you have to think that if it didn't have that Oaks run, it could have made a bigger impact on this Derby.
But Hallidine's ride here would remind you of so many of those we have seen. Neville Anderson, Hello Puchidoo, and, you know, the one before with Cesario. The fact is that the race is never over until it's over. In this case, Hallidine's horse was not really beaten because Burning Edge could not go away. He got the lead but could not move away, and Hallidine seized the opportunity to get into his horse some more and was able to get the job done. Certainly, Groom McLean, who was out there leading his charge, should be congratulated. We often tend not to mention the grooms, and Mr. McLean obviously stayed the course with this one, and things happened. So the Smith family, Derek Smith, and we saw Dwayne Smith here, certainly the dream has become a reality in the Derby 2025.
Yeah, and you know what? You know, in the chat with Robert Hallidine that I just had, he's a confident individual by nature, but he exuded that confidence in the post-race interview by telling us that he was never worried in this race. Even though Burning Hedge had gotten past him, he knew his horse still had a lot of energy going, and felt confident that the horse had enough quality to fight back. But here he is going to the front. He just says this is a pace horse. This is a pace horse, and when you ride horses like these, you give them everything, and they'll give it back to you.
And based on what he did in his last outing, where he was able to chase down Hansa and eventually win by just perseverance, he felt that he had it, and he proved that he was right.
Yeah, and in the burnt orange silks there, Big Buzz at 99-1, owned by Marvin Fisher, put in a really tremendous effort there for trainer Ray Phillips. Ended up fifth, but at the 8th pole was third and challenging.
He looked at third. He was going to be this great shot at third, just beaten back in 5th spot, but certainly a very, very stout performance from a horse at that long odds.
Yeah, and look at the celebration there for Robert Hallidine. His first Derby win, and the first Derby win as well for Jason DaCosta. And as we said in the winner's enclosure, I think the first of many for Jason DaCosta, because it's obvious, Ed, that he's taken off from his father's footsteps, Wayne DaCosta, and he has been champion trainer 3 years in a row now, and it's obvious that this is the first of many Derby wins that he's likely to have.
has the ability, has the horses, he'll get the job done. But just going back, well, well-run race, and certainly, might have been late in the day, but certainly one of the great pleasures to see a Derby contested the way this one was. And I guess the winner was deserving of victory based on his performance the race before and coming back here today.
Yeah, so Haladine and Acosta win the 9th, 10th, and 11th races on the card. So they have ended up on a winning note here, and a really, really tremendous success here for all the connections of I Dream Again.
That while the combination won the last 3,
yes,
Jason actually won the last 4 because he did capture the 8th race.
The 8th race as well. So Jason Acosta, there he is in the winner's enclosure. There is his mom, Elizabeth Acosta, who owns a lot of the horses that he has, and Derek Smith's I Dream Again comes up with a very, very outstanding win. The second for the owner since Seeking My Dream. And let's go upstairs now to track announcer Brian Rickman.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the winner's enclosure for the Derby presentation. Making the first presentation, Executive Chairman Solomon Sharp, and he makes it to Ray Smith, representing the winning owner Derek Smith. The next presentation to the winning trainer, Jason Acosta. Well done, sir. 3 wins today, including the Derby. Next presentation to the winning breeder, Matthew Williams will collect for Henry William Jagai, ODJP. Next presentation, the winning rider, Robert Hardball Haladine, joining the 500 club today with 500 winners, and he also copped the coveted Derby. Congratulations, Robert Hardball Haladine. And last but not least, to the winning groom, Michael McLean, Dwayne Smith will collect for Michael McLean. And also in the presentation party, Mr. Mark Williams. Want to say congratulations to the Derby Connection, the winning Derby Connections. And of course, following the presentations, we'll head over to the ceremonial cake cutting. So the winning connections gathered for the ceremonial Derby cake cutting. And they're lining up. And now they're getting set. Now they're off and cutting. Once again, we congratulate the winning Derby connections. Well done. So coming up next, Mr. Michael Kane with a recap of today's happenings.
A great day of Thorpe Racing has come to a close here once again at Caymanas Park, and indeed home of the Caribbean's #1 Derby. And indeed, that was your Derby run today. An exciting Derby too, the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, 2,400 meters, $7.5 million in purse money. And in the end, the top selection, I Dream Again, came through. My dark horse for the St. Ledger won the St. Ledger at 5-1 today. Was much more fancied and went off the second choice in the betting. Robert Haldane there for Jason Acosta. They swept the last triple, a natural hat-trick for Robert Haldane and Jason Acosta. Won races 9, 10, and 11, all three feature races today. Race number 9, the EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ Trophy, won by Gravano, Robert Haldane for Jason Acosta and Carlton Watson. Race number 10, the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy, won by number 2, H2O for Robert Haldane, Jason Acosta and Carlton Watson. And the 11th and final, the 105th run of the Jamaica Derby, won by number 11, I Dream Again, Robert Haldane for Jason Acosta, this time for owner Derek Smith Jr. In the Jockeys Colony, Tyree Sanders also shared in the spotlight. He had a double, and Robert Haldane also had a career milestone 500th career win, and that was with H2O in the 2025 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. And of course, Jason Acosta saddled the last 3 winners on the card to take that natural hat-trick. We now have a look at the replay of the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby.
Field in line for the Jamaica Derby, and they're sent away. 1.5 miles they have in front of them. Burning Hedge took off quickly on the far side. Uncle Harry is also racing over there too. Showing some early dash, a Nuclear Jet. Racing nearest to us, that's Strong Mind, now asked to pick up that lead as they sort themselves out. Sensational Soul is in a very handy spot racing out wide. I Dream Again tucked in between horses. Toward the outside, that's a Big Buzz, just in between runners Prince Roy as they pass us for the first time, and Strong Mind gets that lead from I Dream Again. Nuclear Jet is there. Sensational Soul and Uncle Harry come next. Burning Hedge has been taken in hand and kept down against the rail. Prince Roy is overtaken, Big Buzz racing out wide of those as they make their way now over toward the back stretch. Burning Hedge now begins to make some ground. Alchemy of Souls in the green race is up next. Mark My Identity, Bob the Builder, and Cop Car race up as a team. Pretty Perfect race is up next, and behind them that's Benison. And toward the back of the field, it's Secret Sensation as they turn over onto the far side and run away toward the 6 in the Derby. I Dream Again, setting moderate fractions on that lead. Strong Mind continues to stay close. There goes Sensational Soul. He stays forever. A Big Buzz racing on the outside in that group. Just in behind those, that's a Nuclear Jet racing on their heels. Alchemy of Souls and Cop Car race next. Burning Hedge has made up some progress. Prince Roy is ridden as they leave the 5. A break back to Mark My Identity, then a Bob the Builder. A Pretty Perfect toward the back of the field, a long way behind to Benison, and even huge gap to racing second from the back. That Secret Sensation, and last of all being pulled up. That's Uncle Harry as the Derby field have left now the 7/16th, and I Dream Again has taken charge. Sensational Soul needs to find 3. Big Buzz running a surprising one on the outside. Burning Hedge is in a handy spot. Alchemy of Souls now asked to pick up. Cop Car asked to get going, but it is I Dream Again at the top of the lane, and coming into it with that lead in the Derby. I Dream Again out in front and holding on to the lead. Here is Burning Hedge now kicking in on the outside. Big Buzz racing in the orange in behind them. Pretty Perfect toward the outside, but they drive up toward the furlong pole. Burning Hedge in a battle with I Dream Again. Both riders all over the mounts. It is Burning Hedge just the leader. Inside the final 16th, I Dream Again now coming with a rally under Robert Hallidine. Burning Hedge and I Dream Again, and I Dream Again has done it over Burning Hedge. Then Pretty Perfect, Alchemy of Souls, and Big Buzz.
So at odds of 5-2, the top selection, I Dream Again, gets the job done in the 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, headed by Burning Hedge, a 4.5 from home. Burning Hedge pointed on the lead, but I Dream Again conjured up a strong rally under a powerful ride from Robert Hardball Hallidine and got the job done in a deep stretch. An exciting 105th running of the Jamaica Derby, one we remember for several years to come. That's going to be it from us here at Caymanas Park today. It was indeed a pleasure taking to you live and direct on Independence Day, on Jamaica Derby Day. I'm your analyst Michael Kane on behalf of the team of the Home Champion Sportsmax, also on behalf of our promoters, Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited. Have a good remainder of your Independence Day, and we'll be having more races for you on Saturday. 9 races on the overnight scheduled for the Saturday card.
Rally on the Robert Hallidine. Burning Hedge and I Dream Again, and I Dream Again has done it over Burning Hedge. Then Pretty Perfect, Alchemy of Souls, and Big Buzz.